This tale revolves around an orphanage that nurtures its young charges with remarkable proficiency. The tearful girl you're witnessing is distressed, as her brother is on the verge of departing with a newly arrived father figure who has just made his appearance. Now, you might be questioning why. This individual doesn't conform to the conventional parental archetype you might have envisioned. Well, it's due to the fact that these youngsters undergo specialized instruction. Therefore, it stands to reason that only uniquely qualified guardians can assume their care. You might also be intrigued as to the nature of this special tutelage these ostensibly average children are receiving. Well, your curiosity will be satisfied shortly. The moment the sister instructs the children to cease their charade and prepare for their regimen, they unsheath keen-edged blades and armaments, which are unequivocally not playthings for idle pride. The sister even admonishes the young girl to prevent mucus from conspicuously dripping from her nose during her feigned weeping, as it appears unsightly, and she is averse to the new parents, forming an unfavorable perception of the children they've so meticulously cultivated. The girl promptly concedes and swiftly dabs her nose. We are also introduced to the self-assured director of this institution, who derives immense satisfaction from this distinctive educational methodology. He perceives it as a genuine endowment for these youngsters, because they have been molded into living sentient armaments from the moment they could ambulate. These children are reared under exceptionally stringent oversight, ensuring they satisfy the criteria of the exceedingly affluent. Owing to this intense focus on minutiae, a substantial sum is required to adequately train each individual child. Another query that might surface in your thoughts is what purpose these children ultimately serve. Well, a direct answer to this inquiry isn't readily available, and the director simply states they are akin to computers, and their application is determined by the purchasers, or as one might term them, the new parents. For instance, this opulent magnate, who has recently acquired a new child, presents his new son with a photograph of a man and declares, "This is your objective. Commit his visage to memory." The director subsequently elaborates that because these children are sentient armaments, they represent a considerable menace to the purchaser. Thus, the orphanage meticulously instilled in each and every one three unwavering tenets from their formative years. These are regulations they're incapable of contravening, as they have been ingrained into their subconscious, and the institution designates these as the three absolute principles, and they are vital for maintaining the children's compliance. While this portly gentleman is rigorously quizzing the boy on memorizing the image, the youngster, however, indicates that a vehicle is pursuing them at close range. The elder man is somewhat taken aback to hear unsolicited information, so he begins to vociferate at the child, insisting on knowing what on earth he is referring to, and instructs him to solely concentrate on committing the blasted picture to memory. The child swiftly regains his composure and vows to adhere to the directives. And there you have it. That encapsulates the essence of the first principle. Unconditional obedience to the parents' commands. That pursuing vehicle then violently collides with theirs, and their automobile overturns from the force of the collision. The child hastily exits and beholds his father. And it is at this juncture that we discover the second principle, with which these children are indoctrinated. Never employ your abilities without your parents' authorization. As the child grieves for his father, the assailants emerge from their vehicles, firearms at the ready. As they warily advance towards the overturned automobile, they observe the child weeping and imploring for assistance, exclaiming that his dad is not respired. The assailants are nonplussed by this sight, as they were completely unaware of a child's presence in the vehicle. They resolve to cast the child aside to conclude their grim task. But before they are able to, the boy swiftly produces a knife and plunges it directly into one of their throats, causing him to hemorrhage profusely, and then rapidly seizes the firearm from the downed adversary. Before the other contract killer even comprehends the unfolding events, he perceives the child aiming the weapon in his direction and receives a direct bullet to the cranium, terminating him with a solitary projectile. And that is precisely what the third rule encompasses. Disregard the initial two tenets and undertake any necessary action to ensure your parents' safety. The director, conversely, could not be more gratified by his children. He is virtually overflowing with elation and self-satisfaction for cultivating such flawlessly exceptional youngsters. He promptly presents the registry volume, which holds details regarding each and every child, and inquires of his client which one they would favor. But the purchaser unequivocally rejects all of them. So the elderly man returns the registry volume to the drawer and begrudgingly retrieves a dossier pertaining to a child already classified as a defective product. He is disheartened that the client is solely fixated on this specific individual, it seems. This nonconformist child was a veritable prodigy. Even the director holds him in high esteem. He possessed superior abilities among all the weapons they had engineered, and the elderly man was virtually captivated by him. But, predictably, the child vanished, and the director is left to ponder if he is even still alive. They have been on a futile pursuit to locate him, but as he lacks a parent, he cannot utilize his powers without an individual's consent. So they are essentially clueless due to a complete lack of leads. And he is likely residing incognito as merely another typical high school student. Well, it appears that this purported ultimate weapon is being subjected to harassment by a group of school tormentors. After receiving a blow from an individual in a white hooded sweatshirt, he is incapacitated, contorting in pain from that single savage strike. I suppose being a premier grade weapon doesn't invariably equate to handling a schoolyard confrontation. This fellow, Yusef, with expressionless eyes, looms over our protagonist, inquiring how many points he would award that punch. The unfortunate lad stammers out, that's a definite 180,000 points right there. The other tormentors in the cohort exchange high fives with Yusef for achieving such a high fist score. Yusef subsequently decides he wishes to continue this game, intending to evaluate his kick to ascertain how many points he can accumulate this round. But before he can approach our boy, Hyunho, yet again, a blonde-haired individual shoves this dark-haired fellow aside and hurries towards Hyunho, keen to discover how many points his own punch might garner. Yusuf does not take kindly to being shoved by some insignificant oddball, and even Hyunho can discern Yusuf's annoyance at the blonde's push. So, Yusuf quietly ambles over to the agitated blonde individual, Cyan. Upon reaching him, he delivers a firm slap across Cyan's face, nonchalantly remarking, "Just returning the favor, pal. No ill will." As much as Cyan detests the indignity of that slap, he suppresses his pride and offers a thumbs up to his associate for a commendable 180,000 point slap. The individual with the impassive gaze merely smirks and saunters off, instructing Cyan he can purchase him a pack of cigarettes in lieu of adulation. Before Yusef departs, Cyan issues a challenge, vowing to confront him in their next encounter. Meanwhile, the protagonist is utterly exasperated by all this absurdity from these motley imbeciles, because he is aware he could vanquish them all in a single, swift action. Nevertheless, he maintains the facade of a foolish weakling, and Sean commences to choke him, insisting on knowing if Yusuf's blow is genuinely superior to his own. Zion continues to victimize our young man, using him as a personal outlet to release his pent-up aggression, and instructs Hyunho to accompany him for a short duration. With no alternative, the boy grudgingly trails the boisterous ruffian, and ultimately shoulders the expense for their repast, because, well, Zion asserts he is destitute, stating he is devoid of funds after performing tasks for Yusef. The blonde individual then speculates audibly who would prevail if he confronted Yusef directly. In reply, Hyunho asserts that he cannot state anything with certainty. Unexpectedly, Cyan observes the snack establishment shares Hyunho's name, and our lad bashfully concedes it is operated by his mother, precisely on schedule. His mother also materializes and remarks if Cyan is her son's companion, he is welcome to consume as much as he desires. Cyan is authentically astonished to discover this is, in fact, Hyunho's mother's establishment, and our young man feels quite disheartened, as he had been endeavoring to maintain this as a secret all this time, and he is uncertain why his secret had to be revealed by this contemptible individual who is brazenly gliding his tongue over his lips, likely anticipating more complimentary sustenance. Observing the deceitful expression on his vile acquaintance's countenance, Hyunho seizes his writing instrument, prepared to perforate Cyan's eyes should he attempt any subterfuge. Just as he is poised to act, the blonde individual astonishes him by apologizing for not presenting himself appropriately at an earlier time. He presents himself as Cyan Park, Hyunho's comrade, and remarks that he at last comprehends why the establishment had a peculiar name. Hyunho's mother guffaws at the jest, and notes that Hyunho instructed her to keep it confidential. Shaun then teases his companion, stating he is terrible at concealing matters, and that he is also displeased his friend concealed such an attractive mother. A secret. Hyunho, now completely weary of this individual's performance, recognizes Shaun is simply incorrigible. To prevent further foolishness, he informs his mother they must depart, as other companions are awaiting them. The woman gathers some food in a plastic container and presents it to Sion, instructing him to distribute it among others. He, Sion, openly and joyfully declares that all of Hyunho's companions are like her very own children. Thus, Sion should not hold back from anything. While Hyunho attempts to persuade her it is genuinely not required. The blonde fellow's eyes illuminate at the prospect of complimentary food. He snatches it without a moment's hesitation, utterly disregarding Hyunho's internal lamentations. He is experiencing a profound sense of wretchedness internally, imploring his mother to reconsider this gesture, as he is aware these individuals are merely a gang of tormentors, not genuine companions. Hyunho then implores Shaun not to share the sustenance with Yusef or any other individual. Shaun concurs with a smirk and bids farewell to Hyunho's mother. Ever the hospitable hostess, she tells Sion to bring additional friends subsequently, to which Sion fervently concurs, stating he will undoubtedly return with an entourage. Well, that is precisely what Hyunho was endeavoring to prevent. And here we find ourselves, once Sion is no longer visible. The young man turns to his mother and unleashes his feelings. And while struggling to restrain his tears, he vehemently demands to understand why. She did not simply feign that they were unrelated. Witnessing her son so distraught, his mother is utterly perplexed and wounded. She informs him she was merely pleased to encounter his companion, and offers an apology if she engendered any difficulty. Hyunho, in the meantime, is left to ponder the rationale behind his own utterances. He has no comprehension as to why he is shouting at his mother, particularly when she is offering apologies. He feels reprehensible for his outburst. His mother attempts to clarify that she simply desired for him to cultivate more friendships, which is the reason she behaved in the manner she did. Hyunho's hand trembles with vexation and bewilderment, and he is only just maintaining his composure. The following day at school, Hyunho observes the identical tteokbokki his mother prepares, situated directly before his very eyes. Evidently, Yusef has deduced that Hyunho's mother operates that snack establishment further down the road, so he procured a bowl for himself. Yusef takes a soiled cloth, immerses it into his bowl of tteokbokki, and begins smearing it on Hyunho's face, and laments that he discovered this cloth in his food, demanding a reimbursement because he cannot consume such refuse. To exacerbate the situation, he launches another taunt, sarcastically inquiring if he ought to approach Hyunho's mother directly for the refund. Hyunho is utterly incensed with Shaun, particularly after he divulged his secret, notwithstanding his entreaties to maintain its confidentiality. Endeavoring to retain his composure, Hyunho retorts icily, questioning if they are even regarded as companions. This provokes Yusef intensely, and he derides Hyunho for having a fit over a minor jest. Then, to compound the insult with injury, Yusef overturns the entire bowl of tteokbokki directly onto Hyunho's uniform. That is the final provocation. Hyunho already has his pen in hand, and before Yusef can retaliate, he does not waver in swinging his hand, intending to plunge the pen directly into Yusef's throat. His hand halts mere inches from the target, quivering as he struggles to maintain self-control. Yusef, not particularly pleased about being menaced, becomes more arrogant and infuriated, demanding to know what on earth Hyunho believes he is attempting. A short while thereafter, Sion ambles into the classroom only to discover everyone utterly silent. The location is in disarray. Security personnel are present. The window pane has been demolished. Blood is spattered across the flooring, and Hyunho's spectacles lie strewn upon the ground. It appears matters have escalated significantly, either a mishap or, dare I venture, an act of attempted murder perpetrated by Yusef. You comprehend, just a brief moment prior, Hyunho was ruthlessly battered by this miscreant for approximately 15 consecutive minutes. He implored for clemency, covered in his own blood, and lost consciousness multiple times while contorting in agony. Notwithstanding his pleas, Yusef did not cease and persisted with the unyielding assault. When Hyunho was thoroughly exhausted and broken from the savage battery, He gazed outside through the adjacent window and ultimately concluded it by leaping out of it. Now, we are situated within a derelict structure where we meet this repulsive individual once more. Devoid of any empathy, he nonchalantly draws on a cigarette and instructs his associates to admit guilt, that they were the individuals who inadvertently shoved Hyun-ho out of the window while engaging in horseplay. His companions are quite hesitant to accept culpability. In truth, they immediately decline Yusuf's proposal, as they do not wish to encounter legal trouble. That is when Yusuf introduces a pertinent Korean statute, identified as the juvenile offender law. He clarifies that he is no longer qualified for this provision, as he has surpassed the age restriction. Therefore, he is requesting his associates to assist him by admitting that they were the ones responsible for pushing Hyun-ho from the window. He maintains this is the sole method by which he can evade incarceration. Nevertheless, the other young men remain reluctant and remind him that even if they assume responsibility, they will face a civil litigation. Yusuf simply dismisses it, asserting he has that eventuality managed too. He then indicates that the civil lawsuit has not yet been initiated, and if they eradicate Hyun-ho's sole remaining family member, his mother, there will be no individual remaining to file said lawsuit. Yusuf also produces a valise brimming with currency, tendering 10 million won per individual in return for their assistance. Once all arrangements are finalized, they resolve to visit the bereaved mother that very night, who is still endeavoring to manage the loss of her son. She is seated within her son's chamber, enveloped by his possessions, consumed by her sorrow. As the midnight hour approaches, the ruffians swiftly don their masks and proceed directly towards the 5th story. But when they attempt to utilize the elevator, they discover it is non-operational, so they choose the conventional stairway. As they ascend, they find that the elevator is obstructed because an individual has deliberately immobilized it with a fire extinguisher, hindering its descent. Before Yusuf can even ascertain who might be responsible for this, they discern a recognizable voice. It seems Cyan is positioned on the staircase, already anticipating their arrival. Yusuf promptly inquires what on earth he is doing there, while the other subordinate is simply elated to see him and invites him to accompany them. Cyan rises from his position, poised to spring into action, but not prior to posing 2 significant inquiries. Firstly, he desires to know how they discovered Hyun-ho's Taekbaki establishment, which was a concealed treasure known only to him. Yusuf nonchalantly lowers his mask and clarifies that when Shaun failed to deliver the cigarettes he was obligated to, Yusuf trailed him and observed him associating with local youths. That is when he noticed Hyun-ho disputing with his mother. Shaun comprehends that it was, in fact, due to his actions that these ruffians discovered the location. He then proceeds to his subsequent inquiry and advises Yusuf to deliberate carefully before responding. He desires to understand their true purpose here. That is when Yusuf brandishes his large iron pipe and informs Cyan they are merely present to address matters concerning Hyun-ho's mother, to prevent her from initiating litigation and allow her to rest undisturbed. He is, in fact, pleased Cyan is also present, as he has been irritating him recently. Yusuf reminds him of the shove from before and deduces that Yan was merely feigning to torment Hyun-ho, and in actuality, he was attempting to shield him all along. Yusuf concedes he was too obtuse to perceive it earlier and was eager to deal with Shaun as well. With that, Shaun concludes the interrogation. He retrieves the fire extinguisher, and Yusuf does not waver in swinging his massive rod. Cyan swiftly removes the pin from the fire extinguisher, directs it at Yusuf, and unleashes a torrent of foamy gas upon him. As their eyesight becomes obscured, one of the subordinates catches sight of an extinguisher, rocketing directly towards his countenance. Before he realizes, the crimson canister strikes him squarely on the head, and the force of the blow also sends Yusuf collapsing to the ground. Cyan rapidly pushes his associate away, re-seizes the rod, while Cyan simultaneously confronts the other 2 underlings. When he observes Yusuf attempting a maneuver, he expertly parries the iron rod using the extinguisher. In an instant, he crouches and smashes the extinguisher onto Yusuf's feet, obliterating his toes in the process. Shaun then propels him over the staircase with a kick, causing him to fall backwards uncontrollably. He then casually descends the stairs, while nonchalantly apprising Yusuf that his cuneiform bone, situated above the metatarsal, is fractured, and he is quite certain This insolent scoundrel will not be ambulating in the near future with those severely damaged limbs. The vile man moans in agony, prostrate and vulnerable on the ground, and tremulously inquires why Shaun is subjecting him to this. That is when Cyan delivers the stunning revelation. He clarifies that there are 3 tenets that were ingrained into his psyche as a child. Firstly, a parent's directive is sacrosanct. Secondly, do not employ violence without authorization. As he articulates this, he lands a crushing blow directly upon the man's head. The other subordinates on the floor are utterly bewildered, not comprehending a single word of this frenzied tirade. It is quite astonishing that we were guided to believe Hyun-ho, the complaining youngster with spectacles, was the central figure. It transpires Shaun is, in fact, the vanished child from the orphanage. After forfeiting several teeth and sporting a fractured nose, Yusef implores for pardon and beseeches Shaun to cease. But our protagonist persists, elaborating that the 3rd tenet dictates, if a menace to the parent's security arises, the child may disregard the initial 2 regulations and manage the circumstances, however required to ensure the parents remain unharmed. Cyan recalls Hyun-ho's mother stating that all of Hyun-ho's companions are akin to her own offspring. So, essentially, she is now his mother. And if any individual jeopardizes his mother, he possesses the authorization to pummel them into submission. With a deafening crash, Cyan shatters that vile scoundrel's cranium, and the sound reverberates throughout the structure. The scene transitions back to the unsettling orphanage, where a sister is conferring with the director. She informs him of an incoming call from Korea. When a man inquires as to the caller's identity, she states it is personnel from Beko. The elderly man's attention sharpens as he identifies the caller and swiftly takes the telephone. The caller promptly reports they have located the child they have been diligently searching for. The mythic figure from the Dead Mansion project, Kodinamit Sean. Apparently, he is currently in Korea. And there it is, the formal introduction of our protagonist. The orphanage, identified as Dead Mansion, is a substantially financed, transnational entity that manufactures weapons for the affluent. From the orphanage's perspective, he was the consummate child, and his designation is Sean Park Seon. They certainly deceived us in the initial portion. Truthfully, I genuinely believed the dark-haired individual was the actual main character. Here is the information regarding our protagonist's history. Sean was one of the youngsters engendered by the Dead Mansion project. He represented the apex of their creations produced to date. He excelled in infiltration, weaponry competence, and high-profile target elimination. He was designated for delivery to a premier client of the institution, an infamous Yakuza syndicate in Japan. However, a misdirection occurred, and instead of Japan, he was mistakenly routed to Korea. The director clarifies that 5 years have elapsed since that blunder, and he had nearly presumed Sean was deceased. Consequently, they abandoned hope for him. But now this gentleman, who more closely resembles an exceedingly wealthy mafia don than a paternal figure, is ecstatic they have located him. He promptly instructs the sister to retrieve Sean at the earliest opportunity, employing any requisite measures, as he can delay no further. The woman we have been referring to as Sister lowers her dark veil, exposing her lifeless gaze. She swiftly complies with the directive, stating she will commence the recovery operation without delay. And this particular lady is known by the name Rachel. The moment she abandons her sister persona, good heavens, this woman appears utterly menacing. Attired in a form-fitting, glossy black ensemble, she is not restraining herself in the slightest. In brandishing her formidable armaments, she unequivocally states that she will forcibly return Shaun, even if it necessitates subduing him through coercion. This woman serves as the Dead Mansion's instructor, and her area of expertise remains undisclosed. However, the director promptly advises her to de-escalate, as he requires Shaun to be unharmed, and she has no need for those firearms either. The lady rapidly becomes disconcerted and begins retrieving her robe to don it once more, murmuring about how she was merely immersing herself in her role. In the subsequent scene, we observe Kwon Byung-woo, Yusef's father, inclining his head to offer an apology to Hyun-ho's mother. He pledges to defray all medical costs, emotional distress compensation, and any further restitution she might require. But the woman categorically asserts that nothing will alter with a mere apology, as this is not an issue that can be settled through words exclusively. The nearby students are taken aback to witness this exceedingly wealthy man bowing his head in such a manner. And Kwon Byung-woo eventually raises his head, turns with an impassive expression, stating he will be departing. The woman is completely bewildered by his peculiar conduct. In response, Kwon Byung-woo conceals his face with a handkerchief and discloses that he was present to offer reparations. But since they cannot resolve matters through dialogue, he will depart, as efficiency is paramount in all affairs. He then strides towards his opulent Maybach, informing the woman that he is also aware of alternative methods to resolve this predicament, as he is quite adept in such situations. With those departing remarks, his vehicle speeds away. He then laments to his manager about how revoltingly squalid and malodorous that location was, adamant that they demolish it entirely and construct a mixed-use development in its place. The wealthy man then inquires about Cyan, or, as we can also refer to him, Sean, and inquires of his manager if they have dealt with that youngster. The manager informs him their operatives are already en route, and the secretary will contact them upon the task's completion. Kwon Byung-woo simply nods and proceeds to Sanlim University. Songsam Hospital. Inside, we discover Yusef severely battered, enveloped in bandages like a preserved cadaver. He informs his father the youth who incapacitated him was no ordinary individual. He continually rambled about some 3 engraved principles or a similar notion. His father arches an eyebrow, inquiring if this is the current fad among youngsters. Yusuf merely shakes his head, stating he hasn't the faintest idea before Yusuf can divulge further. His father interrupts him and directs a frigid gaze towards the women, and deferentially requests the nurse to grant them some private time. Once the lady has departed, he strikes his son forcefully across his face, much like any conventional father might. After striking Yusef's countenance, Byung-woo unleashes his reprimand. What truly vexes him is not merely that his son instigated a confrontation, tormented some youngsters, and precipitated their leap from a window. No, what genuinely perturbs him is that Yusef failed to manage the aftermath properly, leaving a conspicuous trail of evidence. He instills in Yusef that the fundamental principle of the task is to prevent redundant actions, meaning do not err and leave incriminating evidence for others to discover. Byung-woo instructs him to observe his father attentively and learn from this opportunity to rectify matters. Meanwhile, Sean is enduring a savage assault from a band of thugs dispatched by Byung-woo. The ringleader, adorned with gloves, observes as his subordinates haul the injured youth from the floor. With a grimace, he administers a succession of sharp slaps to Sean's face, not ceasing until the young man succumbs to utter fatigue. The spectacle-wearing ruffian, gazing down at Sean with a derisive sneer, remarks, "You may have bested a few youngsters, but you're insignificant against grown men." They seize one of Sean's arms, and the muscular subordinate wrenches it directly, securing it firmly. The ringleader then positions his foot upon Sean's arm and exerts his full body weight, leaving the unfortunate youth contorting in excruciating pain. Before their departure, they ensure Sean understands. This is retribution for the indignity and drubbing he inflicted upon their young master, Yusef. They are permitting him to live merely so he can ruminate on his errors. As twilight descends, Sean remains seated there, resetting his shoulder with a contemptuous sneer. He scoffs at how the henchmen could not even distinguish between a dislocated and a fractured arm, despite their grandiose claims of adulthood. The beating he endured, well, it was inconsequential compared to the severe punishments Aunt Rachel customarily administered. Sean is vexed that he cannot access his complete power without explicit orders, but he is gratified knowing Yusef will no longer torment anyone else. As he departs, muttering to himself, he encounters Hyun-ho's mother. She identifies him instantly and inquires, "What befell you?" With a cordial greeting, Sean salutes her and is shortly thereafter invited for an evening meal. Hyun-ho's mother has arranged a lavish spread, exhorting him to consume to his heart's content. When Sean perceives this directive to eat, he attacks the food like a ravenous creature. He is impelled by an instinct to acquiesce to the nurturing of someone he now regards as his parent. The mother then softly directs Sean to imbibe some water, noting that it will aid his digestion. Sean adheres to her counsel, consuming the water with a robust swallow and emitting a contented eructation. Subsequently, he expresses his gratitude for the repast, and she beams, pleased to see him after a considerable interval. Sean's demeanor becomes grave as he inquires about Hyun-ho's state. In reply, she reassures him that the surgical procedure was successful and that Hyun-ho is recuperating well. She is optimistic regarding his convalescence. Her composure visibly fractures. Her hand quivers and a torrent of tears escapes. Sobs rack her, feeling diminished beside her son, utterly impotent as a mother. And then, her true wish bursts forth. She yearns to obliterate everyone who inflicted pain upon Hyunho. Most pointedly, Yusuf's father, and to dismantle them all completely. Well, it appears Sean has finally discovered a justification to unleash his abilities at maximum capacity against those despicable individuals. As the lady pivots to offer an apology for her abrupt emotional display, Sean has already vanished without a trace. The perspective then transitions to the Byung-woo Construction Company. Within the edifice, the father of that detestable son proposes a celebratory drink to honor the unprecedented earnings they've amassed in this year's third fiscal period. He extends a sincere gratitude to his entire workforce, attributing their collective efforts as the reason Byung-woo Construction has achieved such success. Within the assembly of personnel, we identify one of the exact same burly men who had previously assaulted Sean, and nearby him, a server stands, bearing a strikingly suspicious resemblance to Sean. The server approaches the individual and volunteers to pour him a beverage. The instant the man utters "pour some," the server violently smashes the bottle directly onto this scoundrel's face. The bottle disintegrates, sending wine and shards of glass flying through the atmosphere. The corpulent man staggers backward, attempting to regain his composure, and swiftly moves to launch a retaliatory strike. But Sean is fully prepared. He thrusts the bare glasses he was holding into the man's hands, as if presenting him with a pair of gauntlets. Then, with a savage arc of his leg, he kicks the ruffian squarely in the visage. Next, Sean snatches some forks and knives, propelling them towards the security personnel. With lethal accuracy, they find their marks flawlessly. It doesn't require much time for everyone to realize that a serious incident is unfolding. Before they can react effectively, a number of the men in black suits are already incapacitated, and individuals are exclaiming about a blonde youth who is orchestrating all this pandemonium. The reference to a blonde youth triggers a memory for the company's director. Meanwhile, Sean has taken cover beneath a table, carving through them as if they were merely cucumbers. With that diminutive blade of his, he is adhering strictly to his ingrained training. A parent's directives are inviolable. He cannot disregard the tears and entreaties of the mother, who wished for everyone to be torn asunder, including that father. So, he is executing precisely what he was instructed. He seizes a tablecloth, and before the disorganized group can converge, he employs it as a visual obstruction, then hurls the table directly at their faces, pinning them beneath its mass, and eliciting screams of agony from them. Just then a knife hurtles in from his rear, but he ducks with incredible speed, and the knife instead strikes one of the black-suited men in front. The individual who just launched the dagger appears to be the same man with the black gloves, and he is quite taken aback by Sean's reflexes. He is also astounded to observe that the arm he supposedly fractured is still functional. Before he can finish fiddling with those gloves, Sean seizes the man's hand and delivers a forceful slap across his face. He deftly immobilizes the man's arm and audibly snaps the bone within, coolly informing him, "That is how you properly break an arm." As the arrogant man collapses onto the ground, a bullet whizzes past Sean's face, narrowly missing him. The assailant is Byung-woo, positioned on the first floor landing, looking chagrined for failing to hit his mark. Sean quickly raises his hand and calls out that it's challenging to aim accurately from that range, unless one is a true marksman. Yoon-woo, intrigued, asks the boy's identity. He recalls that Korean youths currently are involved in something termed a crew, so he inquires if Sean is affiliated with one as well, to which Sean retorts that he has no understanding of what that crew concept signifies. But if Byung is asking about his affiliation, then he proudly declares his association with the Hyunho Snack Shop. The name Hyunho Snacks resonates with the zombie-like gentleman, and he promptly inquires if Sean is referring to that malodorous alleyway purveyor of cheap food with a sneer. The man forcefully presses the gun barrel directly between Sean's eyes and demands if the woman instigated him to commit murder. Sean smirks and states he is entirely mistaken, because her only instruction was for him to tear and crush everyone. While the zombie-like man attempts to comprehend Sean's statement, my guy moves with blinding celerity, deflecting the firearm and delivering a resounding slap to the man. That single slap was sufficient to disorient Byung-woo's mind, and with Sean's concluding punch, the man collapses to the floor, his face a bloody ruin, nose and mouth hemorrhaging from the severe impact. Sean makes it unequivocally clear he is not present to aid anyone. He is merely adhering to his parents' absolute directives. With that, he turns to depart, while the man on the ground continues his tirade about how he should have eliminated Sean when the opportunity arose and laments not adhering to his own principle of leaving no task incomplete. Sean seizes the firearm, aims it upwards of the chandelier, and tells the man to cease his pointless blabbering. He discharges the weapon, and the chandelier begins its descent, crashing down and crushing the man beneath it, precisely as the mother had wished. Sean walks away, shaking his head, and muttering how both the father and son are truly identical in nature. We return to the hospital setting, where the nurse inquires if Yusef is experiencing any improvement. The conceited young man merely scoffs and questions why he would be present if he were faring well. The nurse remarks that she has heard school-related violence can be quite severe in current times, but she has never witnessed anyone as grievously injured as him previously. She speculates the youth who struck him must have been a genuine proficient, though even for high school students, this level of injury is quite extreme. As she crouches to retrieve her belongings, we catch a glimpse of her remarkably ample posterior, man. We are already aware that Russian women are exceptionally well endowed, but this is truly an extraordinary example. She then readies the syringe and asks Yusef about his earlier discussion with his father concerning some 3 principles, observing the peculiar hue of the injection's contents. Yusef questions what on earth she intends to administer to him. Rachel then removes her disguise and assures him not to be concerned, stating that as long as she administers only half the dose, he will not perish. It appears she is finally here to retrieve our protagonist, and she begins to exert pressure against his chest, interrogating him about those 3 absolute principles he previously mentioned. The young man becomes genuinely terrified by her menacing gaze and demands that she simply depart immediately. That's when Rachel removes her wig and ceases her pretense. She directly demands he disclose the identity of the youth who inflicted such injuries upon him. We also discover her areas of expertise, which include disguise, infiltration, interrogation, and, naturally, torture. Shortly thereafter, Rachel contacts the director upon her arrival at Byung-woo's company. She informs him that the youth evidently utilized his powers. The director is astounded by this revelation, and Rachel further elaborates that she hurried to the location where Sean was last sighted, but by the time she arrived, he had already departed. The area was in chaos, with individuals grievously injured, a situation only Sean's abilities could have precipitated. The director is perplexed, stating he has no comprehension of the current events, because throughout the history of the Dead Mansion, no individual has ever contravened the absolute 3 principles. The elderly man approaches a cabinet, and as he opens it, a cascade of books tumbles out. He observes that if Sean is disregarding the absolute 3 principles, it is no longer a trivial matter. The weapons the Dead Mansion previously sold could potentially circumvent these principles and target the Dead Mansion itself. He instructs her that her mission parameters have altered, and she must ensure that if Sean is indeed flouting the principles, she will be required to take decisive action, to which Rachel promptly concurs. And the director also notes that if she requires assistance in Korea, she can liaise with the Beko personnel stationed there. Precisely then, 2 men appear right on schedule. They are rather astonished that alone high school student managed to incapacitate all of them. Rachel concludes the call, and one of the men, specifically the portly one, appears somewhat unnerved by her demeanor and wonders aloud if contemporary youths genuinely dress in such a manner. His companion clarifies that she is of Russian origin and that certain individuals possess quite liberal views, adding that even his own spouse is rather open-minded. The subsequent day, we find ourselves back at the school, and it seems Rachel has adopted the fictitious role of an educator at the institution where Sean is enrolled. She is present to investigate more thoroughly what Sean is involved in, and merely contemplating it causes her considerable agitation. She is eager to observe how he has matured, In previous times, Sean was her most favored pupil. He assimilated everything she imparted to him like a dry sponge. Therefore, she is genuinely anticipating their reunion. Upon her arrival outside the classroom, she catches sight of Sean. He is currently narrating the tale of how Yusuf was imploring for clemency after he thoroughly defeated him. Rachel is utterly astounded by his conduct, and she finds it challenging to reconcile if this uncouth youth is genuinely Sean. Abruptly, a corpulent youth seated behind Sean becomes intensely irritated and finally awakens due to Sean's incessant chatter. They both begin to behave arrogantly toward one another, and Rachel speculates if they have already established a pecking order. She reminisces how at Dead Mansion, they conducted an annual competition where the children engaged in combat to assess their fighting prowess and ascertain who held the dominant position. It was rather endearing when they challenged her, and Sean invariably emerged as the most formidable among them. But at present, Sean appears to be thoroughly outmatched by this larger individual, causing Rachel to seriously doubt his claim as the most powerful. The portly youth continues to kick and thrash Sean as if he were merely an inanimate object, and Sean simply endures the assault directly. Rachel's expression swiftly transforms into an impassive mask, observing this once formidable youth being pummeled like a simpleton. After a period of observation, Rachel begins to deduce that Sean likely refrained from using his abilities because he is concealing his genuine identity. This leads her to consider he might still be governed by the three principles. However, she is not entirely certain and wishes to continue monitoring him. She can perceive his keen, sophisticated gaze. The superior children from Dead Mansion should possess both physical prowess and intellect, and Sean always distinguishes himself. Even if he is suppressing his power, his intelligence remains conspicuously evident. As his former instructor, she is somewhat disconcerted that he cannot disguise himself adequately and contemplates instructing him again when an opportunity arises. While Sean is engrossed in sketching, the instant he struck Yusuf with that fire extinguisher, Rachel becomes perplexed. She had assumed he was concentrating on his studies with such diligence, but he is merely engaging in trivialities. Consequently, she delivers a forceful book slam directly onto his head. In the restroom, Rachel sits with her thoughts reeling in bewilderment. She is convinced Sean cannot possibly be this inept and begins to contemplate. Perhaps this is another individual who merely resembles him. It is difficult for her to concede that he might genuinely be this clueless. She resolves to alter her strategy. It is no longer solely about the three principles. Now, she must ascertain if this individual is truly codenamed Sean. After class, Sean's head is pounding. He recollects the teacher typically does not strike with such force. Meanwhile, Rachel, now disguised as a student, approaches, but then he discerns a familiar voice. After turning, he beholds Hyunho's mother standing there. She is relieved to see him, particularly since her bags are causing her considerable strain, and she requests that he please carry them for her. Sean promptly proceeds to carry the bags as instructed. Upon arriving at the snack shop, Sean consumes his meal with the ferocity of a wild beast. The mother advises him to decelerate, and he quietly complies with her guidance. Rachel begins to connect the various pieces of information. She deduces that Yusuf is the individual who incapacitated this woman's son, but she remains uncertain regarding Sean's association with them. After observing him eat in this manner, she is incensed that Sean is just as unrefined as she had surmised, and is eager to dismantle this Sean imposter. As soon as Rachel consumes a morsel of her food, she experiences a sudden chill, and her tongue practically protrudes. She requests some water after merely one bite of the exceedingly piquant dish. The woman swiftly provides the water, and inquires if she is unable to tolerate the spiciness. Rachel is astounded, wondering how these individuals can subject themselves to such intensely fiery sustenance. She is quite certain these Koreans intend to assassinate her with this level of pungency. Sean then advises her to slow her pace, remarking that she is being ungainly. That is the limit. Her vexation has reached its peak, and she resolves to neutralize this impertinent fellow. Regarding spiciness, she recalls Sean also found it intolerable. If this individual is genuinely Sean, he ought to be struggling with all this intense heat, just as he did during his time in Russia. She observes his trembling hand believing he is experiencing significant difficulty. But instead, he is repeatedly giving thumbs-up gestures to the lady, praising how delectable the food is. The woman is delighted and continues to provide him with food. Rachel realizes he is, in fact, managing all that spiciness like an expert. She is bewildered, questioning why he is consuming this fiery sustenance like a simpleton, instead of refusing to eat it. Rachel then recollects that Sean assisted this woman with carrying bags at her single command, and now he is eating without demurring her and aiding her with every request she makes, as if he is obeying her every directive. It appears she has finally assembled the pieces of the puzzle. He also would not have dispatched all those individuals so proficiently without any explicit orders, and she is certain he was instructed to demolish the Byung-woo construction deliberately. The sole individual likely to issue such commands is the woman he is accompanying. After connecting the evidence, Rachel resolves to verify her hypothesis, to ascertain if this woman is genuinely the one directing Sean. She settles the payment for her meal, and while the mother turns to retrieve some change, Rachel perceives her opportunity. She seizes a chopstick and propels it towards the woman. Just as she anticipated, Sean leaps from his seat, intercepts the chopstick in mid-flight, and seizes the woman by her face. The nearby stool topples as they swiftly disappear. When the mother turns back, both of them have vanished. When we finally locate them, Rachel cannot restrain her elation, after confirming that it is unquestionably Sean. Conversely, it does not require much time for our protagonist to identify her, telling her to abandon the pretense and cease tailing him in such a manner. Rachel formally greets him and inquires why he is associating with that woman and why he is adhering to her directives as if she were his mother. She is certain that there is no possibility a dilapidated snack shop proprietor could be linked to a top-tier operative from Dead Mansion. Sean remains reticent, so Rachel resolves to take action. She seizes his hand, launches him skyward, and slams him forcefully onto the ground like a sack of potatoes. I can discern the impact was quite severe, judging by his groans of pain. Rachel then instructs him to cease his foolishness. It is time for him to return to the orphanage, because an entire queue of clients is awaiting his arrival. Abruptly, Sean's mind is flooded with agonizing recollections, which have been suppressed deep within his consciousness. He is standing amidst incapacitated youths, and he is likely the one responsible for their unconscious state during their training exercises. There is also this enigmatic woman who bestowed upon him the name Park Si-hun, but he seems unable to recall her. In a sudden surge of astonishment, Sean blurts out and questions Rachel about the identity of this woman in his memories. Rachel is perplexed by his seemingly random inquiry, but before she can formulate a response, Sean forcefully smashes his head into her nose, pushes her away, and regains his footing as she expels the blood from her nostrils. Her fury intensifies. She demands to know if he genuinely intends to resist returning without a confrontation. But before she can initiate a move, Sean has already made his escape. He is sprinting across the urban rooftops, astounded that they dispatched Rachel to pursue him. The image of the bloodied woman persistently flashes in his mind, and he is resolute in discovering the identity of the woman haunting his recollections. Back at the Dead Mansion, the director is experiencing a complete emotional collapse over the intelligence that Sean managed to elude capture. Rachel offers her apologies, stating he absconded while her attention was momentarily diverted. However, she also delivers some positive news. They have successfully located the elderly woman who is manipulating Sean via the three principles. It transpires she is the individual Sean recognizes as his parent. The director is utterly discombobulated. How can an elderly woman be perceived as a parental figure? He questions Rachel if the old lady is deliberately exploiting the three principles. But Rachel concedes she cannot be certain at this juncture, and further investigation is warranted. Before arriving at any definitive conclusions, the director determines it is most prudent to verify matters with the elderly woman before allocating additional resources to pursue Sean. After a change of attire, Rachel emerges from the restroom in this elderly lady disguise, leaving another elderly woman utterly bewildered, who could wager her life that she had just witnessed a young girl enter the lavatory moments before. Meanwhile, the director is occupied with explaining to us that there exist only two methods to retrieve a prize child from their parents, and we shall learn about the initial method imminently. Returning to Hyun-ho's mother, She is taken aback by the sudden appearance of this sophisticated elderly lady. Rachel, still in disguise, sternly cautions her to maintain her distance from Sean. She introduces herself as Sean's biological mother, remarking that she is frequently preoccupied with business travel and has not devoted sufficient attention to her child. Now, she feigns immense distress over how it pains her that Sean has been consuming such dreadful, piquant food. Hyunho's mother abruptly comprehends that Sean cannot tolerate spicy cuisine and experiences a pang of remorse for compelling him to eat it all this time. It's a stark realization that she has been providing him with sustenance clearly unsuitable for him. Rachel is inwardly smirking, delighted that this old woman is finally experiencing some contrition. This is precisely the sort of response she had anticipated. You see, by inducing the parent to willingly relinquish custody of the child is the primary method to reclaim a child from their parent. And this is precisely what Rachel is endeavoring to accomplish. So, she continues her persuasive discourse, stating she comprehends that Sean listens to Hyunho's mother. Thus, Rachel instructs her that when Sean returns to eat here, she should sternly command him never to return and to go back to his home. It is a manipulative tactic on Rachel's part, but it is integral to her overall strategy. If Hyunho's mother instructs Sean to return home, he will interpret it as a directive and proceed directly back to the dead mansion. Rachel begins to depart, but Hyunho's mother astonishes everyone by declining to utter what Rachel suggested. It appears Rachel's scheme is not unfolding as seamlessly as she anticipated. Hyunho's mother speaks out, and it delivers a significant blow to Rachel's plan. She questions Rachel if she has even paid any real attention to her own son. She reveals that Sean is consistently covered in grime and dirt, and whenever she inquires about it, he invariably claims he merely fell. Initially, she used to believe he was simply being a defiant youth, but now it deeply saddens her. It is evident to her that Sean requires someone who genuinely cares for him, unlike this affluent woman who has clearly neglected him. As she weeps, she confesses that she has grown to care for Sean and does not wish for him to suffer a fate similar to Hyunho. She is prepared to assume responsibility and care for him, since there is no one else available. Rachel clearly becomes infuriated upon hearing this and attempts to verbally attack the elderly woman. But Hyunho's mom simply bows her head and apologizes. She is determined to keep a watchful eye on Sean, regardless of the circumstances. It appears Rachel's initial strategy to secure Sean's ownership did not proceed as smoothly as she had envisioned, and she is seething with anger. As night descends, she contacts the director and divulges the details of the unsuccessful attempt. The director seems disheartened by this news, and he is clearly losing his patience. Consequently, he authorized her to proceed with the alternative method. Rachel, now fully committed to this plan, enthusiastically concurs and anticipates putting it into execution. With a resolute expression, she discards her outer garments to reveal a more feral aspect of her persona, signaling that the situation is about to escalate significantly. It transpires that upon the demise of the parent, the child's ownership reverts to the dead mansion. Therefore, her new objective is Hyunho's mother. The scene shifts to the exterior of a supermarket. Hyunho's mother is observed purchasing provisions for her establishment, and we can also discern Rachel concealed in the shadows. She awaits the opportune moment, her finger hovering over the detonation switch of an explosive device. When she determines it is the right time, she depresses it, and the detonation tears through the atmosphere. The fire alarm sound, and the sprinkler system activates, drenching everything with water. However, the explosion was not directed at Hyunho's mom, because it served merely as a diversionary tactic. As Rachel's firearm becomes visible, she takes aim, just as she squeezes the trigger. Sean intervenes, brandishing a pan as an improvised shield, and the bullet deflects off his makeshift defense. Sean's countenance is etched with irritation, while Rachel appears to be thoroughly enjoying the confrontation. Sean is astonished to find that the bullet-deflecting maneuver he learned from a video game actually proved effective in reality. He then discards the pan and strides purposefully toward Rachel, looking distinctly vexed by her recent actions, as if he had already anticipated she would resort to such measures. But he reminds her that introducing firearms and explosives into the situation is simply excessive. Rachel merely smirks, her weapon still aimed at the mother. Sean reacts swiftly, shoving the shelving unit she was concealed behind. But the girl nimbly darts away before the shelf can crash upon her. He then catches her off guard and rapidly disarms her with a single, well-aimed kick to her hand. However, this girl is not to be trifled with. She quickly produces a dagger and lunges at him, slashing his abdomen. Blood splatters onto the ground, or so it initially appears. In actuality, it was merely a tin of tomato ketchup our boy was holding that was punctured during the exchange. John discards the ketchup tin, causing her to lose her final weapon. He swiftly attempts to strike her with his knee, but she ducks and shoves his legs, sending him crashing into the nearby shelves. She then questions him if he genuinely believes he could defeat her, his teacher, in this manner. She states she intended to bring him back unharmed, but it appears that is no longer a viable option. Meanwhile, the mother is still attempting to comprehend the unfolding events, and that is when she notices a small child trapped in the chaos, weeping uncontrollably amidst all the turmoil. He is sobbing for his mother. The woman rushes towards him, asking if he is injured. The tearful child merely states he wishes to return to his mother. He implores her to help him escape the situation, but it turns out this diminutive miscreant is concealing a sharp knife. Unsurprisingly, if he is one of those specially trained youths present to aid Rachel in assassinating her. Back to the senior-junior confrontation. She produces another knife and attempts to strike him, but he leaps clear of the attack. She lunges for another slash, but he ducks and evades her. He seizes her hand, and she tells him to cease resisting, because they are merely attempting to liberate him from everyone's influence. Just then, he becomes momentarily distracted, and Rachel capitalizes on the moment. She wrenches her hand free and swings her dagger at his face, slicing his cheek with deadly precision. He stumbles, but quickly regains his balance. He grabs 2 cans from an adjacent shelf and hurls them at her face, but she merely deflects them and tells him to allow the old woman to perish. If he does so, he can return to the dead mansion at his leisure. Sean then seizes a packet of flour and throws it directly at her face. She commits the foolish error of slashing at the flour pack, sending it airborne and obstructing her vision. While struggling to respire through the cloud of flour, she fails to notice the scissors hurtling towards her. Thanks to her swift reflexes, she narrowly evades a grievous wound, sustaining only a minor mark on her face, and her hair slightly shortened. She quickly retreats, but Sean launches another attack at her. She drops to the floor, and with a maniacal grin, she rises and advances on him with her blades. Their respective strengths appear quite evenly balanced, or perhaps he is simply superior to his instructor. Now, before she can strategize her next maneuver, he seizes her hand and shoves her into a grocery cart, leaving her confined within it like a small child. Sean gives her a frigid stare and inquires if she has learned her lesson, but the woman merely grunts in exasperation. Sean tells her to leave him and his mother undisturbed, then kicks her cart forward, causing her to slam into the other lined-up carts, and he swiftly locks her cart with the remainder. With a smirk, he tells her to amuse herself and walks away, leaving her trapped and grumbling. Returning to the small, maniacal child, he perceives his opportunity and swings his dagger towards her chest while she is distracted. But Sean intervenes just in the nick of time, leaving the small child momentarily stunned. Right then, the mother is perplexed, wondering why he is present when he ought to be at school and why his attire is in such disarray. Meanwhile, the child on the ground recognizes Sean as the legendary figure of the dead mansion and deduces that if Sean is present, Rachel must have already been defeated by him. The woman explains that this small boy has lost his mother. Sean requests the child's parents' telephone number, but the child feigns ignorance and begins to cry crocodile tears as he runs towards Hyun-ho's mother. Sean quickly apprehends him, lifts him up, and tells him to cease his whine. He then leans close to the child's ear and asks him if he hasn't learned that being overly conspicuous merely causes people to dislike you. He further playfully intimidates the child with some enigmatic remarks and delivers a light slap, causing the dagger the child was concealing to fall. Sean quickly steps on the dagger to obscure it, and that single slap was sufficient to render the child unconscious. Following that brief confrontation, we are transported back to the dead mansion. The director awakens in the dead of night due to an unforeseen telephone call. Grumbling, he dons his dressing gown and proceeds to the telephone, hoping for some favorable news to justify this early disturbance. Upon hearing the caller's voice, a smile spreads across his countenance as he recognizes it is Sean on the line. He questions the old man if he genuinely believed he could apprehend him. With merely Rachel and that small child, Eugene, the old man's face rapidly turns ashen as he inquires if Rachel is deceased. Sean does not provide him with a direct answer, merely stating that regardless of how many individuals he dispatches, the outcome will remain unchanged. Alter a single detail. The elderly man becomes exceedingly agitated. Upon hearing Sean is confronting the entire dead mansion, rather than attempting to flee. Sean unequivocally states that if a threat to the parents' safety arises, he will address it in accordance with the third principle. He is more than prepared to adhere to the regulations, as he perceives the dead mansion as a genuine menace, and will react in a corresponding manner. The elderly man, now prostrate on the floor and unclothed, breaks into an expansive grin and commences to laugh with maniacal abandon. He is overjoyed to witness the child he nurtured, surpassing his wildest expectations, and regards Sean as a celestial benefaction, impeccably adhering to the 3 established principles. He wishes Sean good fortune and instructs him to return the small child, vowing not to harm the lady if Sean complies with this request. Sean then tells the old man to recall Rachel, and the director merely becomes even more enthused, eagerly anticipating a face-to-face encounter with Sean. Sean commands Eugene to awaken immediately. As soon as this diminutive miscreant opens his eyes, he becomes intensely vigilant. Sean informs him that he has already confiscated all the weapons he was concealing, so he should conserve his energy instead of searching for them. He further instructs the child to consume the food, as he has not eaten anything yet. Eugene hesitates initially, but soon wolfs down all the food in a remarkably short time. Once they begin to depart, Sean inquires if he enjoyed the meal, but this petulant brat replies, "Not particularly." Sean cheekily points out that if he hadn't liked it, he wouldn't have devoured it like a famished canine. While they are engaged in this light-hearted banter, Rachel finally appears and looks relieved to observe that the child is unharmed. Rachel quickly summons the child over, and he meekly walks towards her. Sean tells Rachel to take the food and ensure she eats her fill as well. But this woman gives him a frigid look, stating he shouldn't behave so casually and nonchalantly, because she has not yet abandoned her pursuit of him. She walks away, remarking they will encounter each other again shortly. Rachel then begins to reprimand the small child, questioning why an irksome brat like him was unable to incapacitate the elderly woman. Eugene apologizes for his failure, and Rachel, annoyed, dismisses him. She tells him that worthless brats like him should have been dealt with a considerable time ago. Her words cause the child to tremble, and he apologizes once more. Just then, Sean calls out to the child from behind, inquiring if the tteokbokki he consumed was palatable, and he is asking this for a final time, so he had better answer prudently. The child tilts his head, and with tears streaming down his face, he affirms it was tasty. That is all Sean wished to hear, and he wastes no time informing Eugene they are returning to Hyunho's snack bar to savor this delectable treat. Once more, before we delve further into the narrative, here's a concise summary of Eugene's history. As you may already be aware, the ownership of the children from the dead mansion belongs to the purchasers or parents. If these parents perish, ownership reverts to the dead mansion. Eugene had been adopted on multiple occasions, but each time his parents met their demise. This pattern persisted, and following yet another return due to the death of his most recent owner, the director was disheartened and muttered about the frequency of this occurrence. The boy quickly responded that it was the 4th instance, but the old man retorted sharply that he had not solicited an answer. The director then stated they would continue to profit by dispatching Eugene to new families, but failing to keep his parents alive 4 times was the most egregious disgrace in the history of the dead mansion. He did not hesitate to remind Eugene that if this persisted, they would have no alternative but to dispose of him. The old man inquires of the child if he is aware of what befalls children who are disposed of, with those small graves visible behind him. The child can reasonably infer what is to come. The old man informs him he will need to become someone of significance. He has one final opportunity: travel to Korea and assist Rachel in apprehending Sean. If he fails in this endeavor as well, he is unequivocally finished. In the current moment, Rachel coldly reminds him that at present, he is already considered disposed of. Terrified and desperate to redeem himself, the child implores for another chance. Rachel merely gives him an icy stare. While the child is panicking due to the impending consequences, Sean intervenes to rescue the child. He asks if he wishes to enjoy some delicious food once more. The contemptible woman seizes the opportunity and informs the small child that he has been granted one final chance, and he must eliminate that elderly woman. Hearing this, the child is on the brink of tears, realizing he has been afforded a final opportunity to prove his worth. He begins to cry and quickly states the food was delicious. So, while we presume this wretched little brat was simply overjoyed because Sean intended to liberate him, it transpires he is actually just grateful for another chance at redemption. On the other hand, Sean cracks his knuckles, prepared to escort the child back to the snack shop. Rachel can discern that he still perceives her as a threat to the parent, so she is certain he is prepared to fight if required, even though she would willingly hand Eugene over. Rachel feigns drama, questioning why Sean is taking it. After promising to allow them to depart if they spare the old woman, Sean simply shrugs and states the child wishes to remain himself, and since he finds the food delicious, he has no alternative but to take him along. She finally concedes and decides to let Eugene accompany Sean. Before the small child approaches Sean, Rachel enigmatically reminds him that this is his final opportunity, and he had better make it worthwhile. With that, the child quickly walks over to Sean. Rachel then points out that, since he is retaining the child and breaking his promise to let them leave, she declares that she will also break her promise and will consistently seek an opportunity to attack the elderly lady. Sean simply grasps the brat's hand and tells Rachel to proceed as she wishes. He adds that he will not hesitate to dismantle her completely, repeatedly, if she attempts any further aggression later. We return to Hyun-ho's residence. Sean pretends to scold the small boy in front of Hyun-ho's mother. The woman quickly tells him to calm down and reminds him that he is the one who decided to look after the child for the day. The boy concedes, but adds he does not want any more freeloaders, taking advantage of her hospitality for free meals. The woman states she is perfectly content with that. She also finds it intriguing that this child's mother is acquainted with Sean's mother. It turns out the reality is not far removed, as Sean's mother and this small brat are, in fact, the same entity. Rachel in disguise, the lady offers for them to stay, but Sean states it is not necessary. However, the small brat quickly thanks the woman, stating he will be under her care from this point forward. Well, he cannot allow this opportunity to pass, as he intends to eliminate her at any cost. He then introduces himself as Eugene. Meanwhile, Sean is feeling somewhat overwhelmed, as this is his first time visiting Hyun-ho's house. Sean inquires if the room over there belongs to Hyun-ho, and she confirms it does. He asks if he may enter, and the mother grants him permission. Sean enters the room and finds it quite unremarkable, resembling something from a television drama or film. It is the type of room that suggests a moderately content family resides there, with an atmosphere of daily life and solace. The room exudes a sense of warmth and normalcy that Sean has consistently yearned for. It's the kind of typical family environment he wished he could have been a part of. He believes Hyun-ho should have been here living a joyful, ordinary existence, rather than being entangled in all the turmoil. Once the brat finishes his repast, he thanks the lady and compliments her, stating everything was impeccable, particularly the omelet. The woman is pleased with the commendation. Then, the child inquires if he may ask her a question, and she consents. He asks if, besides your son, any other family member resides here, such as a father. The woman is somewhat taken aback by the inquiry, and is uncertain how to reply. She attempts to maintain a light-hearted tone and says that, unfortunately, her husband was so greatly needed in the afterlife that she had to let him depart. The child asks if he became a family member in heaven, to which the lady affirms that is essentially correct. Then the child points out that her son has neither ascended to heaven nor returned to their home. The woman is perplexed by this peculiar response. The child continues, stating that a feeble, worthless child cannot become family in any context. The woman appears even more bewildered. The boy clarifies that a family is defined by fulfilling others' needs and demonstrating one's value to its members. Otherwise, they are merely impediments consuming resources like her son, who is hospitalized and incapable of any action. The lady becomes exceedingly irate and leaps up, asserting that is entirely incorrect, as that is not the definition of a family. The child curiously inquires what constitutes a family then, but before she can reply, Sean playfully seizes the child from behind and begins to drag him, asking if they can sleep in the main living area. The woman consents and notes that Hyunho's room is unoccupied, but Sean states that he can sleep in the living room on the sofas, and the child will simply sleep on the floor. The mother's eyes soften at their playful interaction. As midnight arrives, we observe Eugene's face set in a scowl. It is evident that his displeasure originates from the fact that Sean is compelling him to sleep on the floor. He then notices light emanating from Hyunho's room and decides to investigate. As he peers inside, he observes the old woman seated in a chair, gazing at her son's photograph. Eugene finds it peculiar that this woman refers to her useless child as family, and even welcomes strangers like himself as family, individuals she has never encountered before. He contemplates his own upbringing, where a child's value is determined by what they can contribute to the family. He cannot comprehend how being a so-called useless child can be considered family. Eugene quickly seizes the firearm, aiming it at the old woman with trembling hands. He is desperate to prove his worth and become an indispensable family member, believing that killing her is the sole means to achieve this. But despite his resolve, he merely stands there, incapable of pulling the trigger. Sean quietly closes the door in front of him and sternly inquires if this is truly what Eugene intends to do. Eugene's hands tremble as he looks at Sean and admits he is merely following orders. He then quickly turns the weapon on our protagonist, telling him not to meddle. As he pulls the trigger, no projectile is discharged. Observing this, Eugene appears perplexed, wondering why the firearm is empty. Sean then scatters all those bullets onto the ground and reveals that he had already removed all the ammunition while Eugene was asleep. He also knows that Rachel was the one who provided him with a gun. Sean gives this brat a menacing glare and extends his hand to seize the weapon, pointing out that it is a 15-round, 9mm parabellum that weighs 112.5 grams. He says the child should have noticed the magazine was empty when he held the firearm and reminds him he is still merely an amateur. Annoyed by the remark, the brat seizes his blade and attempts to swing at Sean, but he ends up pinned against the door by Sean, and as he turns the handle, the door swings open, sending them both crashing into the room. The little one quickly regains his footing. Fortunately, the mother is still asleep at her desk and has not noticed the disturbance. Sean gestures to the brat to maintain silence, but the little brat perceives an opportunity and rushes forward. Sean quickly grabs that nearby tie, entangles Eugene's feet with it, and causes him to fall. But the child manages to swing his blade and sever the tie. Almost instantaneously, Sean tells the child to behave properly, but the child is too obstinate. He leaps at Sean, attempting to slash him with his diminutive daggers. They engage in combat like two overactive ninjas, and it is evident Sean is restraining himself. This merely infuriates Eugene even further, and he swings his dagger again, insisting Sean confront him properly. Sean concurs, and before Eugene realizes it, Sean has disarmed him with a dagger. The brat, frustrated, throws his other dagger at the lady, but Sean deflects it with ease. He then presses Eugene's feet against his own, causing him to fall. To minimize noise, Sean quickly grabs the child by his shirt before he impacts the ground. Sean tells him with a smirk that he hasn't even begun, and yet the brat is already defeated. But the little one merely smiles in response, thrilled to be engaging in combat with a legendary figure from the Dead Mansion, just as Sean is holding him. The mother slams a book over his head with a ferocity that could only originate from the most dangerous individual on the planet. She is absolutely incensed that Sean is instigating a fight with a small child. Our protagonist quickly tries to reassure the irate mother that this is not what it appears to be. Meanwhile, the little brat seizes the dagger from the ground, capitalizing on the opportunity to strike. Sean gives him a death glare and commands him to cease. Then Sean quickly grabs the little one by the shoulders, reassuring the mother that they are merely companions, engaging in a morning exercise routine, and that the dagger is merely a plaything. It appears this little one is still fixated on eliminating the woman, but realizes he will have no opportunity while Sean is present. So, he begins to devise a more surreptitious approach to accomplish the task. The lady turns to Eugene and tells him he shouldn't instigate fights with his older brother because they're all one family under the same roof. The word family catches Eugene off guard once more, and he becomes somber, finally asking why he is being considered part of this family. Sean quickly reminds him that they eat together and sleep under the same roof. The woman concurs and pats Eugene, stating that since he is residing here, he is already part of the family. Just then, someone knocks on the door, calling out to see if anyone is present. The mother goes to answer, and upon opening the door, finds a young high school girl. Well, or should I say, Rachel, in disguise. Anyway, she greets the lady as mother, apologizes for arriving so early, and introduces herself as Marie, Eugene's older sister. Rachel, in her Marie disguise, thanks the mother for taking care of Eugene. Sean peeks over and asks who is at the door. The mother informs him Eugene's sister has arrived to pick him up. Sean recognizes who this sister truly is, so he steps outside to greet her. He asks Rachel what brings her here, and she simply states she is here to collect Eugene. Rachel abandons the little sister facade and cheekily explains that she is there to retrieve the boy for the woman's safety, as previously agreed. Sean then inquires if she was the one who ordered Eugene to kill the mother. Rachel leans in and whispers that it was merely a temporary directive from her, and there is nothing to be concerned about. Sean tells her, first and foremost, to put away the knives she is concealing. Before stating that, she tells our boy not to worry, and reassures him that as long as he cooperates, there is nothing to fear. Sean is somewhat unnerved by how casually she is threatening him, and asks what will happen if he does not cooperate. Suddenly, Eugene bursts out with a wide smile, asking why his sister took so long to arrive. He hugs her immediately, and she feigns drama, expressing her happiness at seeing him. But while she is being overtly cheerful, she quietly reminds Eugene that he has failed once again, and that the director will be quite disappointed. Eugene retorts sharply, asking if she is feigning ignorance or something similar. He explains that he has not abandoned his mission. He is merely attempting to integrate with these people as family before making his move against the woman. He reminds her that the mother is guarded by the legendary hand of the dead man. He may appear unattractive, like a foolish primate, but he is no ordinary individual. In fact, he has fought Sean numerous times and failed miserably on each occasion. Rachel concurs, stating he genuinely does resemble a somewhat foolish primate. She apologizes for disrupting his operation, but reassures him there is nothing to be concerned about at present. They are abandoning their current mission and returning to the dead mansion. Immediately, as Rachel extends her hand, the boy grasps it quietly, ready to depart with her. They announce their departure. And while Rachel shakes hands for a final farewell, the little boy turns his head, telling her, let's go. Likely because he does not wish to look at the mother, he begins to walk away with her. Just then, the mother calls out to Eugene, smiling and telling him to return next time, and promises to prepare him an omelet, exclusively for him. The little one looks back at the mother with a hint of admiration, offering a faint smile and a simple nod to indicate he heard her. The mother then tells Sean to ensure he visits again with Eugene. She promises to prepare something pleasant for both of them. Sean agrees and states he will definitely bring Eugene along next time. The following day, we are in the school principal's office. The principal begins by apologizing for the tardiness, explaining that the school had to navigate several committees to determine the appropriate punishments, which consumes some time. He delivers the positive news that the perpetrator's parents have pledged to cover the damages, and all the offending children will be suspended. The woman listens quietly, and when the principal presents her with the file detailing all the perpetrators, she is stunned to see a familiar countenance, and she quickly inquires what on earth Sean's photograph is doing in the file. Let us shift our focus to the dead mansion and investigate the situation with this unhinged organization. Inside, the director was engaged in a telephone conversation, receiving a summary of the events concerning Rachel's mission, and he sounded quite irate. Back in her usual, undisguised appearance, Rachel could only offer apologies to her superior. She explained that she instructed Eugene to eliminate the elderly woman, but that plan did not unfold as intended. Rachel attributed the failure to the child being a defective and worthless product, incapable of killing an elderly woman. He's a failure who cannot even execute an order correctly. The director interrupted Rachel's angry diatribe, redirecting the conversation to what he truly wished to hear. He had already issued the directive to retrieve Eugene and leave the elderly woman undisturbed, and yet she still acted erratically and ordered the child to eliminate the unfortunate woman. From the director's viewpoint, Rachel is the one failing to execute the mansion's orders appropriately, and one truly does not wish to disobey this man. She insisted that the only aspect in which she failed was retrieving Sean. However, the director placed immense value on promises, irrespective of to whom the promise was made. That is simply his guiding principle. With a frenzied expression, the director proclaimed that before God, there should only be faith and trust. Everything else, apart from those, constitutes heresy. However, there are still good children who lack faith. He had no alternative but to create the controlling mechanism, known as the three principles. So, Rachel must remember the repercussions of uncontrolled and unforeseen events stemming from past orders. Principles and promises. These are the absolute regulations of Dead Mansion. Hearing the director's sermon over the telephone, Rachel's conviction was reignited. But she remained concerned about the retrieval of Sean. They cannot capitulate so readily. The director has alternative plans for that in the near future, though there are numerous ways to address that matter without directly involving the elderly woman and making an adversary of Sean. Mary, who posed as Eugene's sister, had already initiated the operation utilizing her multiple smartphones. The very next day, Sean attended school. As per usual, he appeared deathly weary and bored, and the lectures had not even commenced yet. He observed that some of his classmates were regarding him differently. There were undertones of fear and apprehension in their gazes. Walking to his assigned seat, he casually inquired of his seatmate what the matter was and why everyone was behaving so strangely. Perhaps people were simply on edge due to an examination he was unaware of. Observing that his seatmate remained silent, Sean became somewhat frustrated. The first individuals to address him were the large ruffians, seated in the rearmost row of the classroom. They wished to know if what they had heard regarding Park Cheyenne was authentic. It transpired that Mary had already disseminated photographs of Sean. Choking Yuno. It was a rather flagrant piece of evidence suggesting he was a bully. He could swiftly discern that this was a poorly photoshopped image. But to untrained eyes, it likely appeared genuine. When questioned about the source of the pictures, the large ruffians at the back of the class seemed hesitant to divulge the information. After a few moments of contemplation, the three large ruffians lowered their heads to offer an apology, admitting their error. All this time, rumors had been circulating that Park Cheyenne had assaulted Joseph, subjugating the individual as a subordinate. This preposterous rumor had already permeated the entire school. They were asserting that Joseph was terrified of Cheyenne. There were even reports of him associating with gangsters. They possessed all the photographs to substantiate these claims, and these photographs were becoming excessively outlandish. Word is that Cheyenne ordered Joseph to deal with that Hyunho youth. In the first instance, hearing that final piece of gossip made his stomach churn. What were these individuals discussing now? He vehemently attempted to deny any connection to the tragedy that Hyunho endured, but no one believed his assertions. Just like that, his reputation was sullied in the span of a single night. No matter how desperately he wished to refute the accusations, no one would lend him credence. It also attracted the attention of undesirable elements, like the large ruffians in the back row. They were shoving and pushing people around Cheyenne, attempting to ingratiate themselves with the new dominant figure in town. The large ruffian even threatened an innocent bystander to remain silent or suffer a fate similar to Hyunho. Hearing those threats, Cheyenne intervened to clamp the ruffian's heavy hand. Cheyenne laughed, feigning it as an attempt to conceal his involvement. He then invited the large ruffian, Sumjin, outside to provide them with a true account of what actually transpired. The other classmates were visibly apprehensive and repulsed by his words and demeanor. But this was the sole method by which he could control the situation. Dead Mansion is truly subjecting him to social torment. He ushered all the thugs out of the room with the same nonchalant demeanor he always exhibited. As soon as they were sufficiently distant, the classroom erupted with hushed discussions regarding Park Cheyenne's behavior. With the assault on his image in progress, Cheyenne had to forego today's classes to gather more information. He associated with a group of thugs behind the school premises. He discovered that everyone had received the doctor pictures. In a group chat earlier that morning, before school commenced, the account simply shared the photo, incited trouble with a few words, and then departed. Naturally, the most prominent names on the suspect list were those persistent Dead Mansion individuals. He still cannot ascertain their ultimate objective with this scheme. However, for the time being, he will play along, acting as if he merely desired to lead a tranquil school existence. But the secret is now public knowledge. He even mentioned transferring to another school once again. His mood soured as he informed the large ruffians that he wished to graduate without incident. He does not want to become embroiled in pranks like this. He is well beyond the point of concerning himself with childish predicaments. He is fully occupied with the complexities of the adult world. So he assigned the big body bastards the task of ensuring that this matter did not disseminate any further, referring to them as his crew. Keeping this confidential was their initial assignment. Hearing Cheyenne order them around, calling them a crew, caused these large boys to blush like schoolgirls while he was receiving their adulation. A familiar figure just happened to pass by the dimly lit alleyway. It was none other than Hyunho's mom. She had just observed Cheyenne interacting with what appeared to be an unsavory crowd. This brings us back to the principal's office, where she was attempting to deny that Cheyenne was involved in her son's case. She firmly believed that Cheyenne and Hyunho were friends, and there must have been some sort of misunderstanding along the way. But the principal had already obtained the infamous photograph, circulating throughout the school. In addition, there is testimony that he associated with Joseph in the past. With all the available information recently planted, even the principal believed that Park Cheyenne was the original instigator of this entire predicament. Hyunho's mother sat in that office, her mind reeling from disbelief. The principal added that contacting Cheyenne's parents was impossible. They seemed to believe that the child did not receive adequate familial upbringing. As an educator, the principal was aware of far too many instances where a child, such as Cheyenne, could easily go astray. Humbly wiping his perspiring face, the principal urged the elderly lady to cease trusting the child so implicitly. Meanwhile, Cheyenne still failed to grasp the broader context. He merely hoped that the rumors would subside and eventually dissipate. Those brawny fellows possess a surprisingly innocent aspect to their nature. They were so readily manipulated into becoming his subordinates. Just as he was chuckling to himself, Sean noticed something peculiar nearby. He ceased laughing and inquired of the figure concealed behind the alley if her name was Mary. She eventually revealed herself with an expansive smile. She believed she was quite well hidden, so she was not anticipating being discovered so swiftly. As professional counsel, Sean urged her to eliminate that potent coffee aroma before embarking on a clandestine operation. This occurred in front of Hyun Ho's residence last time as well. Mary was quite astounded to learn that the legendary Sean could even detect someone's scent from such a considerable distance. It was almost unsettling in a way. Sean seized the opportunity to inquire about her motives and what she gained from further complicating his already intricate life than it already was. But she knew that this young man relished the excitement of it all. He even noticed the cool demeanor he displayed towards those brawny ruffians in the dark alley. Sean cringed slightly, not anticipating being under such intense scrutiny. Mary wished to inquire how it feels to be elevated to the top bully position at school. Sean finally lost his composure. Being in such a negative limelight was not his preference at all. He was already quite popular to begin with. But she was not referring to all of that. She wished to know what he thought about the frigid and severe glares of his peers, the eyes filled with betrayal and disdain beneath. To such deranged individuals from the mansion, Sean maintained his composure and inquired if she was responsible for all those photographs. He acknowledged that it was effectively executed for its intended purpose, but it remained somewhat unrefined for his personal preference. She fabricated a perfect piece of evidence, just convincing enough to deceive the general populace. Mary conceded that due to the stringent timeline and constrained resources, she had to compromise with something less polished. All Sean perceived were justifications. Slowly raising his gaze with a derisive smirk, he turned towards Mary and uttered the word scratch. The young lady's smile did not falter, but her hand darted into her bag with extraordinary velocity. Sean immediately leaped out of the line of fire. His bag sustained 3 bullet perforations from the conveniently concealed firearm inside Mary's purse. He found himself taking cover behind concrete barriers while attempting to placate Mary. This was Korea. They couldn't just brandish a firearm whenever they pleased. Besides, the mansion was supposed to retrieve him, not eliminate him. When questioned what Mary would do if he were struck, she merely chuckled and contended that Sean could effortlessly manage this level of firepower without any difficulty. But in her personal estimation, the legend of Sean should simply perish. She believes it would be preferable if they just discarded him, not squander more resources for his retrieval. Walking into the shadowy alley, away from the inquisitive gazes of the public. Mary nonchalantly discarded her damaged purse. She was now stealthily approaching with a Glock in her hand. Sean concealed his presence, allowing the young lady to venture deeper into the darkness to locate it. Once he determined the timing was opportune, Sean lunged at Mary, aiming to dislodge the gun from her grasp. His grip strength was so immense that the young lady could not make the firearm move an inch. With both hands, he slammed Mary forcefully against the nearby wall, hoping to disorient her enough to release the Glock. But the girl was resilient. She knew how to mitigate impact trauma. More importantly, she knew how to counterattack. Lifting her legs, Mary drew a concealed blade from beneath her skirt. It was merely a small knife held between her knuckles, but the experience she possessed in wielding such a surreptitious weapon made her exceptionally dangerous. Sean immediately shielded his vital areas, but he was compelled to endure Mary's sudden assault. His eyes were as sharp as they could possibly be, while moving with absolutely no wasted effort. He inquired if this was the extent of her abilities. Perhaps Dead Mansion is truly defunct now, if this represents their best. Sean eventually secured her in a chokehold. Dislodging the gun, he pinned the young lady down on the cold, hard pavement of the streets, keeping her immobilized with one hand and clenching his fist with the other. Mary must have never anticipated being subdued so rapidly. Instead of despair, she rolled over with a cunning smile on her face. When it came to the matter of being vanquished, Mary would beg to offer a different perspective. That immediately became apparent when a familiar voice caused Sean to snap out of his homicidal trance. It was Hyunho's mom. She had just concluded her discussion regarding Cheyenne with the principal, advocating for his reputation. Now, the young man was out in the street, towering over a young girl, apparently raising his fist against her. Suddenly, the poor mother didn't know what to believe any longer. This polite young man was supposed to be her son's companion, so why was he behaving like a common ruffian? Mary might be the one lying prostrate on the floor, but she wore the smile of someone thoroughly pleased with herself. Hyunho's mom finally inquired, "Park Cheyenne, was it truly you who harmed my son?" Cheyenne immediately regained his composure, realizing how his position might appear to those who lacked the context of an assassination attempt. Mary was not going to allow him another word of explanation, though. The young lady exaggerated her distress, rising from the ground and weeping while pleading with Hyunho's mother. Given that they were somewhat acquainted with one another, the mom asked what precisely was occurring with Mary and Cheyenne. No matter how vehemently he attempted to discredit her statements, he was unable to do so when the mom yelled at him, addressing him by his full name. Cheyenne was stunned. His ingrained obedience made it impossible to defy her words. When she ordered him to remain precisely where he was standing, he had no alternative but to comply. So, he dared not move another inch. Clenching his fist in frustration, he recalled the 3 principles. A parent's command was absolute. Mary then began to insinuate poisonous ideas into the mom's ears. On that day, when she brought Eugene back home, the child's body was covered in contusions, and they would not discuss the injuries. According to Mary, the child kept insisting that Brother Sham had done it, recalling that time when she caught Sham wrestling with the child, as Sham made an excuse that they were merely engaging in some morning exercises. It was not difficult for Hyunho's mom to connect the events. There was also the principal's evaluation and the testimony regarding Cheyenne's association with Joseph. Mary continued that she merely wished to inquire of Cheyenne about what truly transpired, only for the young man to lash out and strike her in the process. Cheyenne naturally refuted these allegations as vehemently as he could. The deceitful Mary was laughing at him internally. They might not be permitted to touch Sean's new mother, but there are abundant methods to get to him without resorting to the threat of violence. Sean tried his utmost to appeal to the mom. He asserted that Mary was a fabricator, and all it earned him was a sharp slap across the face. Sean was rendered speechless. His mom had just physically struck him. According to the principles, all Dead Mansion has to do is compel the current parent to relinquish Sean voluntarily. Right now, that is precisely what she was accomplishing. As the upset old lady continued to articulate her disappointment and anger, Sean dreaded her subsequent words. Finally, she instructed him to never return ever again. That was the definitive blow to his hopes. Everything transpired as Mary had orchestrated. She was quite a brilliant strategist. As she was about to proceed to the subsequent phase of her plans, a familiar disguised countenance made its appearance. Her stride was expansive and forceful, She exuded an aura of confidence and authority. It was none other than Sister Rachel in her mommy disguise. It was time for her to intervene and assume the role of the disgruntled parent of a misbehaving child. Adjusting her glasses, she sounded like an exasperated mother who could no longer tolerate the antics of her incorrigible child. When she told Cheyenne that it was about time to return home now, the young man was visibly perturbed. He did not wish to go back. Back in the dead mansion, the director displayed his repulsive grin, revealing his gem-encrusted teeth. On the telephone, he had just received updates concerning the success of Sean's retrieval. He lauded Mary for such an exceptional performance. The lecher was so elated at the prospect of his greatest weapon returning that he lost all strength in his lower limbs. He knelt before a depiction of the Lord and expressed gratitude to the heavens for answering his entreaties. The director attributed all the success to Mary and her perverse machinations. She devised a truly fitting resolution. As Dead Mansion's most outstanding strategist, acting demure despite all the commendation, Mary insisted that she merely executed what the director desired, and she would persist in doing so. When the elderly lecher began to ramble on and on about how the legend of Dead Mansion was finally returning home, that Sean was finally rejoining their ranks, Mary's mood deteriorated significantly. Her next orders were to return as expeditiously as possible, and she accepted the task without demur. On the other side of the chamber were Sister Rachel and the parentless weapon, Sean. They were occupied consuming pizza, ice cream, spicy noodles, and all manner of delectable foods. Rachel commented on how similar their palates were when it came to cuisine, knowing full well that Sean was merely ingesting whatever she instructed him to eat. Upon closer inspection, this demonic nun was actually compelling him to consume pineapple pizza, accompanied by mint ice cream. This was worse than mere torment. If you ask me, this was Rachel's method of ensuring that Sean severed his connection with that accidental parent. Just as before, she possessed complete control over the young man's actions. She was certain that Dead Mansion could finally regain ownership over their star asset. Meanwhile, Sean was practically imploring for milk to counteract the burning sensation lingering in his mouth. While engrossed in the torturous repast, a man seated in a wheelchair arrives to check on Rachel in her mission of apprehending Sean. It turned out to be Joseph's psychopathic father, Kwon Byung-woo. He was also the individual supporting Dead Mansion by providing Sister Rachel's accommodations and necessary resources. When questioned, she replied that the most opulent penthouse in the area where they were lodged was adequate. It was not excessively poor. Sean reckoned that the voice of that incapacitated individual sounded familiar. The psychopath was unconcerned by all the trivialities. His sole focus was apprehending the accursed brat that confined him to the chair. He would gladly expend any sum of money to make it happen. Realizing the identity of this psychopath, Sean snapped out of his spicy, noodle-induced stupor and rose from his seat. He teased that the psychopath must be attempting cosplay or something similar. With all the bandages and the wheelchair, this naturally infuriated Joseph's father. This encounter could have escalated uncontrollably had it not been for Sister Rachel to intervene with authority, producing a mini Uzi from an undisclosed location. She pointed its muzzle at the wheelchair-bound psychopath. She asserted that, as previously discussed, Dead Mansion would assume custody of Sean and no one else. In return, the organization would not harm Joseph. That was the stipulation of their agreement. The psychopath turned around and assured her that he was clear on the particulars. This was merely business, after all. Before departing, the psychopath added that Sean was not the sole individual upon whom he sought retribution, since this did not concern her in the slightest. Sister Rachel granted the psychopath permission to pursue his vengeance against other individuals, as he desired. Sitidapesit sean. Rachel teased that if the psycho individual proceeded to kill Hyun Ho's mom as retribution, the Dead Mansion would not intervene to retaliate. Certainly, the organization promised not to harm the old woman, but they never agreed to a protection mission either. Realizing that Hyun Ho's mom might be in grave peril without any form of protection, something within Sean was galvanized. He envisioned what she must be occupied with at that moment. She would be diligently preparing all those delectable snacks for sale. A customer approached the stall and promptly ordered one of her renowned rice cakes. The customer even added a few more fried snacks as well. Just as Sean was contemplating her, She was also thinking about the child she encountered, a child eager to console her during the most challenging period of her life. The customer interrupted her thoughts by adding some delicious-looking kimbap to his order. She simply could not dispel the thoughts of that sweet young man. Why would there be pictures of him seemingly harassing Hyun-ho, believing all the dubious information circulated? She attempted to convince herself that the young man was merely a delinquent child. He was a ruffian who put her son in the hospital. Distracted by everything transpiring within her mind, the old lady accidentally cut her finger. She dropped the knife on the floor, as the shock of being injured caused her to recoil in pain. Observing this, the customer hurriedly entered the kitchen to ascertain if she was all right, as he could see significant bleeding. The mother kept insisting that she was fine. With tears in her eyes, she assured the customer and herself that it would cease shortly. Mr. Customer calmed down upon hearing that. Then, this scoundrel began to produce a concealed knife from his pockets. Gripping the blade, while keeping it obscured, the seemingly concerned customer slowly closed the remaining distance between himself and the target. He recalled receiving the orders from the superior, so he would not have to worry about the cleanup after the task. All he had to do was sneak up to the old lady and go for the kill, and their partner company would manage everything subsequently. Just one slight complication, though. Hyun-ho's mom had just answered a phone call. She must have just received momentous news, as her eyes darted open in shock upon hearing what the person on the other end of the line said. Hyun-ho's mom hurriedly turned around and ran out of the shop. She didn't even notice the man's knife. She just told the customer to eat as much as he desired, free of charge. When asked where she was going, she simply answered that she was heading towards her son. It turned out that Hyun-ho had miraculously regained consciousness. That phone call was from the hospital, notifying his mom that the child had awakened. Doctors and nurses hurriedly streamed into the hospital room to evaluate Hyun-ho's condition. The child appeared responsive, but it was still quite challenging for him to speak. The doctor advised that he take it easy and cease exerting himself too much. When asked if he recalled anything prior to being injured, the young man stared at the ceiling and solemnly replied that he did. The last thing he remembered was yelling at his mom and feeling like the most contemptible person for it. He could recall her standing meekly and apologizing for doing something kind for her little boy. While he was unconscious, all he could think about was how wrong he was for treating his mom with so much disrespect. All he wished to do was apologize to her. Then, the tears finally began to flow. Experiencing all these overwhelming emotions, Hyun-ho seemingly regressed to a child desperately seeking his mom. He missed her profoundly, and he felt terrible about how their last interaction had transpired. As if on cue, his mom burst into the room. She was still flushed and exhausted from running all the way to her son's hospital room. She made her way in between the doctors and nurses. She only had eyes for her son. The medical practitioners surrounding the old lady eventually noticed that. There was blood on her hands. Quite a significant amount, actually. Hyun-ho grasped her bloody hand and apologized with as much sincerity as he could possibly muster. He wasn't entirely lucid mentally yet, but he just wanted to tell his mom that he was mistaken. He was so preoccupied with his own troubles that he inadvertently hurt his mom along the way. Hearing those words from a son you believed would never awake overwhelmed the old lady with a myriad of emotions. Near the doorway, the assassin customer, dispatched by the psycho, was still tailing the poor old lady. He called his superior, informing him that the mom and son were in the same location. They could simply handle the two of them concurrently when the opportunity presented itself. But the boss ordered the operation to cease. The psycho smiled menacingly as he formulated a change of plans. Back in the penthouse, Sister Rachel was going into a frenzied rage, destroying the furniture around her. Nothing was spared from her fury. Her mouth was bleeding while she was clutching her submachine gun. She was chanting imprecations as if she had been wronged by someone. That's because she had been that psycho. Joseph's father dared to abduct Sean, violating their agreement. The psycho had just conceived of a much more thrilling plan. He could personally deal with Hyun-ho and his mother directly in front of Sean's eyes. Rewinding a few days prior, we visited the White Tiger Job Center, where laborers are consistently available for hire. Inside, Sister Rachel felt apprehensive about her mission. Beside her was that child, Eugene. Both were on edge while seated on the sofa, awaiting any developments. They were greeted by a comely office lady with a pleasant smile. In her hand were 3 cups of coffee for herself and the visitors. Rachel criticized the lady for her slow pace, inquiring if making her wait so long was justified. The office lady chuckled lightly and apologized for the extended delay. She explained that the market and Byung-woo Constructions headquarters were in disarray due to the many details that had to be reconciled. After Rachel had created such a significant disturbance, the lady offered Eugene a small cup of hot chocolate, reminding him to drink slowly. Surprised, the child thanked her for the offer. Sister Rachel appeared unimpressed. They were expending a considerable sum of money, so a minor inconvenience should not be troublesome. This was a professional arrangement. After all, hearing her mention professionalism, the office lady took a seat and concurred. They should conduct themselves as professionals. But isn't it profoundly unprofessional when one party creates a massive disruption without considering the repercussions? That was what the office lady believed. Hearing the lady criticize her actions annoyed Sister Rachel. She was quite adept at concealing her true words with pleasantries, though Eugene just sat there amidst all the tension, thinking he should have simply remained at the house. Anyway, the office lady had already managed everything, and it was incumbent upon Rachel to review the reports, even though she was being flagrantly disrespected by coffee. Serve in a paper cup. Byung-woo Constructions also stated they did not require any compensation for damages. The office lady was quite intrigued by that. Rachel answered that it was an equitable exchange between 2 parties. That is how professionals accomplish tasks. Whatever disruption Byung-woo Constructions created would have no bearing on the dead mansion. But the office lady gravely advised Rachel to adopt a more cautious approach. From now on, curious about the ominous tone, Rachel asked what that advice signified. The office lady asserted that professionals should engage with other professionals, not with reckless delinquents. This Byung-woo Constructions organization was somewhat too difficult to trust. Contrary to Rachel's judgment, perhaps they were not worthy of being business partners. Returning to the present, she was experiencing the repercussions of not heeding the office lady's advice and distrust for the dubious Kwon Byung-woo. The chairs and tables of the penthouse suffered at the hands of the enraged nun. When she brandishes the firearms, you know it's serious. It turned out that the psycho had Sean abducted and confined in a moving truck. Kwon Byung-woo's lifeless eyes peered through the bandages. Pleased with the sight of the young man he so desperately wished to punish. He was not expecting such an efficient killing machine to be so ineffective without the orders of a parent. He rolled up to the young man, stroking Sean's hair. Now that he's under Dead Mansion's guidelines, Sean cannot truly do anything without their proper directives. The psycho was very captivated by such a potent degree of indoctrination. Gazing at Sean's wild eyes, Kwon Byung-woo could feel his twisted desires intensifying. Turning his chair around, Byung-woo laughed like a child as he suddenly conceived of something intriguing. He imagined contacting the organization and purchasing Sean to be his property. From that point onward, he could simply order Sean to eliminate the old woman from the snack shop. That would be a perverse scenario that only an unhinged mind could conceive of. Laughing like a maniac, the psycho was quite pleased with how fascinating that idea would be to witness. He toned down the taunting slightly. He urged the young man to relax a little, as they hadn't even commenced yet. Soon enough, he would tear that old woman and her injured son into pieces, directly in front of Sean's helpless eyes. Because of the state-of-the-art brainwashing program he underwent, the young man would be unable to do anything but observe as it unfolds. He can't do anything without orders. After all he had to do was sit motionless, gagged and bound, while watching the spectacle. Shortly after that, it would be his turn to experience the pain himself. Kwon Byung-woo had already informed Sean that he would eliminate everyone involved. In this case, you could say that he is a man of his word. Back in the hospital, threats had been neutralized, and the doctors and nurses ensured that Hyun-ho was stable. His mom was lovingly peeling an apple at his bedside. She truly was a devoted mother when it came to caring for her child. With only the 2 of them in the room, Hyun-ho asked his mom about the laceration on her finger. He wondered if she had inadvertently sliced herself. She immediately dismissed it, not wishing to cause her son any worry. She told him it was merely a small nick and nothing too severe. But Hyun-ho was finished with being a deficient son. He knew his mom would consistently downplay the severity of situations, forcing himself to rise. He intended to inquire about some bandages. He told her that he should be attempting to move around a little anyway. She had to prevent him from trying to rush off, promising to obtain some bandages for her wound. Before exiting the room, she remarked on how obstinate Hyun-ho was. He must have inherited the trait from his father. Much to the old lady's astonishment, the hallway outside the hospital room was unusually dim, completely devoid of any illumination. She managed to reach the front desk to inquire if anyone was present, but there were no responses. Just as she was wondering where everyone had gone, a man dressed in a suit snuck up from behind. Even with a fractured arm, the man required only a single strike to render the old lady unconscious and collapsing onto the floor. As soon as she impacted the ground heavily, the man noted one down on his list of targets. Byung-woo's henchman looked at Sean, while he ordered his lackeys to place the old lady in the car first. Mr. Henchman was fascinated by the fact that Sean, the young man who could effortlessly dismantle a formidable organization with extensive security measures, couldn't do anything without being ordered to do so. Hyun-ho's hospital room door slid open with an impatient intensity. He thought his mom had returned after taking so long, but what he saw was an injured man arriving in his wheelchair. Kwon Byung-woo looked as deranged as ever, as he apologized for taking so long to enter the room. He was excited to finally see what Hyun-ho looked like. He was looking forward to having a face-to-face with the young man his son had nearly killed. Unaware of who this man was, Hyun-ho felt uneasy and frightened as more men wearing suits streamed into the room. Byung-woo casually introduced himself as Joseph's father. He fixated on Hyun-ho's fractured leg, noting the extent of damage Joseph had inflicted upon the unfortunate boy. Byung-woo found all the violence regrettable. He extended his hand to touch the young man's cast, as he noted how much it must be hurting. This was precisely why he attempted to teach his unruly son that efficiency is paramount in all matters. By leaving a witness to the crime half alive and grievously injured, Byung-woo had to intervene and perform all the unsavory tasks again. Finally realizing that the progenitor was worse than the offspring, Hyun-ho froze in his bed, fear gripping his mind. A few meters away from the hospital, a woman clad entirely in leather tights, disgruntledly, admitted that the office lady from White Tiger Job Center had been correct. Sister Rachel conceded that she should not have collaborated with those unprofessional scoundrels for such a critical undertaking. In her hand was a zipline gun. Upon firing, the minimal noise barely aroused the suspicion of the men inside the hospital room. That did not matter, however. She has never been one to favor a silent and protracted operation. Ziplining into the extraction point, the nun smiled as if she were having an exhilarating experience, utilizing the momentum from the zipline ride. Rachel kicked the windows open, not ceasing until her foot connected with one of the third-rate delinquents. At this juncture, the crazed nun was merely yelling about her dear Sean and the disgusting betrayal of Dead Mansion by Kwon. Byung-woo was not surprised by Rachel's dramatic entrance. He always knew that she would come searching for the prize boy. Watching Sister Rachel carve through rows upon rows of gangsters was a spectacle to behold. She was supremely skilled in the art of engaging multiple men single-handedly. With every skillful evasion, she would inflict injuries upon the next unsuspecting victim, neutralizing them efficiently. When swinging her blade to rip through a man's flesh, she wouldn't bat an eyelid. Her smile would only widen. After quickly clearing Byung-woo's gangsters unimpeded, Sister Rachel was finally caught by one of the men's grabs. He repeatedly yelled that he had apprehended her, and the other men immediately prepared themselves to launch an attack. Rachel became unusually composed as she asked the man if he enjoyed embracing her from behind so much. With her signature disturbed smile, Rachel smashed the back of her head into the grappler's face. That was an effortless way to extricate herself from a hole. Upon freeing herself, the slaughter resumed, as more and more suited-up gangsters hit the hospital floor, incapacitated. Her entire body was a weapon. Receiving a kick from a crazed nun was a death sentence. Realizing that they might have ventured too close to danger, Byung-woo ordered his men to seize Hyun-ho first and transport him to the next destination. As they continued their plan, times like these made possessing a motorized wheelchair highly advantageous. The psycho drifted and maneuvered as he sped out of the room. They exited to an unknown location, while Rachel continued to take everyone down systematically. With a hint of impatience in her voice, she asked where the thugs were attempting to go. She didn't care about these accursed scoundrels. She just wanted to see Sean again. The only one remaining to confront her now was the henchman with a broken arm. As soon as he snapped his fingers, even more gangsters poured out from various hospital rooms. They appeared to be battle-hardened ruffians who would not show leniency against a lone woman. Sister Rachel looked around, realizing that she had stepped into a perilous predicament. From left to right, men brandishing large blades surrounded her. Could she even carve her way through all these individuals to safety? We'll find out. She couldn't comprehend the reason why they had amassed so many gangsters to assist. They looked like a swarm of cockroaches pouring into the hallway. There was even one whose weapon of choice was the iconic chainsaw. After revving it up, the grisly sound of the motor filled the corridors. Rachel raised her hands and admitted that she was impressed with them, bringing intriguing instruments of slaughter to unveil something truly spectacular for her. It was only right she reciprocated by revealing her own arsenal. And by arsenal, she indicated the vast collection of firearms stashed beneath her overcoat. Grasping submachine guns firmly in each hand, she aimed the Uzis directly at the ill-fated mobsters. Rachel's eager trigger finger unleashed a torrent of projectiles, while defiantly challenging the goons to advance if they dare. Even the most courageous individuals would pause before charging, especially upon witnessing their allies collapsing to the ground, rapidly losing blood from gunshot injuries. The chainsaw-wielding individual remained conscious. He hadn't shifted an inch from his previous spot. Rachel masterfully seized control of the scene by excelling at her forte, utter chaos. Since it appeared she desired a gunfight, the lead henchman decided to play her game. He did this by dragging Sean out from his hiding place, forcing him to observe, concealed behind the other gangsters. The henchman discharged a weapon from his apparently injured arm. The bullet struck Sister Rachel squarely in her thigh, resulting in a rather severe hemorrhage. She didn't seem pained, however. If anything, her expression conveyed increased fury. Instead, the cunning henchman had cleverly utilized his feint, broken arm, to hide a handgun within the cast, awaiting an opportunity just like this. Finally, abandoning the pretense of the injured arm, he assured Rachel the subsequent shot would target her head. Upon hearing this menace, something within Sean activated, struggling to remove his own restraints. He questioned the henchman if he had indeed threatened Rachel's life before anyone could process the unfolding events. A swift movement was already aimed at Byung-woo's chief subordinate. Sean had efficiently incapacitated the two formidable men who held him prisoner in a single decisive action, and then delivered a vicious straight punch to the right-hand man's face, sending his spectacles flying. This was entirely unexpected. Sean was meant to be an ineffectual hostage without new commands. What they failed to consider was the reality that he now answered to Dead Mansion itself. The henchman had just menaced a trainer from Dead Mansion, and in doing so, triggered one of the three core tenets. As per the third tenet, Sean could now categorize every ruffian in this corridor as a direct menace to the organization itself, with pure fury fueling his fists. He vowed to overcome the current predicament and execute his duty. The thugs were now confronting Dead Mansion's most lethal asset. Kodename Seian. Sean advanced, operating under the third principle, and designating the thugs as a threat to Dead Mansion. Now he possessed the authority to break free. His captor foolishly attempted to restrain Sean again, trying to prevent him from escaping like a cornered animal. But despite their disparity in size, the grapple was effortlessly deflected. Sean retaliated with a brutal straight punch to the face, dislodging several teeth. It was so severe that the unfortunate thug developed a lisp. Sean exacerbated the injury by mocking the bleeding thug, calling him a baby for crying over lost teeth, and delivered another powerful blow for emphasis. The concluding move of the combination was a jackhammer strike to the head, crushing the fool's cranial structure, while showering bullets upon the thugs who dared to advance. Rachel was observing Sean with a critical eye, seemingly. She was uncertain about Sean's motives for fighting back. She somehow convinced herself that Sean was acting purely for her well-being, out of sheer concern. Meanwhile, our protagonist was just distributing devastating punches indiscriminately. When one ruffian attempted to attack him, swinging a metal bar, he narrowly evaded the blow just in time. There was simply an overwhelming number of thugs to cut through, so Sean required a suitable weapon to truly unleash his fury. Spotting a potential implement, he vaulted over the hospital reception desk. Believing Sean was trapped with no escape route, a bald-headed thug also leaped over the counter. But the instant he audaciously peered over, his head was met with the piercing point of a syringe. Sean viciously stabbed the unfortunate bald man in his eyes. That, however, was merely the beginning. Sean gathered the assortment of injections from the counter and instructed his patients to remain calm. He declared that the upcoming experience would be agonizing. Leaping over the astonished thugs, he unleashed a shower of injections with flawless precision. He dubbed it vaccination time, as the gangsters scrambled to extract the needles from their flesh. Sean escalated the intensity even further. He commenced by seizing another miscreant's face and slamming it headfirst on the unforgiving floor. This exhibition of power and savagery momentarily stunned the remaining gangsters, compelling them to draw their own armaments. That was until one courageous thug shouted for everyone to clear a path. While he revved a menacing chainsaw, Buzzcut charged forward, intending to bifurcate the young man. A disturbing grin plastered across his face. Sean immediately bolted from the scene, feigning panic at the sight of the horror movie weapon he was maneuvering towards. A sharp corner offering a brief moment of concealment. When Buzzcut rounded that very same corner, he was met by a hurtling gurney that swept him off his feet. This clever maneuver nearly resulted in Sean's head being split open, but the length of the electric chainsaw fell just short. Buzzcut was disoriented by his sudden predicament. Sean, by securely binding him to the gurney, didn't improve matters for him either. Sean mockingly inquired how Buzzcut intended to operate the chainsaw now, while propelling the gurney forward. Their trajectory was aimed at the cluster of gangsters, idly congregating in the hospital's passageways, appearing like a deranged individual relishing his improvised torture device. Sean launched the gurney with maximum velocity. The subsequent minute was filled with horrific screams, and the sickening sounds of flesh being violently ripped. By the conclusion of it, Buzzcut was virtually comatose. He had lost consciousness partway through eviscerated an entire platoon of his associates with a chainsaw. Sean expressed disbelief that his pachita had broken so swiftly. He playfully coaxed Buzzcut to remain conscious, as he still possessed numerous inquiries. Foremost among them was the whereabouts of Hyunho's mother. He would readily pierce a man through the cheeks to obtain answers. Rachel approached him then, visibly impressed that he had cleared one side of the corridor so rapidly. Those who didn't perish from the careening chainsaw had fled, so it wasn't quite as entertaining. Sean proposed the notion of pursuing the fleeing gangsters for the sake of finding Hyunho's mother. Rachel vehemently disagreed with that suggestion. She hadn't come to this place to rescue some elderly woman. She was present because these unprofessional scoundrels attempted to abduct Sean, who was considered an asset of Dead Mansion. Sean himself had fought admirably like a good ward and utilized his abilities to safeguard her. With Sean now liberated and the opposition dispersed, it would be logical for them to conclude matters and return to the mansion. Sean altered his demeanor, dropped to one knee, and declared that his actions were not for the mansion, but specifically for Rachel. He truly emphasized that he was operating for the benefit of the eccentric nun. Carefully and tenderly applying a bandage to Rachel's injuries, he continued to portray himself as the impeccable, devoted operative with this particular notion. He implored Rachel to assist in eliminating and utterly destroying the menace that dared to injure her. Through this, they could demonstrate to the world the consequences of daring to harm a dead mansion. Instructor, the unhinged sleeper agent's calculated charm was exceedingly effective. Rachel would, at that moment, likely comply with any request he made. Internally, Sean was merely hoping this little act of his would succeed. Rachel readied her Uzi, and Sean prepared his fist to dismantle some more gangsters. A significant distance from the hospital, Hyunho's mother regained consciousness to a truly terrifying scene. Before her stood Byung-woo's heavily bandaged, mummy-like face, staring intently into her very being. But the deranged man, astonishingly, behaved with civility and apologized for alarming her. She, quite understandably, was terrified, and he sighed, explaining he needed to employ drastic measures to clarify what was truly transpiring. Noticing the school desks and chairs, it finally dawned on her that they were situated within a classroom. It wasn't merely any classroom, however. It was the very classroom attended by both their children. She was, in fact, occupying her son's desk, looking down. She found such cruelty utterly unbelievable. Upon her son's desk were venomous messages scrawled across the entire surface, all aimed at Hyunho. Byung-woo feigned shock at the harshness of children, as if his own son wasn't the primary instigator. He even exaggerated the role of a crippled and injured father to its fullest extent. Byung-woo removed all his bandages and formally presented himself as Joseph's father. He intentionally revealed his newly acquired facial injuries to attribute them to that detestable youth. By that, he was clearly referring to Park Shine. Gazing out the windows with a defeated expression, he maintained that his child was also a casualty of Park Shine's actions. He claimed that Shine had placed both him and his son in their current precarious circumstances as if they hadn't initiated the conflict. Byung-woo persisted in telling Hyunho's mother that Shine was the instigator of all the bullying episodes and had falsely implicated his son, Joseph, aided by those digitally altered photographs that she had observed in the principal's office. Byung-woo's narrative appeared increasingly plausible, delivering an Academy Award-caliber performance. The cunning antagonist lamented not having paid closer attention to his child. Witnessing his distress as he tumbled from his wheelchair, Hyunho's mother attempted to assist him. While sprawled on the floor, he pledged to exact his retribution as a form of penance for his inability to safeguard his son. He had that impassioned declaration perfected, but the mother was uneasy with the notion of vengeance and preferred to involve the legal system. Byung-woo dismissed her as naive for trusting that the authorities could achieve anything significant. He even gestured to the precise window from which Hyunho had fallen, while attempting to persuade the kind elderly woman to avenge her son. In order to halt that Park Shine miscreant, he presented Hyunho's mother with a sharp knife, while insisting that they themselves must take action. As he pressed the handle of the blade into her palm, the malevolent fiend continued to corrupt her thoughts with his revenge narrative. Back at the dead mansion, the elderly priest-director had just been briefed on the events unfolding in South Korea. Concerning their organization, a group with no standing, like Byung-woo Constructions, was considered negligible. This fact incensed the director even further, knowing that these insignificant thugs had dared to target his prize creation. That very evening, Rachel assembled the proficient operatives within her unit to receive the mansion's directives. Even Mary and Eugene had their preferred armaments ready, preparing for an operation to demonstrate to these nobodies the cost of interfering with Dead Mansion. This would be Sean's inaugural directive upon returning to the mansion's favor. So the director anticipated a display of action. The team received authorization to unleash the fury of judgment upon the insignificant construction firm. While traversing the corridors, Sean realized he had inadvertently left his communication device back at the desk. His comrades regarded him as an unprofessional simpleton. Sean attempted to borrow an earpiece from Mary, but she curtly told him to get lost. Even young Eugene criticized him for failing to live up to his legendary reputation by behaving like a foolish youngster. It didn't require much time for Rachel to discover that Byung-woo and his henchmen had fled to the school. Information gleaned from nearby traffic surveillance footage, if that fiend was present, then Hyunho's mother would also be located in the same vicinity. Rachel surreptitiously observed Sean's preoccupation with that elderly woman. Sean was behaving like a reckless simpleton, but he had arrived at this location with a clear objective. Rachel felt compelled to remind him they were there to neutralize the enemy, and nothing more, certainly not for some inconsequential matter. He assured her he understood the terms of his involvement, but a conflict was simmering within the young man. If his sole task was to obliterate everything in his path, it shouldn't prove overly challenging, correct? Unbeknownst to the team, they were being meticulously monitored and recorded. The moment they infiltrated the school grounds, within the surveillance hub, an armed, formidable figure observed their every action. He was aware he was tracking Dead Mansion operatives and the implications, but it didn't bother him. His only concern was the heightened level of difficulty, which would necessitate additional compensation for his services. The formidable figure's accomplice in this venture had also heard tales of the mansion's young assassins. However, that's a rather reductive description. Dead Mansion personnel are simply mercenaries, much like themselves. They're merely a bit younger and significantly more prized. Byung-woo maneuvered his wheelchair into the control room and pledged to the two mercenaries any sum they desired provided they could eliminate the Dead Mansion operatives. As per the agreement, there were supposed to be 3 mercenaries, but the formidable figure's elder sibling was delayed. Nevertheless, he felt assured this could be managed by just 2 of them. Byung-woo still harbored a degree of apprehension, aware of how powerful Cheyenne and his associates were, feeling slighted by this lack of trust. The formidable figure menacingly asserted that the task would proceed flawlessly. Dmitri possessed a tendency to intimidate people in that manner. At least, he maintained enough professionalism not to physically assault irritating clients. He considered that this professionalism distinguished them from those youngsters. Sean and his group quietly navigated the school corridor, searching for any indications of activity. They hadn't detected a sound, nor spotted a single gangster. Yet their tracking information should have been accurate. Mary found it peculiar that none of the closed-circuit television cameras within the school were operational, though Eugene proposed they separate and search to cover a wider area, and they should be capable of handling amateurs individually. Rachel approved of the suggestion, and they dispersed. Mary claimed the security room as her designated area, so she could endeavor to restore the cameras to functionality. Rachel instructed everyone to maintain communication via their earpieces, should any difficulties arise. The 3 quietly chuckled at Sean for forgetting his earpiece, like a novice, since it was unavoidable. Sean found himself obligated to accompany Rachel instead. Eugene opted to investigate the new school building. With the younger operatives gone, Rachel and Sean remained in the hallway. Being alone with the object of her peculiar homicidal fixation elicited a distorted smile on Rachel's face. Sean began to unconvincingly feign a tough demeanor, and Rachel finally abandoned the pretense to inquire directly if he was still preoccupied with the elderly woman and her bullied son. She demanded to know why Sean was investing so much for these unfamiliar individuals. This inappropriate fixation had no relevance to the mission and needed to be discarded, Rachel warned. She asserted that clinging to these civilians would only invite greater peril upon them. Prior to Sean's arrival, they were merely ordinary individuals. Within a few days, they had become targets for a renowned clandestine organization and had been abducted by third-rate criminals. There was only a single common factor across all these occurrences, and it was plainly evident what that was. Those individuals would have continued a typical existence had Sean not intervened. Now, their lives had been irrevocably disrupted, courtesy of his unnecessary interference. He might prefer not to consider it in such a macabre fashion, but Sean could sense the burden of their lives and their blood with every step he took. Rachel possessed a true knack for agitating Sean's vulnerabilities and convincing him that everything was his culpability. She understood his cognitive processes. Therefore, she also knew how to dismantle them. With merely a few phrases during a moment of extreme vulnerability, Rachel fortified the notion that the sole place Sean truly belonged was within Dead Mansion. Their intimate indoctrination session was curtailed when he perceived something approaching from a distance. He shoved Rachel aside, both narrowly evading a speeding bullet. The marksman expressed admiration for Sean's sharp senses that had identified the camouflage shot. Judging by Rachel's response to the shooter's arrival, it appeared she recognized him. As it transpired, Dmitry Medvedev was the second in command of a Russian mercenary faction known as Barefoot. Their last encounter was 2 years prior, during an operation in Vladivostok. Dmitry callously dropped the unconscious form of Mary he was carrying to the floor. He swore he had merely subdued her for her incessant, needless activity. Rachel glared at the mercenary with venomous intent in her eyes. Dmitry confessed his attraction to Rachel, but a mission remained a mission. She raised her Uzi, and he simply directed his pistol towards Mary, insisting on a professional, rather than an emotionally charged approach to the predicament. Dmitry suggested he could abandon this current mission and overlook matters if Rachel agreed to a date with him. Without a moment's hesitation, she cursed the philandering cur and repeatedly pulled the trigger. Dmitry agilely threw himself behind cover, evading the initial volley of shots. Scrambling beneath the counters, he shifted his position for a more advantageous angle. He succeeded in returning some gunfire, but did not manage to strike Rachel. She paused behind her own cover simultaneously reloading her dual weapons. They hadn't anticipated encountering barefoot operatives, so the situation had just become significantly more intricate. While engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the mercenary, Rachel persisted in lecturing Sean about how he had dragged an innocent, elderly woman into this perilous environment. Surveying her surroundings, she noted that Sean had already disappeared. While reloading his firearm, Dmitri continued his attempts to charm Rachel. It was entirely futile. The mercenary surmised that a few bullet wounds in her person would suffice to render her unconscious. Sean, who had stealthily moved to a wall near Dmitri, retorted that the mercenary lacked the capability to incapacitate Rachel. The two swiftly engaged in hand-to-hand combat, involving a firearm. 3 initial shots were negated by simply deflecting Dimitri's arm. Sean pressed his advantage while ensuring the gun remained neutralized, with his entire body mass and forward momentum concentrated in a single strike. His fist connected squarely with the mercenary's face. Dmitri absorbed the blow like a true warrior, though he commended Sean for possessing a more potent impact than that merry girl. Licking the blood that trickled from his nose, Dmitri found a worthy adversary and was unervingly thrilled. You understand, the Russian mercenaries of Barefoot were infamous combatants. They employed a brutal initiation rite that culled the weak, in the most characteristically Russian manner imaginable. Initiates were abandoned in the Siberian wilderness without footwear, and they were required to emerge alive after successfully hunting prey in the wild. This sanguinary custom bestowed upon them their name. Those who triumphed in the inhuman ordeal were inducted into the ranks of Barefoot. Dmitri, right here, successfully hunted an entire bear for his trial. Knowing this, it was hardly surprising that he remained unfazed by Sean's punch, just as Sean was reconsidering his supposedly impactful blow. Dimitri's fist connected with his face as well. This assault sent him careening a considerable distance. Dmitri was accustomed to wrestling bears to their demise. Consequently, a mere punch would never be sufficient to defeat him. Just as he was poised to conclude the engagement, he belatedly realized that the firearm in his grasp had been taken apart. The only brief window of opportunity Sean possessed was while absorbing the force of the punch. Yet he managed to deftly neutralize the gun from the confrontation. Now Dmitri was beginning to comprehend the hype surrounding the dead man Shin-Yu's was truly about. Sean still lacked a clear strategy to surmount the disparity in their physical builds. Retrieving another handgun from a holster, Dmitri aimed at the area behind Sean's cover. He possessed a clear line of fire, but was compelled to evade when Rachel emerged to fire upon him. Dmitri playfully exchanged words with Rachel while maneuvering towards cover. Once more, if she so much as glimpsed the top of his head, Rachel vowed to create 3 new apertures in it. The mercenary jested that hearing such menaces made his heart race. For some reason, this could have been a straightforward 2 versus 1 scenario, but Dmitri possessed reinforcements. Rachel was nearly struck by Byung-woo's gangsters, now equipped with proper protective attire and superior weaponry. The bothersome group had returned, and she too was forced to seek cover. Mary had also recovered consciousness, and was finding it difficult to articulate clearly due to her wounds. She finally succeeded in uttering that another mercenary was present within the school premises. It was a fleeting glimpse, but she had managed to spot the other individual via the cameras. The blue-haired, punk-styled mercenary found himself located in the new school edifice. There, he extended an invitation to young Eugene to participate in a little game. Perceiving imminent threat, the youth immediately readied himself for necessary action. Blue hair persisted in acting as though he were an amicable individual with a beaming smile, all while unfastening his oversized satchel. Dmitri felt no pride in depending on additional manpower. He would much prefer to neutralize the targets independently. Sean had recuperated sufficiently to stand erect and instruct Rachel to proceed to Eugene's location, as the youngster would undoubtedly face peril against another mercenary. As for the colossal bear slayer, Sean desired a direct confrontation, a one-on-one engagement. He wished to reciprocate all the blows he had endured thus far. Rachel attempted to dissuade Sean from such a foolhardy notion, but the gangsters brandishing their firearms outside rendrait any intervention impossible. Fortunately, the imbeciles were unaccustomed to discharging firearms, so their accuracy was atrocious. Irritated, Rachel returned fire and eliminated every foolish thug in her path. Those struck either perished or sustained grave injuries, while those who remained unscathed were too terrified to retaliate. Sean was resolutely fixed on engaging Dimitri single-handedly. He was unwavering in his intent to demonstrate that his legendary status was not merely for appearances. Rachel ultimately yielded and transported the injured Mary from the corridor. She sprinted while dispatching pursuers as if she were in a zombie survival game. Dimitri found this development entirely displeasing. He was genuinely captivated by Rachel. Sean capitalized on that momentary lapse in concentration by delivering a powerful hook to Dimitri's face. Dimitri absorbed the impact and readied his own fist for a counterattack. It was a formidable straight punch, one that felt capable of punching a hole through an individual. Thankfully, Sean reacted with sufficient speed to evade. Dimitri dislikes being interrupted, particularly when he is attempting to charm a formidable woman like Sister Rachel. Sean was experiencing considerable difficulty managing the weighty, bear-felling blows. The utmost he could achieve was to parry. However, Dimitri was an experienced combatant. He understood how to overcome inadequate defenses. He could invariably utilize the disparity in raw power to shift the balance decisively in his favor. Sean managed to raise his guard for the final assault, but the punch inexplicably caused his arm to bleed from a substantial gash. The mercenary employed the firearm he had previously disassembled and forcefully embedded the piece of metal into his own flesh. Sean derided the large man for resorting to such trivial tactics despite his stature, but all is permissible in a fight to the death. He favored the term strategy. Sean contended that the employment of such minor deceptions was the precise reason Rachel would never engage with Dimitri. Initially, the large man felt affronted, but then he was impressed by Sean's skillful provocation. Nevertheless, one could observe that being called out was agitating the mercenary. Sean had inadvertently struck a particularly sensitive point in Dimitri's composure. He genuinely harbored feelings for Rachel. He liked her sufficiently to forsake all cunning tactics and charge toward Sean, like an unstoppable, massive freight train, poised to tear the youth into pieces. As was typical, Sean maintained his vigilance and deflected the initial blow. And just as previously, he was sent sprawling off balance, as the impact was overwhelming. This instance, he left two writing implements embedded in Dimitri's arm. They were lodged quite deeply, and the bleeding was rather profuse. Still, this was mere triviality. For the seasoned mercenary, it only served to infuriate him further. With his rage came an increase in velocity that Sean found difficult to manage. While the large man pursued him, his fists tightly clenched, Sean flung his jacket outward to obstruct Dimitri's field of vision. When the large man brushed the jacket aside, Sean was conspicuously absent. Nearby, he observed that a supposedly secured door was slightly open and now sealed. Dimitri licked his lips with the anticipation of a predator tracking its course. Sean concealed himself in the haphazard office he had discovered, while regretting his choice to confront a Russian behemoth single-handedly. He questioned himself why such a formidable creature would venture to such an unremarkable location, but he was already aware of the answer to that. It was a consequence of his presence. Everything that had transpired was due to him. Malevolent forces just continued to converge upon this place owing to his existence. Perhaps he truly bore responsibility for the devastation of ordinary people's typical existences. Perhaps Rachel's indoctrination methods were far too potent to simply dismiss. Nevertheless, this feeling of helplessness and powerlessness infuriated Sean. It wasn't the overt, loud manifestation of anger, but the more chillingly composed variant of fury. Dimitri kicked the door forcefully open, eager to finally conclude this protracted game. Sean disregarded the boisterous large man as he rose to his feet and conceded that Rachel was, to some extent, correct. Had he not arrived here, there wouldn't be an elite mercenary, wreaking widespread destruction on a high school campus. Hyunho's family would have remained unharmed as well. Sean acknowledged that. He played a part in the circumstances unfolding as they had. But that realization only intensified his resolve to end this turmoil with his own hands. He could not simply remain hidden and lament because it was painful. Dimitri perceived the shift in the young man's demeanor and immediately ceased his playful antics. Realizing he must conclude matters swiftly, Dmitri charged forward brandishing his combat knife. Sean calmly sidestepped with absolutely no superfluous motion and reciprocated by fracturing Dmitri's arm, quite literally dislocating the larger man's elbow. He didn't even discern the hands that shattered his arm, given the incredible speed of the action. With the knife threat neutralized, Sean utilized Dmitri's leg as a launch point. Sean ascended the colossal figure and ultimately drove his knee forcefully into the mercenary's nose. For a change, he could be the one to label the large man a runt. The impact was direct and impactful, but Dmitri was an exceptionally resilient individual. He finally uttered Sean's name, acknowledging a truly formidable adversary. His nose gushed blood, and he experienced another unsettling taste while observing the newly focused version of Sean. Let's journey back 2 years to the notorious Vladivostok assignment, where Dmitri was contracted to maintain a position outside a fortified location. Certainly, he received a favorable rate for the task, but he was essentially a highly paid designated chauffeur. It irritated him even more that he was transporting young upstarts in the dead of night. Hearing his grievances, Rachel corrected his terminology, refuting the label of brats for the children. She preferred to refer to her precious charges as the good children of Dead Mansion. They were flawless creations. Dmitri was considerably more unseasoned and unrefined during that period. Disregarding the driver, Rachel directed the children under her supervision to enter the vehicle, one after another, preceding the detonation, just as a younger Dmitri was about to inquire. Located directly behind him erupted in conflagration. As he gazed upon the incinerating edifice, Rachel emphatically urged him to swiftly occupy the driver's seat. He complied and inquired if Rachel was responsible for the detonation. She simply stated it was the outcome of the children's diligent efforts. She then turned to the youngsters, asking if the excursion had been instructive. They unanimously affirmed its educational value. Then followed the critiques. David had missed numerous shots, most probably attributable to a malfunction with his firearm. Rachel admonished him to keep his weapon in optimal working order. Amy's theatrical performance required refinement, as she had a tendency to mumble her lines when under significant pressure. Tom was designated as the stealth operative, yet his footsteps were perceptible during his infiltration. Regarding Eddie, Rachel merely instructed him to discard the confectionery he had purloined from the conference chamber, as professionals should avoid leaving any evidence that could be traced. Upon hearing all these preposterous evaluations, Dmitri chuckled at the sheer absurdity of it all. Just as he was preparing to light a swift cigarette, Rachel's gaze narrowed, and she intervened, breaking the cigarette. She insisted that passive smoke would be detrimental to the children. Rachel expressed considerable disappointment that this younger sibling of Barefoot's commander, Bare Knuckle, seemed remarkably uninformed about the industry. Just as he was about to voice his objection to being disparaged, Dmitri was astounded by the sight of the deranged woman clad in a form-fit latex nun's habit while securing her hair. From that instant onward, Dmitri had been utterly captivated by Rachel's unhinged allure. Being youthful and lacking experience, he attempted to conceal it at that moment, even though his countenance was flushing like a ripened fruit. Altering the topic, he inquired about the origin of her scar. Dmitri even jokingly questioned if one of the children in the rear had inflicted it upon her, running her hand gently over the blemish. She maintained that she acquired the scar while training Sean, the renowned legend of Dead Mansion. Sean, even in those earlier days, Rachel offered incessant commendation for the organization's crowning achievement. At a tender age, Sean was recognized as a prodigy in their domain, the quintessential product. At that juncture, they remained entirely uninformed regarding Sean's ultimate whereabouts. Indeed, their desperation to locate him was so profound that they would eagerly welcome any intelligence pertaining to the youth. One of Sean's distinguishing features was the numeral 1 tattooed upon his back. Returning to the present moment, catching a glimpse of Sean's tattoo, recalled to the large man's mind his dialogue with Rachel 2 years prior. While coaxing his joints back into their proper alignments, Dmitri offered his commendation for Sean's abilities. As soon as the bones were correctly repositioned, he tore open his shirt, prepared for a direct, honorable confrontation with a formidable adversary. Dmitri Medvedev, also recognized as Grizzly, Barefoot's second-in-command, was primed for a genuine confrontation. He lunged forward, knife in hand, and Sean ducked to evade the attack. The forced maneuver left him ensnared in the large man's grasp, while held firmly by the nape of his neck. Sean was compelled to endure a knee strike to his midsection. He clenched his teeth against the agony and remained steadfast. Sean slammed his head against the large man's jaw, momentarily disorienting Dimitri. He had sufficient time to recover and withdraw from close quarters range. Regrettably, the knee strike had fractured several of his ribs and inflicted a considerable amount of injury. Confident that he maintained the advantage, Dimitri pressed his attack more aggressively. A swift slash went astray, missing Sean's throat by a mere fraction of an inch. He had struck this colossal brute in the jaw at least thrice by now, yet it hadn't fazed Dimitri in the slightest. His ferocity and the caliber of his assaults showed no signs of diminishing. Ultimately, Sean found himself cornered with his back against the wall. Even that very wall offered no sanctuary against Dimitri's monstrous power and knife expertise. Nevertheless, enduring this long without delivering a fatal blow was beginning to make him somewhat restless. Dimitri desired the intense and murderous Sean from before to reappear and confront him like a true man. His subsequent thrust was met with a metallic clang and an inquiry. Had Dimitri ever been presented with an award during his youth? Clutching some nondescript school plaque to shield his chest from the blade, Sean confessed that he had never received any form of recognition in his entire life. Shoving aside the hand wielding the knife, Sean delivered a kick to the large man's stomach with as much lower body strength as he could possibly generate. The agony caused Dimitri to double over and flinch, still perplexed by Sean's preceding words. Employing the school plaque award, Sean made the large man bleed profusely from his neck with a savage stab. The sheer force behind that steel implement must have undoubtedly crushed the giant's trachea. Sean urged Dimitri to regard the plaque award as a memento of his excursion to Korea. With another forceful shove, he drove the plaque even further into the mercenary's chest. This subsequent thrust nearly rendered the large man unconscious from the pain. With that, the man-to-man, one-on-one confrontation was concluded. Stretching his weary limbs, Sean pondered whether he should rendezvous with Rachel and the others. Without delay, suddenly, he perceived something that captured his focus from his peripheral vision. Unbeknownst to Sean, Dimitri's throat and chest might be grievously injured, but the grizzly still possessed sufficient strength to seize some golf clubs. While Sean inquisitively picked up the photograph that had snared his attention, Dimitri was winding up his powerful swing with every remaining ounce of his formidable strength. It was awkward, rushed, but exceedingly devastating. It was also slow enough that Sean could react in the nick of time. At this juncture, Dimitri was operating purely on unadulterated animosity. I can identify a genuine hater when I encounter one. Sean finally resolved to guarantee his victory by employing the giant as a literal stepping platform. He clambered onto Dimitri's back and commenced to choke the mercenary unconscious. Sean urged the large man to capitulate, physically and mentally at his breaking point. Dimitri's bloodshot eyes finally fluttered closed, and his grip on the golf club relaxed. Dimitri's inert form crumpled to the floor, knees first, as all awareness completely vanished. Sean chanced upon his own photograph within a disarrayed school case folder. He observed a few of his pictures and several other items within the new school edifice. Eugene had just arrived at the swimming pool vicinity in pursuit of gangsters to incapacitate. His cautious search was interrupted by the blue-haired ruffian, joining him to peer into the pool's water. Realizing he hadn't sensed this individual's approach whatsoever, Eugene hastily leaped to a secure distance. Adversaries capable of concealing their presence to this degree are not to be underestimated. One certainty was that this punk was no ordinary individual. Eugene made the prudent decision and reported back to Rachel, utilizing the earpiece. The punk merely chuckled and admitted he had already deployed a jamming device, rendering calls unable to connect. Instead of contending with irksome reinforcements, the punk expressed a desire to engage and play instead. Observing that the adversary appeared to be a seasoned professional, Eugene's strategy was to sidestep a direct confrontation. He still possessed one trump card, regardless of how ignoble it might be. Opting to utilize this particular tactic, Eugene began to weep vociferously as a typical child would, while offering apologies and feigning cuteness. The punk's smile broadened. As he listened to Eugene's performance of crying and stammer, he inquired why the youngster was weeping. and Eugene responded that he simply wished to return home, sensing that the punk was beginning to lower his defenses. But it proved to be a significant misjudgment on Eugene's part, as the punk swung his metal bat without any hesitation. The bat produced the metallic sound of forceful contact and propelled the youth flying towards the interior area. Eugene exerted his utmost effort to curl his body as protectively as possible to lessen the extent of the damage. The arm he had used to block the bat was now practically incapacitated. He had never anticipated the punk would assault a defenseless, weeping child so unreservedly. Yuri Smirnov, Barefoot's newest recruit, also known by the moniker Gopnik, was a depraved, warped individual who derived pleasure from striking the vulnerable. Hearing the lamentations of his victims with each blow truly invigorated this pervert. You see, Gopnik translates to bully in Russian. Eugene had consistently been a dutiful ward of the dead man. During his training, he mastered the art of using his tears as a formidable weapon, employing the resources available to him. He could accomplish any mission, irrespective of the circumstances. In one particular assignment, he was required to approach a pair of guards while feigning distress. The guards promptly contacted the main entrance to report a child's unauthorized presence. Despite their attempts to communicate, the personnel at the main gate were unresponsive and bloody. Their blood had formed pools around their bodies, killed by precise, clean slashes. While one of the guards was attempting to establish contact with the main gate, the other was endeavoring to soothe the weeping Eugene. The small boy timidly explained that he had arrived with his father and had become separated from him in the restroom. While one of the guards consulted the roster for this purportedly missing parent, the other remained focused on comforting the distressed child. Children are inherently vulnerable and require the safeguarding of adults. A child's tears could elicit protective responses, and it was Eugene's customary tactic to lower an adversary's defenses. The watchful guard was fairly certain that none of the guests had brought a child, but by the time he realized, his partner was already slumped unnaturally on the ground, with the child nowhere in sight. When he observed blood gushing out and pooling on the floor tiles, he understood they had been cleverly deceived. He attempted to staunch his friend's bleeding while in a state of panic. The vigilant guard scanned the immediate vicinity, but Eugene was a step ahead of him. He was poised to strike with his knife from the flank. Just like that, one diminutive child managed to effortlessly neutralize 2 levels of security. Eugene promptly reported the successful execution of the order, though his hands are now stained with the blood of grown men. However, the blue-haired ruffian before him was an entirely different creature. This fiend didn't even pause before attacking a crying child with a full, powerful swing. From the look of sheer delight on his face, this deviant actually savored the torment. He desired to witness more of that weeping, and he would gladly swing his bat several more times to observe those feigned tears once again. Eugene had to think and react swiftly, as the adversary was an unpredictable wild card. He evaded the subsequent assault. The bat left a substantial indentation in the floor. The force behind those swings could not be dismissed lightly. It was entirely distinct from the ordinary. Yuri conceded that his swings possessed an extra crispness because his bat was custom crafted to his specific preferences. With this implement, he could bludgeon any number of children with unrestrained glee. Eugene tried his utmost to escape and prevent any further grave injuries, but the initial arm wound flared up painfully, dislodging him from his position while Yuri actively pursued him. Weary of being led around by the youngster, the deviant rotated the handle of his bat and aimed it at Eugene, specifically targeting the child's foot. He utilized the weight and momentum of the bat to crush Eugene's foot. It was an intense, sharp pain he had never experienced in his brief existence. Forcing himself to regain focus, the youth produced a butterfly knife. With a practiced motion, he employed that seemingly fragile knife to deflect Yuri's bat. After establishing a small amount of separation, he attempted to rise and flee. Eugene vaulted over some barriers, concentrating on retreating, even though he was not in a suitable condition for movement. Observing him limping down the stairs, Yuri decided to grant the youth 10 seconds to limp as far as he could manage. The countdown commenced immediately, compelling Eugene to grit his teeth against the excruciating pain. One of his arms and one of his legs were incapacitated. It was the most unfavorable combination imaginable. With 8 seconds remaining on the clock, the youth rolled himself further away. He concentrated his willpower to flee as far as possible within the allotted time, despite his best efforts to run efficiently. Placing weight on his injured foot sent searing pain coursing through his body. While he was resolutely determined to escape this predicament, Yuri emerged from his hiding place with his bat, poised for a full-force strike. Eugene awkwardly propelled his body out of the path, nearly being struck and crushed by the unexpected assault. This ruffian hadn't even granted him the promise. Full 10 seconds to withdraw. Even the countdown itself was merely a game Yuri enjoyed playing, to offer a sliver of false hope that was easily extinguished. Eugene parried the attack with his pocket knife, while the deviant prattled on about the youth's naivety. The impact ultimately sent Eugene hurtling towards the swimming pool. He landed and sank into the deep end, while Yuri celebrated as if he had just hit a decisive home run. The youth's arm was too enfeebled and in too much agony to propel him back to the surface. He wondered if he was truly just an inconsequential child. As that negative thought began to manifest its unpleasant presence, he recalled Sean, mocking him for his persistent tendency towards self-commiseration. Earlier that same day, Eugene had sworn he wasn't as overly dramatic as Sean portrayed him to be. The girls had to intervene and separate their altercation, as they had the annihilation mission scheduled. Within mere hours, before departing for the school, Sean pledged to never again make fun of Eugene. But the youth, surprisingly, inquired if he intended to rescue Hyunho's mother. Eugene asserted that the elderly woman had relinquished her parental responsibilities, thereby severing her connection with Sean. For the youth, expending effort for someone who wasn't even family felt peculiar. Eugene could still vividly recall what that woman had told him, when he began to question his own upbringing. Observing the child's internal conflict, Sean inquired if the little fellow also considered Hyunho's mother as family. Eugene had never experienced his hair being affectionately ruffled before, but being raised to become an illicit, versatile operative for the elite without receiving any affection tends to have a detrimental effect on children. Eugene simply accepted that. The old lady's concept of family differed from his own. Sean's counsel was for Eugene to inquire with the elderly woman about her meaning the next time they encountered each other. He even mentioned the fact that Hyunho's mother also wished to see Eugene at her home once more. Quietly, the two dutiful children cultivated this unexpected common ground between them. But as of this moment, Eugene was gradually descending to the pool's bottom, while his strength was slowly being depleted. Yuri observed him sinking, concerned that the amusement would conclude too swiftly. Eugene finally breached the water surface to avidly inhale substantial quantities of air. He thrashed and wept, screaming that he was incapable of swimming. Yuri clutched his stomach, overcome with laughter. He was simply deriving too much amusement from tormenting the youth. This gopnik extended his metallic bat, offering Eugene something to grasp onto. For safety, Eugene was a child who elicited protective instincts. Yuri, a reprehensible scoundrel who disregarded life, was a nightmarish opponent. Finally, Eugene managed to reach the extremity of the bat and secure a hold. Just as he was on the verge of reaching safety, Yuri playfully elevated the bat with a simple whoop. He asserted that the bat had slipped, and Eugene would simply have to submerge into the water and perish. Yuri truly would have rescued the youth if he had merely maintained his grip on the bat a moment longer. At least the deviant had his amusement. As soon as he turned to depart elsewhere, a small hand breached the pool's surface, attempting to pull him off balance. The initial grasp lacked sufficient force to achieve anything significant, but it effectively held Yuri in position. Utilizing the entirety of his body's force, Eugene pulled his captor into the water. It was a considerable struggle, but this was the sole plausible method he could devise to neutralize the enemy. The principle of mission completion echoed persistently in his thoughts. Finally, he succeeded in pulling Yuri, the tormentor, into the pool's deep end. The youth had always possessed confidence in his acting prowess. He even managed to deceive a merciless child assassin, while allowing the water to drain Yuri of his strength. Eugene wrapped his arms around the creep's neck, applying a chokehold. First, he was deceived regarding the youth's swimming abilities. Now he was experiencing difficulty breathing due to the chokehold. Suddenly, it was no longer an amusing game for Gopnik. While constricting his choke, Eugene insulted the Russian mercenary for being such an easily deceived piece of refuse. Amateurs like this ruffian, are merely easy targets for a proficient child from Dead Mansion. As Eugene tightened his chokehold even more forcefully, Yuri began to panic, cursing the diminutive miscreant. He demanded to be released. Unfortunately for the youth, the Russian thug proved more tenacious than he had initially anticipated. Their struggle had escalated into a full-fledged underwater wrestling contest. Gripping his specialized bat, Yuri repeatedly struck Eugene's arm with the handle. The sharp, intense pain caused the youth to loosen his grip, allowing the thug to break free. He grinned and pivoted to resume his offensive, eager to bash the youth's head in. The initial strike was somewhat too slow, enabling Eugene to dive back into the water and evade. He held his breath and submerged deeper into the pool, effectively eluding the Russian. Eugene managed to create a significant distance between them, allowing him to surface for some much-needed air. He would have been certainly doomed if they weren't in the water. That bat is exceedingly perilous. But Yuri was relentless, much to the youth's astonishment. He utilized the pool's floating lane dividers as a secure point in the center of the water. This time, the feigned amiable smile had vanished. The Russian thug intended to take this confrontation personally and eliminate the diminutive nuisance. Eugene was utterly astounded, as he hadn't anticipated the scoundrel climbing onto the floaters. The equilibrium required for such a feat must be extraordinary. With a stable foothold, Yuri could once again launch devastating attacks. As he engaged in a deadly game of swimming pool whack-a-mole, Eugene had no alternative but to submerge back into the depths. To evade such a ferocious assault, Yuri tracked him from his position above, grinning, aware that the youth couldn't possibly remain submerged indefinitely. He had to make a choice immediately. It is preferable to hold his breath than to have his head caved in by a psychopath. Yuri was experiencing immense pleasure tormenting the small youth. The confrontation has devolved into a contest of endurance, testing how long the youth can persevere. Eugene had never encountered someone as deranged and psychotic as the scoundrel, perched on the floating lane dividers. He swam away to create some separation, while frantically searching his mind for an escape from this perilous predicament. Matching his swimming pace, the Russian thug sprinted along the ropes, while cautioning the youth that moving about would only deplete the oxygen in his lungs more rapidly. Eugene understood he couldn't possibly sustain this pace indefinitely. If only he could snatch a brief breath before diving back down to reset his position. But if he ever dared to ascend, with his head breaking the water's surface, he knew the terrible destiny that awaited him. The fiend and his bat would be anticipated, with a decidedly unpleasant surprise at the ready. His blood would unquestionably stain the water a deep crimson, and his existence would come to an end. It's either death by asphyxiation or death by severe blunt force injury, lacking a viable plan for survival. Those are his two exceedingly restricted alternatives. Suddenly, he noticed that the floaters were merely secured by a rope, and there were numerous exploitable openings between them. 2 agonizing minutes have passed, and Eugene's lungs are approaching their absolute capacity. Instead of desperately surfacing for the air that he so urgently required, the youth swam away once more. Yuri gleefully pursued him, tormenting the boy while cackling like a deranged individual. Unbeknownst to him, Eugene had already retrieved his butterfly knife. He was anticipating the Russian thug to leap onto a different, floating lane rope before the scoundrel could land and achieve stability above the water. Eugene slashed the rope, effectively neutralizing the enemy's advantage. Yuri's smile instantly vanished as the upstart managed to outmaneuver him. He plunged into the water near the youth, creating a substantial splash in the process. With his lungs now replenished with oxygen, Eugene dove down once more to shift the confrontation to a more favorable location. The Russian thug was seething. He had just fallen for a paltry deception, but even submerged, he refused to entertain the notion that the youth could inflict any harm upon him. With a mere toy knife, he didn't even pause for a second to consider that brandishing a weapon underwater was entirely ineffectual to start with. Here in the depths, there are superior methods to eliminate an adversary. In the water, where a swing would be significantly impeded by resistance, a larger weapon is not merely a disadvantage, but an absolute encumbrance. Eugene's compact butterfly knife and diminutive stature, conversely, represent the ideal lethal combination. His initial strike was direct, with the Russian's reflexes He managed to evade a stab aimed at his face. But that was not the sole weapon in the youth's possession. He had also managed to secure the severed rope that previously held the floaters. Skillfully maneuvering around Yuri's back, Eugene wrapped the rope around the Russian's neck and pulled it with all his might. Being strangled while submerged must be a truly terrifying ordeal to endure. It was so severe that Yuri began cursing vehemently in Russian. In his mind, Eugene has been anticipating this very opportunity, and he will undoubtedly capitalize on it with his full strength as he constricts the stranglehold even further. A few moments later, the victor surfaced, gasping for air as the grown man he had just strangled was left lifeless in the frigid and murky pool water. This is the consequence of underestimating someone smaller than oneself. Eugene might have been significantly outmatched in nearly every conceivable aspect, but when it pertains to killing, a proficient child will never succumb to a sadistic novice. On the opposite side of the campus, Sister Rachel is struggling to reload her Uzi utilizing her mouth. As soon as she succeeded in doing so, she accurately neutralized the pursuing security personnel with a barrage fired from behind her back, while Mary supported her injured flank. Regrettably, her wound began to throb when Mary inadvertently bumped against it. Maintaining her suppressive fire, she pivoted around a corner for cover. The security team members fell one after another. Some were struck in their extremities, while others were forced to absorb bullets with their protective vests. With Mary now secure, she inquired if Sister Rachel was all right. Circumstances have become considerably more intricate than they had anticipated when they embarked on this mission. Perhaps it would be more prudent to withdraw for the time being. However, Rachel is a strict adherent to regulations and directives. Their instruction is to eliminate everyone, and that is precisely what they intend to accomplish. Besides, Sean is still engaged in combat with that behemoth, Dmitri. The least they could manage is to deal with the inexperienced underlings. Unfortunately, Sister Rachel is now down to a single fresh ammunition clip. Mary does not favor their odds at all. She maintained that completing the cleanup would be unachievable. With only the two of them, Dmitri and Yuri, the barefoot operatives, were never incorporated into their strategic assessments and blueprints. She retrieved her phone to ascertain if they could, at the very least, summon reinforcements. Sister Rachel rebuked her for uttering words indicative of weakness. She asserted that she was merely being pragmatic, considering that both of them were injured and not operating at full capacity. Reloading for a final instance, Rachel perceived something peculiar. Mary stated she had been uncertain previously, but she should never have been cognizant that Yuri was also present in the building. A profound silence descended upon the girls. Mary averted her gaze from her phone screen, and a cunning smile gradually formed on her lips. She had committed such a foolish blunder, and Rachel had discerned it. She knew that if little Eugene were present, that youngster would have labeled her an amateur for such a lapse. Sister Rachel's Uzi was aimed directly at Mary's head, a murderous fury evident in her eyes. She interrogated Mary, demanding to know why, but the more significant question was how. How could a dutiful child, under the dominion of Dead Mansion, rebel and act contrary to her directives? It was supposed to be an impossibility to betray the organization. Rachel demanded answers, and she required them immediately. Mary remained composed and disclosed that they had discovered something transformative. Tossing her crucifix necklace aside, she revealed that the method to override the three fundamental principles has been uncovered. Judging by her manner of speaking, she's implying that she is not the sole individual involved. If that is indeed the situation, who else is implicated? Mary simply responded that Noel had returned. Hearing a name she hadn't encountered in years caused Rachel to tremble with disbelief. The mere utterance of Noel's name shook her to her very core. Her shock provided Mary with a sufficient opening to lunge forward and extract the magazine from the Uzi, effectively disarming Rachel in a fraction of a second. With the final ammunition clip expended, she is now devoid of firepower. Sister Rachel's ingrained lethal instincts activated as she sprang forward, intending to bash Mary's head in with the Uzi. Mary swiftly ducked out of the path and retaliated by stabbing the murderous nun directly in her existing thigh wound. Like a relentless predator, Mary attempted to kick Rachel in the head, but was successfully blocked. The mention of Noel's name ignited something profound within Rachel as she confronted Mary, demanding to know how she even knew that name. Before she could apprehend her student, The cold barrel of a firearm tapping against the back of her head made Rachel pause. The security team has caught up and successfully cornered Miss Nunn. She attempted to resist, but she was in no state to withstand the overwhelming force of multiple men aiming their weapons at her. They had been patiently waiting for an opportunity to exact their revenge on this woman, who had been responsible for the deaths of several of their comrades. Mary finally abandoned all pretenses and assured the security team that the period of acting was concluded. With Sister Rachel now secured, it's time to ensure that the remainder of the good children are dispatched. Mary shifted her focus to apprehending Sean next. In a classroom where everything commenced, the fiend is presently handing a knife to Hyunho's mother, enticing her to seek retribution for her son. After inundating her with falsehoods, Byung-woo is now coercing the unfortunate woman to eliminate Park Shin. Clutching the blade, her hands quivered. Fortunately, she could discern the devil's deceptions. She denounced him as refuse, unworthy even of the title of parent. While casting the knife aside, Byung-woo observed in bewilderment as his meticulously crafted plan disintegrated. He immediately abandoned the charade and revealed his genuine nature. He questioned if she could even consider herself a parent for not accepting the settlement, or the vengeance her son rightfully deserved. A mother who is merely flipping rice cakes while her child endures such horrific circumstances. That remark earned him a forceful slap across the cheek. He genuinely believed he could sway her with his performance, and that events would unfold favorably. But, as anticipated, she is merely another vexation. The classroom door swung open, and Byung-woo's security contingent poured in. Operate with precision. On the opposing side of the campus, Sean had just concluded, administering a thorough thrashing to the second-in-command of Barefoot, Dmitry Medvedev. He reflected on the sheer absurdity of engaging a top-tier Russian mercenary within the confines of a principal's office. If he were to recount the tale to anyone, no one would likely believe him. Even the mere fact that Byung-woo Construction managed to establish contact with Russian mercenaries initially was preposterous. Ordinary individuals simply don't possess that kind of influence. After all, suddenly, a realization struck him with clarity. Barefoot is not an organization that a run-of-the-mill construction company in Korea could readily access. This implied that another party had orchestrated this entire affair. Sean hastily sprinted towards the opposite end of the campus. Approaching a bend, he was detected by some of the patrolling security personnel. He couldn't have cared less about these insignificant obstacles. However, without breaking stride, he made the first guard consume his knee for supper. Sean is thoroughly fed up with all these bothersome wannabe gangsters targeting him. They persisted in calling him Yellow Hair. They didn't even possess the common courtesy to remember his actual name. He cannot even spare the time to deal with these minor nuisances when innocent lives hang in the balance. Therefore, he moved with agility, ferocity, and unwavering resolve, neutralizing another one with a swift elbow strike to the jaw. When one of them clumsily brandished a firearm, Sean seized a human shield to protect himself from the ensuing barrage of projectiles. The security team had been instructed to keep Sean alive, but they are simply panicking at this juncture. The young man rapidly closed the intervening distance, unfazed by the weapon aimed directly at his head. Once within sufficient proximity, he elbowed the pistol from the unfortunate individual's grasp. With hands moving like lightning and force akin to a bear's, he tore through the team without any discernible difficulty. His iron fist slammed the gunman's head downwards, with enough power to fracture a cranium. Sean might have just concluded an arduous struggle with a grizzly bear in human guise, but even while utterly depleted, inferior opponents remained just that, inferior opponents. Sister Rachel slowly regained consciousness, bound to an arbitrary pipe, astonished to even find herself alive. Mary was seated before the security camera monitors, clutching a warm beverage in her hand, as if everything were perfectly normal. Realizing the unfolding situation, Sister Rachel began to vehemently curse her former student who had turned renegade. Mary urged her to remain composed, as attempting to escape her restraints would prove futile. Mary asserted that she wasn't even attempting to betray Deadman. She is merely endeavoring to demonstrate something to everyone. She's attempting to show the organization that they misidentified the wrong asset as the most exceptional. Growing up, She consistently heard the director effusively praise Sean, the Paramount product and the legend of Dead Mansion. Since her childhood, it was ingrained in her that Sean existed on a different plane compared to all others. Sean was already a finished article when he was young. Every child was urged to strive diligently to emulate him, and that never resonated well with young Mary. Even presently, she finds it frustrating that everyone is so fixated on that outdated, flawed entity. Then she mused to herself, how truly proficient is the great Sean for everyone in the mansion to behave and speak as they do. But the Sean she witnessed was no better than some foolish middle school student. That's when she resolved that the legend is nothing more than a fabricated narrative. She surmised that the director merely wished to conceal the error of losing Sean by elevating him to the status of a legend. Mary touched Sister Rachel's forehead scar, and it nearly cost her several fingers due to the nun's swift bite. While Mary comprehends that the mansion is merely attempting to preserve the existing order, she would have preferred it if they had simply acknowledged their errors. That is why, at this moment, she is endeavoring to present the director with a different perspective. The legend of Sean is merely a fabrication. She, on the other hand, is tangible. She desires to claim the title of the most formidable product that Dead Mansion has ever cultivated. The Paramount strategist, codenamed Mary, also known as Dva. Rachel's gaze drifted to the CCTV monitors, spotting Sean. Suddenly, the video feed dissolved into static as the camera was destroyed. Sister Rachel immediately understood that Sean must have deciphered the situation and was now embarked on a path of conflict. She chuckled quietly to herself. She berated Mary for acting so arrogantly for an experienced, albeit young, operative. Ultimately, she's merely a child throwing a fit because the director only has eyes for Sean. All that fabricated myth nonsense is preposterous. Rachel knows firsthand that Sean is exceptional, the genuine article, but Mary had closed her mind to any of that, believing that none of the personnel would admit to the falsehood. When Rachel labeled her a defective product, spouting inaccuracies about matters she knew nothing of, Mary lost her composure. She retrieved a handgun from her purse and fired at Rachel, ensuring the bullet would only lightly graze her cheek, as a demonstration that she currently held all the advantages. That initial shot is a cautionary measure, merely a reminder that she holds the nun's life in her hands. If Rachel dares to call her a faulty product once more, she'll make certain that the scar on her teacher's forehead transforms into a gaping hole. Rachel smiled with amusement. It appeared she had just discovered the young girl's sensitive spot. Their heated exchange was interrupted by the cripple, Byung-woo's arrival into the control room. He informed Mary that he had just concluded matters on his end, and was gratified to observe that she was upholding her part of the agreement. As well, he further fueled the animosity between the women, inquiring if he had interrupted a significant conversation involving gunfire. If you were to ask Byung-woo, a couple of holes in Rachel's body would not even come close to compensating for every frustration he had endured because of her. Mary inquired about what had transpired to cause his face to be covered in blood, and Byung-woo casually wiped the crimson stain away. He responded that he had encountered a minor complication, but had been managed suitably. Now, it wasn't flawless, but events still concluded as anticipated. He even had a few of his men drag the unconscious Hyun-ho up to the rooftop. Mary commended his diligent efforts for ensuring that everything progressed without a hitch. He, too, is pleased to collaborate with someone sensible and easy to communicate with. Just as Byung-woo was about to inquire about their subsequent course of action, his own personal guard restrained him and rendered him unconscious with chloroform. With the chairman's task completed, Mary no longer had any requirement for him. Prior to all this, she had managed to strike a deal with the bodyguard for this precise contingency. Since Chairman Byung-woo has proven immensely useful thus far, Mary promised to ensure that he'll be the central figure in this particular incident. She can already envision the news headlines. An incident precipitated by a father, hell-bent on securing vengeance for his son. It's impeccable with that matter addressed. It's approximately time for Sean to resume his activities. But when Mary turned her attention to the monitors, every single CCTV camera had already been rendered inoperable. A sense of foreboding surfaced in her thoughts. Then Sister Rachel began to ominously vocalize. She asserted that there are numerous exceptional children within the mansion. They selected children with talents and bestowed upon them the highest honor, along with a moniker. In Mary's instance, it was Dva, the Paramount strategist, head and shoulders above all others. What Rachel is attempting to convey is that before Mary's arrival, Sean was already the preeminent product, possessing all her talents and a great deal more. Suddenly, Mary felt the oppressive sensation of being stalked like prey. As if on cue, the power abruptly failed, shutting down the static displays and extinguishing the illumination. Mr. Trader's bodyguard surmised that it was merely a power outage, but that is never the reality in these types of situations. From above, Sean shattered the ceiling and burst forth, targeting the bodyguard. Mary attempted to warn the individual, but it was regrettably too late. Sean's elbow had already fractured the trader's skull. Sister Rachel's eyes gleamed with pride as she observed Codenet. Sean with evident delight. This is Dead Man Sean's paramount creation, Park Sean, the operative. Several years prior, back in Sean's early childhood, the director had consistently paid meticulous attention to him. Although every child in Dead Mansion is exceptional, he operates on a distinct level, far surpassing them. This preferential treatment isolated him from all others. The director asserted that he possesses the most exceptional skills and talent. Among every proficient child, he is the finest the Dead Mansion has ever witnessed, a flawless masterpiece. On one occasion, the director nearly misspoke, referring to him as the organization's second masterpiece, before hastily correcting himself. That day was the day he was indelibly marked with the lifelong insignia of Dead Mansion as the paramount masterpiece. He received his branding earlier than any other. Even back then, Mary had consistently harbored displeasure regarding all the attention Sean was receiving. Returning to the present, the moment to resolve matters has arrived. The so-called masterpiece versus the greatest strategist. Rachel attempted to update Sean on the unfolding events, but he had already independently deciphered everything. He already possessed a general understanding while rushing towards the control room. As for the more intricate particulars, Sean could invariably extract those from Mary through forceful means. She coyly admonished her, from menacing to physically assault the diminutive girl. Mary questioned if Hyunho's mother would condone Sean's recent actions, while slashing her push dagger towards him. As he anticipated, Mary had indeed turned traitor, attacking him despite his affiliation with Dead Mansion. It dawned on him that this girl might possess the solution to circumventing Dead Mansion's inviolable principles. But contemplation of that broad subject can be deferred for later. For the present, they need to engage in a physical confrontation. Sean blocked the incoming push dagger and retaliated with a sharp elbow strike that dislodged the glasses from Mary's countenance. She had already conceded that it would be somewhat challenging to defeat Sean in a test of raw strength. Nevertheless, she will still make an attempt. Moving with incredible speed, she managed to get dangerously close to Sean's neck, wrapping her arms firmly around his neck. She lifted him effortlessly into the air, as if he possessed no weight. Sean was momentarily taken aback by the peculiar grappling and throwing maneuver. As far as both he and Rachel could ascertain, what Mary had just executed is not a technique that was imparted at Dead Mansion. After hurling this so-called masterpiece to the unforgiving ground, Mary bolted towards the exit with all her available speed, while the young man remained momentarily disoriented. Sister Rachel commanded him to make haste and pursue, as it was absolutely crucial to apprehend that green-haired turncoat, regardless of the circumstances. Rachel also divulged that Mary might have a formidable ally, assisting her from the concealment of shadows. They desperately need to ascertain the identity of that individual. For the time being, explanations can be deferred. Sean departed the room and immediately focused on Mary's retreating figure. His mind is inundated with inquiries regarding this enigmatic supporter, and what that is even supposed to signify. In any case, Sean is currently preoccupied with the most critical aspect of this entire debacle, whether it's Mary or the scoundrel manipulating her from behind. They possess knowledge of the method to bypass the three principles, deeply ingrained within the psyche of a proficient child. Sean attempted to halt Mary with a proper and civilized discussion, but it proved unsuccessful. Mary slipped into one of the classrooms, and Sean cornered her in an indoor recess. She wasn't truly fleeing without direction. She was heading for the pre-mixed chemical compounds she had readied in the school laboratory for this precise moment, equipping a chemical-resistant respirator. She's prepared to engage in a direct confrontation with the supposed greatest. Mary initiated combat by shattering the glass containers directly above Sean's head. unleashing a concoction of various substances. As soon as the distinct materials made contact with each other, a miniature detonation transpired. Fortunately, Sean possessed sufficient speed to evade the main force of the explosion. But the explosion itself was merely a showy introductory maneuver. Based on the aroma wafting through the air and the explosive chemical reaction, he inferred that those vials contained sodium metal, red phosphorus, and ammonia. That's some advanced, illicit chemistry. Even Sean was astonished that a school laboratory would have such materials readily available. He desperately covered his nose and mouth, aware that inhaling this noxious concoction would be perilous. But the toxic vapors in the atmosphere weren't the sole concern he should be addressing. Mary is still present to capitalize on the ensuing chaos and toxic environment. All he could manage was to evade and attempt to inhale a semblance of untainted air. Mary persistently intensified her assaults, desperately attempting to lacerate Sean with her push dagger. With the odds significantly tilted in her favor, she managed to inflict a gruesome gash on Sean's arm. While he was hemorrhaging and holding his breath, Mary was contriving a surprise attack. This time, she aimed for the precise location where Dimitri had injured him. Of course, she had been observing everything unfold and had committed Sean's vulnerabilities to memory. In such a dire predicament, his mind immediately gravitated towards seizing something he could utilize as an improvised weapon, John Wick style. He came precariously close to reaching a table laden with items to use as weaponry, but Mary thwarted him with a well-aimed kick. She had meticulously studied Sean's combat proficiencies, his tells, and literally every other aspect of his fighting style. She knows for an absolute certainty that whenever he is at a disadvantage, the young man's eyes would scan his surroundings, attempting to procure something useful. With this ability to think rapidly under pressure, he managed to shield himself from a stab wound with the assistance of a ketchup dispenser. Even during his last confrontation, he only managed to triumph against Dimitri through the astute utilization of syringes. She firmly believes that he is not the sole individual talented enough to make effective use of his environment. Sean was progressively being forced into a defensive position as his arm wound began to bleed copiously. The hemorrhage appears severe, but he lacks the time to get it properly treated. With Mary's noxious explosives and her relentless dagger assaults, Sean is operating in an extremely challenging mode. Regrettably, his jacket became ensnared in the blast and ignited. Mary seized the opportunity to pounce, once more resembling an assassin consumed by bloodlust. Who would have ever imagined that? The enemy's smokescreen would also serve as an excellent tool for escape. Sean lost his jacket, and his wound is beginning to drain all the blood from his body. He is losing progressively more blood as time elapses. Mary was a savage close-quarters combat. She relished striking the same spot repeatedly, gradually eroding her opponent's sanity and life force. If it weren't for all the injuries he had sustained while battling Dimitri, he likely would have already emerged victorious. He comically questioned himself, who would be tasked with cleaning the library subsequently. Regardless of their identity, they will be in for a considerable shock. Upon further reflection, Sean blamed himself for all the agony and conflict that had erupted as a consequence of his actions. But self-pity is not going to rescue him from a calculated pursuer in the form of Mary. She is now diligently following his trail. Considering how profusely he has been bleeding, the blood on the floor was essentially betraying his location. Mary laughed and inquired if he was even still alive. She began to confront him regarding the title of the greatest bestowed upon him all those years ago. Typically, titles are awarded based on a child's unique talents, areas in which they excel above all others. Knowing that the director still granted Sean the simple, yet all-encompassing title of the greatest, even as a young girl, she felt his designation was erroneous, because the director bestowed the coveted title too readily. There are many more exceptional children yet to emerge in the future, and that roster includes her. Awarding the highest accolade to someone so prematurely simply did not sit well with her. In essence, she refuses to accept the director's hasty decisions. To call someone who lacks even the fundamental skills the greatest of Dead Mansion is a shameful transgression. Finally, the trail of blood led Mary to a bookshelf where the floor had turned a slick crimson hue with plasma, with a stapler lying nearby. She was intrigued by the randomly discarded stapler, but before she could conduct an analysis, Sean had made his presence known with an air of confidence. Mary quickly pivoted and slashed her push dagger with lethal intent. Unfortunately for her, the library is essentially a deadly arsenal for someone like Sean. A simple book can be utilized for defensive purposes. It didn't even require that much effort to neutralize her diminutive dagger. Just a moment ago, Sean's left arm was bleeding so profusely that it was staining the floors. Who would have imagined that he would procure a stapler and staple his own flesh to close the wound and stanch the bleeding? He asserted that Mary should master the fundamentals herself before prattling on about being a masterpiece and such nonsense. Without deceptive chemicals and surprise attacks, Mary was merely a vulnerable target for Sean's fist. The punch was so powerful that it knocked her unconscious in a single blow. He truly is a proponent of equal rights, equal confrontations. Sean seized Mary by her hoodie and refused to relinquish his grip, regardless of how much she struggled. He mused that one of the fundamental skills she should practice is maintaining silence within a library. So he encouraged her to quietly provide answers to all of his inquiries. Naturally, the one thing he was most keenly interested in was the method to completely circumvent the 3 core principles. Mary can finally perceive the true level at which the masterpiece operates. Sean grasped her entire face and reiterated his question. When she heard that, he wanted to know how to bypass the 3 principles. Mary laughed. To her, those rules are merely indoctrination techniques for simpletons. The prospect of breaking free from Dead Mansion's control ignited a fire within Sean. Since he's so inquisitive, perhaps Mary will enlighten him. You see, Mary had always been a dutiful child. She was once adopted into a nurturing household. Her new parents quickly developed a fondness for her. With her new mother being an academic researcher, her impressive intellect was a significant asset. There were occasions when they would utilize the young girl to assist. In research, she would correct errors in some of the theses and similar documents. If she required more profound knowledge and information in the field to rectify the paper, she would simply study the topic extensively. Her adoptive mother referred to her as a lucky star, an academic prodigy in the form of a child. Mary cherished the affection she received, and she could not have desired anything more. She was a devoted daughter. When her parents were working through the night, she would invariably be present to bring them coffee. One evening, her mother was particularly overwhelmed by her research endeavors. Little Mary offered her assistance, as she had identified another error in the thesis her mother was working on. She began to articulate abstract concepts to rectify the theoretical framework, anticipating praise for her contribution. But her mother merely regarded her as an anomaly. Mom managed to maintain her composure, thanking Mary for the assistance before taking a respite as she ascended the stairs to get some much-needed repose. Dad remained in the study. Dad was considerably more rational than Mom. He informed Mary that Mom was simply extremely stressed about work and required some time alone. While his wife is losing her composure, Dad has alternative arrangements to go out with someone he has been conversing with on the telephone. When Mom awoke, appearing like a zombie, having barely obtained any rest, Mary was already awaiting her in the dining room. She proudly presented numerous stacks of research materials she had organized while Mom was asleep. Instead of feeling gratified, it merely wounded Mom's pride as a researcher even further. She inquired where her husband had gone at such a late hour, and Mary honestly responded that she did not know. Mom, seemingly preoccupied, tasked Mary with ensuring she asked Dad where he was going next time. Mary, being the dutiful child that she is, kept that instruction in mind. A few days later, the little girl presented Mom with a photograph of her husband, embracing a 28-year-old woman. Just as her mother had requested, she had discovered where he had been going. Oblivious to the seriousness of the situation, Mary recounted that the two had entered Hotel 3007, located outside the city, and it finally caused Mom to lose her composure. Mary didn't comprehend what was transpiring. She was merely adhering to instructions as she had been trained to do. She observed her mother reaching for the coffee pot and cautioned her that coffee is detrimental to one's health, especially for someone under considerable stress. Mary pointed out the unhealthy pallor of Mom's complexion and her erratic daily routines as of late. She warned her that it is highly probable that her menstrual irregularities will only worsen if she persists. The little girl was simply attempting to advise her mother to obtain some much-needed rest, and it resulted in her receiving a sharp slap across the face. Mary was profoundly shaken. She was merely acting as instructed, correct? But Mom had reached her breaking point. Her anger regarding her life, husband, and work was all directed toward the child, accusing her of being an insufferable know-it-all. Mom resented the little girl for behaving as though her mother were inferior to her. With the secrets and the coffee now spilled, it only took a few days before Mary was returned to Dead Mansion. Back at the mansion, the director received a comprehensive report of everything that had transpired, directly from Mary herself. With another proficient child returning with grievances, the situation places the director in a delicate predicament. Mary blamed herself entirely for everything, meekly apologizing for having caused trouble. But the director reassured her that there was absolutely nothing to be apologetic about. He imparted to her that some individuals simply tend to feel uneasy around others who are demonstrably superior to them. That is self-evident, since Mary is, after all, the most intelligent child of Dead Mansion. He urged her not to feel overly disheartened by such a trivial incident. Upon reflection, the director shouldn't have permitted her adoption so readily. From that point forward, he intends to utilize her talents solely for the benefit of Dead Mansion, and Dead Mansion exclusively. Mary felt a sense of acceptance and value for the first time. Since being rejected by her initial adoptive parents, she was on the verge of living an ideal existence, serving as the intellectual powerhouse of the organization. But then, Sean re-entered the picture. She firmly believes that the director should not have been sidetracked by someone as pitiable as Sean. He just requested her to divulge the information regarding the method, to bypass the 3 core principles, and she provided him with an extensive exposition of lore. Just as he was about to urge her to get to the crux of the matter, Mary bit down forcefully on his hand. Sean paid no heed to the sharp, intense pain. If little Mary desired pain, then pain she would receive. Sean brought his fist down forcefully, only to have it perfectly intercepted by Mary's foot. She had managed to regain her composure thanks to his inquisitiveness. Mary slashed with her push dagger, compelling Sean to release his grip, thereby creating sufficient space to break free. That sorrowful narrative was merely a tactic to buy time, without divulging anything of crucial importance. But that wasn't the entirety of it. Mary removed her hair restraint, allowing her long hair to cascade freely and untamed. Somehow, Sean can perceive a transformation in her energy. Mary is finished with the pretenses. It's time to adopt a serious demeanor now. She lunged forward, transitioning to the offensive and aiming her push dagger directly at Sean's head. He evaded the initial strike and barely managed to block the second. She has elevated her speed to an entirely different echelon. There's no need for astonishment, however. She underwent the identical training regimen as Sean, so she could readily comprehend his every thought process during combat. Reading the young man like an open tome, she swiftly reversed the situation with a leg sweep. While Sean was momentarily off balance, she was poised to deliver the finishing blow. With his rapid thinking, Sean extended his arms to seize a book from one of the adjacent shelves. He utilized that object to shield his chest, accurately anticipating that Mary would target his heart. He managed to narrowly evade death for a fleeting moment. But Mary was relentless power, speed, and even her aura. Everything is entirely different from before. She toppled one of the shelves, hoping to ensnare Sean, but he managed to leap clear. She inquired if Sean ever contemplated their training from such a tender age. As mere children, how could they possibly contend with fully grown adults and professional combatants? From early on in their existences, something intangible has been deeply ingrained within their minds. It constantly makes them perceive that something is on the verge of materializing in their thoughts. Her words make absolutely no sense to Sean whatsoever. As Mary anticipated, he simply cannot comprehend what she is truly attempting to convey, even when she is already revealing so much to him. She is disappointed, yet not surprised, that someone lauded as the legendary masterpiece is so slow to understand. Emulating his maneuver, Mary seized a book and began to employ it as a blunt instrument, compelling Sean to defend himself with his injured arm. Aware of his vulnerable side, Mary capitalized and aimed for his left ribcage, smashing the book with maximum velocity. Sean can feel the agony coursing through his body with every assault he is forced to endure. While Mary was gloating about her superior strategy, Sean eyed the precipice behind him. She was thoroughly enjoying herself, getting to physically dominate the foolish boy she had been compared to for her entire existence. She slammed the book against Sean's head with full force, causing it to disintegrate page by page. With this decisive triumph, Mary can now proudly assert her claim to the title of Dead Mansion's finest, correct? But our protagonist won't simply be defeated by a book smash, and he's unwilling to relinquish his title just yet, even with his stapled wound reopening, rapidly draining him of blood. Frankly, he was insulted that Mary would even entertain the notion that this would be nearly sufficient to incapacitate him. He seized the wooden ledge behind him and forcefully tore it asunder. Utilizing the banister as an improvised weapon, he then shattered a nearby glass partition, procuring a sharp fragment in the process. At this juncture, he recalls his rigorous training. He was instructed in a martial art, predicated on the condition of wielding a weapon in each hand. His formidable master cautioned him that this technique is exceedingly perilous. It's a technique that possesses the capability to drive the opponent towards an agonizing demise. Sean gathered some loose sheets of paper and wrapped it around the sharp glass shard clutched in his hand. With a shard on one side and a wooden banister on the other, Sean concentrated on his breathing and assumed his fighting stance. It's time to unleash the Alexander Kalyarnis. Appearing like an absolute fiend, he charged forward with the unequivocal intent to kill. Mary instantly recognized the fighting style and was utterly petrified. Opportunity to adequately ready herself. Sean had already viciously slashed her in numerous locations and inflicted severe blunt force trauma in the same fluid motion. Mary's final conscious thought was of the director's commendations and her misguided beliefs that she rightfully should have been preeminent. She collapsed to the ground, and Sean swiftly returned to conclude the engagement, aiming the jagged glass shard directly at her throat. In a fleeting moment of lucidity, he found himself unable to bring himself to sever her throat. He was intensely frustrated with himself for his inability to execute the act. He lifted Mary's form and vowed that this would be the absolute final instance he displayed leniency. He still required extraction of the secret, to circumventing the 3 core principles from her. After all, if she is merely deceiving him, he genuinely will not allow her to escape so easily. Even as her consciousness waned, Mary persistently uttered the director's name. Speaking of that manipulative elderly gentleman within the Dead Mansion, it appears the conflict has extended to the primary base of operations. Someone brandishing a katana, their Dead Mansion tattoo conspicuously crossed out, has infiltrated all the way into the director's private office. The old man was compelled to lie prone atop a pool of his own blood, his body grievously slashed in multiple locations while barely clinging to life. The infiltrator, distinguished by magnificent white hair, smiled with profound satisfaction. Upon the school rooftop, a few security personnel have been stationed, and it appears as though precipitation is imminent. They were instructed to maintain their position and await the signal for their subsequent action. Once they receive the signal, they're simply to hurl the unconscious Hyun Ho from the rooftop and thereby conclude the assignment. It was an irksome task. They merely wished to dispose of the youth now and depart. But the superior insisted that the blonde-haired boy must witness the execution. It's merely superfluous labor. Mr. Security observed that the youth was, in fact, conscious and had been listening to their conversation the entire time while enduring the downpour. Hyun-ho simply lies supine and listens. At this moment, he cannot even fully grasp the predicament he is in. The last thing he recalls is plummeting from the 4th story. Gazing down at the rooftop's edge, he experienced a terror deeply embedded within his psyche. Merely observing the ground below was sufficient to make him feel nauseous and pain. The security personnel cursed at him for vomiting when they had just been menacing to murder him a moment prior. They are beginning to become exceedingly irritated, contemplating whether they should simply conclude the task immediately. Without anyone noticing, Eugene entered the scene and inquired if the young man on the floor was Hwang Yunho. The security team was momentarily startled, but relaxed upon realizing it was merely a small boy. Just as Eugene heard Hyun-ho's the archetypal feeble loser, with a countenance that radiates despair. The youth possesses a vulgar tongue, but his butterfly blade technique is far more vicious. He introduced himself as someone who would become a frequent patron at Hyunho's snack shop. Observing the youth brandish a blade, the fully grown security thugs did likewise. They had been briefed regarding the Dead Mansion children, but they hadn't anticipated being dispatched so swiftly. One of the men sustained a slash to his arm, and the other had his leg grievously torn open. Merely 2 minor lacerations caused the grown men to writhe in agony. They didn't even perceive Eugene's movements. That's how significant the disparity in skill is. The scene merely added further bewilderment to Hyunho's mind. He had just witnessed a small boy incapacitate 2 burly men. Unfortunately, the thugs were also equipped with firearms. While the youth was occupied attempting to kill the nearest thug, the other one was preparing his gun. Observing that the little boy was in peril, the kind-hearted Hyun-ho reckoned he needed to take some form of action. But the thought of confronting a man armed with a gun was utterly terrifying. What could he possibly do? Just as the boy had stated, he's merely a feeble loser with a countenance that radiates despair. But despair can rapidly transform into rage. The thug aimed his weapon at the little boy, resolutely intending to pull the trigger. Ordinarily, this would not have posed a problem for Eugene. He is a professional, after all. But his foot injury from the confrontation with Yuri began to flare up. Combined with the slippery, wet surface, he lost his equilibrium. He was now entirely at the mercy of the thug and his firearm. Thankfully, Hyunho managed to overcome his fear and utilize that despair as motivation. He rose to his feet for the first time in a considerable period and shoved the thug with the entirety of his body. He didn't cease there. Hyunho behaved like a feral creature, biting down forcefully on the miscreant's ear. If there is one thing that can compel him to act, it is safeguarding a child from a bullet. Regrettably, he was too light and uncoordinated. The thug wrestled his hand free and aimed the gun at Hyunho's head. His actions, though somewhat clumsy, earned Eugene's profound respect. The youth retracted everything he had previously said about the young man and delivered a decisive kick to the thug's jaw. He called Hyunho somewhat useful, which is the highest form of praise one can receive from a foul-mouthed youngster. In the campus parking area, Mary has been restrained and secured within the team's vehicle. Before her stood Sister Rachel. The captive has now become the interrogator. It's a fortunate circumstance they apprehended her alive. Mary still cannot believe that she was defeated by Sean. When queried about the whereabouts of the Wonder Boy, Sister Rachel responded that he had returned inside to retrieve his jacket. Somewhere, everyone is aware. That's merely a feeble pretext to search for the elderly woman and her son. Enough of the idle chatter. It's time to conduct some torturous question and answer proceedings. Rachel jabbed a syringe into Mary's thigh and reassured her that it was merely a small dose of truth serum. Of course, a higher dosage would be exceedingly and painfully lethal. Sister Rachel requires answers, and she needs them immediately. First, she interrogated the brat about what she was scheming behind the team's back. All this time, Mary laughed and insisted that she would have answered that question, even without the administration of truth serum. You see, she was merely planning on dismantling half of the current Dead Mansion. With the assistance of Noel, once again. Upon hearing that name, Rachel furiously inquired if Noel was truly alive. Mary confirmed and added that Noel has been genuinely concerned about Rachel. He departed without offering an apology after inflicting that scar on her forehead. After all, the true legend of Dead Mansion, the one the organization so desperately attempted to conceal, has returned. Knowing that Mary cannot lie under the influence of the truth serum. The confirmation that Noel is alive shook Sister Rachel to her very core. Meanwhile, Sean desperately navigates the hallways, searching for Hyunho's designated classroom. He eventually located the room, where Hyunho's mother had been left slumped face down on a desk. Sean panicked instantaneously, fearing the worst. Fortunately, the elderly woman had merely been rendered unconscious, slowly regaining her senses. She called out her son's name. Sean quickly slid the door open, but hesitated at the very last moment. He remembered how his final interaction with her had concluded. He recalled how Sister Rachel had regarded him, as if he were merely another expendable product. Sean felt as though he no longer possessed the right to face Hyunho's mother. Suddenly, Eugene arrived on the scene, vociferously remarking on how wretched Sean appeared. Behind him was Hyunho himself. They had managed to find a crutch to enable him to walk. Sean was stunned to see his classmate, It appears Eugene had finished updating Hyunho with all the pertinent information, including the true identity of Park Shine. The youth also asserted that Sean might appear and behave like a foolish primate, but he is the one who single-handedly eliminated all the thugs on the premises. Obviously, narratives involving Russian mercenaries, the dead mansion, and clandestine identities were somewhat too difficult to process for an ordinary teenage civilian. Like Hyunho, he had not requested involvement in any of these matters, yet everything transpired merely because he became entangled with someone like Park Shine. Sean can't even meet his supposed friend's gaze, out of profound shame and guilt. Eugene turned towards the room and observed Hyunho's mother unconscious inside, and panicked. Hyunho followed suit, hurriedly limping inside, just as Sean was about to follow the two. He sensed a menacing presence lurking in the shadowy corners of the hallway. While Hyunho desperately attempted to awaken his mother, Sean quietly and gravely instructed Eugene to escort the civilians to safety and depart as swiftly as they could. They should rendezvous with Rachel in the parking lot, far removed from what is about to transpire. Eugene was bewildered, but Sean reassured him that it was inconsequential. Spoiler alert, it is indeed something serious. Blondie turned to Hyunho and promised that he would properly explain everything a later time, and that is all he can genuinely say at this moment. He apologized for his inability to protect everyone close to him, clenching his fist in profound frustration. Eugene complied with the instructions and escorted the mother and son away. Hyunho reminded Sean to uphold his promise and provide a clear explanation. After this entire ordeal, he wanted to understand what precisely he was attempting to safeguard and for what he was expressing remorse. With the three individuals out of the way, Sean turned his attention to the darkness and firmly demanded the concealed figure to emerge immediately. Suddenly, the silhouette of a man, enveloped by an aura of death, slowly materialized from the enveloping shadows. The enigmatic man commended Hyunho's sharp senses for detecting his presence from such a distance. Mystery Man confirmed the description of the blonde hair and blue eyes. His target now locked firmly on Sean. He has been eagerly anticipating seeing why they refer to the young man as a legend. From what he had observed thus far, the title appeared rather ill-suited. He genuinely believed the finest product of Dead Mansion would appear significantly more formidable than the individual before him. At this very moment, when asked his identity, the mystery man introduced himself as Jang Hyun, as he wrapped a rather unpleasant-looking fabric around his fist. That's his designation, and you will receive no further details before we proceed to the one-on-one confrontation. Let's observe what is transpiring in an arbitrary snow-covered town in Siberia, Russia, where Barefoot's primary headquarters is situated. The Bear Cave is a heavily fortified facility guarded by armed mercenaries. Inside, Beluga Kozlov, Barefoot's chief strategist, is currently consuming copious amounts of alcohol while inquiring of his guests why they have journeyed all the way to his domain. The visitors might have been attired in religious garments, but they certainly did not travel all the way to Russia merely to engage in prayer. Vincent, Dead Mansion's scribe and resident tattoo artist, lacks the time for levity, as they are currently embroiled in a very grave predicament. Dead Mansion's director is presently incandescent with rage at Barefoot's actions. There should exist a degree of mutual understanding between enterprises, operating within the same sphere, and that boundary is currently being transgressed. Vincent contends that Barefoot has overstepped significantly on this occasion, but Beluga opted to feign ignorance, labeling them as deranged cultist miscreants. Sasha Denisov, Barefoot's tactical training supervisor, interjected and asserted that the incident in Korea was beyond their control. Minor incidents occur during missions. After all, if feasible, Barefoot would also prefer to avoid encounters with Dead Mansion as much as possible, but Vincent remained unconvinced. He is aware that these individuals dispatched Dmitri, their second in command, to instigate trouble. Furthermore, they even flew in Barefoot's most formidable operative, Igor Medvedev, Barefoot's number one. Sasha attempted to argue, but Vincent's enforcer intervened to curtail the protracted charade. The large man loomed over the gigantic Sasha and derisively called him a little man. Just when a brawl between the large men was about to commence, imperceptible threads descended from the ceiling, a mere graze from these lines. can cause even the most heavily muscled individuals to bleed. Beluga did not exhibit panic. In fact, he was rather amused by the elaborate trap. Without being detected by Barefoot's security measures, the children of Dead Mansion have already encircled the entire perimeter, poised to strike and react if circumstances necessitate. Beluga jokingly contended that this was practically child endangerment. But since Dead Mansion wishes to see matters through to their conclusion today, he swiftly reaches for his trusty revolver. The loser will cease operations and be interred 6 feet beneath the earth. As soon as Beluga raised his firearm, one of the children descended to intercept. He was startled by the audacious young upstart, but the child appeared uninterested in the strategist. Vincent inquired of the child why he had intervened. Well, he had not been instructed to make a move. The child merely made an independent assessment, since the atmosphere seemed somewhat amiss. He surmised that something must have befallen the director and the others who had remained at the mansion. The children are seemingly unable to establish contact with headquarters. Vincent understood what this could potentially signify. He rose and confronted Beluga regarding the anomaly. Simultaneously, another barefoot mercenary entered the chamber and whispered something to the seemingly unconcerned strategist. Whatever information was imparted must have been of an urgent nature. It appears that Dead Mansion is not the sole organization grappling with a substantial predicament. Reports have just arrived indicating that something has happened to Boss Igor. Back on the school grounds, Sean had been engaged in combat for such an extended period that the sun was about to ascend. Now, it's his first encounter with the name Jang Hyun, but that spectral aura from earlier is undeniably authentic. He doesn't even appear particularly menacing on the surface, and that deceptive sense of security exposes Sean to a sudden assault as Jang Hyun closes the distance with a powerful kick. Thankfully, Sean managed to raise his hands in time to shield the top of his head, or he would have been swiftly incapacitated in a single second, even with his guard raised. It felt as though he were being struck by a veritable sledgehammer. Meanwhile, Jang Hyun was amused that his rapid attack had been successfully blocked. He genuinely was aiming for a one-hit knockout. Sean refocused and retaliated with a punch of his own. His fist came within mere inches, but was swiftly and skillfully deflected into the air. Jang Hyun cautioned him that resistance would only inflict further pain upon him. Jang Hyun merely wished to satisfy his curiosity regarding the legend, or masterpiece, or whatever designation everyone has been fervently discussing. As far as combat proficiency is concerned, he surmised that Sean was not even on par with his uncle's level. He was being thoroughly outclassed at every juncture, compelled to defend himself during every exchange. Hyun's advice to Sean is to simply submit obediently and be knocked down to cease the agony. Fortunately, Sean possesses the endurance of a main protagonist. He managed to time the opponent's attack with perfect precision, surprising Hyun. It's about time to demonstrate to this stranger why he is still referred to as a legend among his contemporaries. He seized the stunned Hyun by his collar and hurled that miscreant out the hallway window with all his might. The window shattered into a multitude of fragments, but Jang Hyun did not succumb. He was merely impressed that Blondie had actually managed to overpower him. He jested that so-called good children are not supposed to eject adults from windows. Perhaps the good children of Dead Mansion aren't so virtuous and well-mannered after all. Suddenly, Jang Hyun shifted tactics and struck his hand forcefully against Sean's face. At incredible speeds, he charged in and carried the momentum until he slammed Blondie's head forcefully into the wall. Jang Hyun composed himself, recalling his pledge to Noel that he would return the Wonder Boy back in a single, intact piece. His emotions momentarily overwhelmed him, and he nearly killed Sean. Down in the parking lot, Rachel's truth serum interrogation persists. Mary had the audacity to attempt to sway her, inviting the killer nun to join Noel's mission and collaborate. Rachel shoved the muzzle of her firearm against Mary's face, attempting to make her comprehend the gravity of the situation she was in. But the young lady firmly believes that Rachel is the one failing to perceive the broader context. She reckoned that reinforcements would arrive imminently, those reinforcements being Barefoot's commander, the bear Knuckle himself. Suddenly, the van's communication system began transmitting a man's voice, informing Mary that Igor would not be arriving. His aircraft en route to Korea had just exploded in mid-flight. After all, by now, the formidable Igor must be located somewhere in the midst of the ocean, or at least what remains of him. For the first time since the interrogation commenced, Mary felt as though she had been utterly forsaken. Rachel, on the other hand, could recognize that voice irrespective of how many years had elapsed. Noel casually inquired if the killer nun was faring well. After all this time, while he genuinely desired to see her himself, circumstances simply did not unfold as anticipated. He had to single-handedly manage the remainder of Dead Mansion, so his hands were completely occupied. He was utilizing the director's private line, so it could only signify one thing. Noel admitted that he had just experienced a sanguinary reunion with the director. Regrettably, the old man is not in a condition to converse at present. Mary panicked and interjected. This was not supposed to be the intended plan. Noel had promised her that the director would remain unharmed. But the majestic scoundrel cannot be trusted with his assurances. He smiled and apologized for having lied from the very beginning. His objective was to utterly destroy the entirety of Dead Mansion. Of course, that would entail eliminating the top leadership, correct? To exacerbate Mary's wounds. Noel thanked her for making it all feasible. Diverting attention by initiating a conflict with Barefoot is a stratagem that even Noel himself cannot devise. Mary truly is a masterful strategist. Thanks to that diversionary tactic, most of the priests stormed Barefoot's headquarters, leaving the mansion vulnerable to a solo infiltration. Right now, with both group leaders unreachable, it's highly probable that the remaining forces are suspecting each other of treachery. Just as Noel anticipated, Beluga and Vincent are currently at each other's throats, threatening to eliminate one another. The initial sparks of war had just been ignited. The two organizations are on the precipice of mutual annihilation, with Noel barely having to exert any effort. However, this is merely a minor conflagration, because the one who stands at the apex of Russia will not permit it to escalate any further. No, it's not Vladimir Putin. It's the Alexander family. Vincent and Beluga back down, out of deference for the individual who had just forcibly entered Barefoot HQ. The formidable Alexander Sophia entered the confrontation. She's involved with both organizations, so she's the ideal intermediary. She warned them that everyone should lower their weapons in the presence of a lady. The war heroine Alexander Sophia possessed that indomitable spirit. Both fiery representatives were not anticipating her presence today. Beluga accused Vincent of summoning the Alexander family as reinforcements, but Vincent was genuinely taken aback. Sophia asserted that, even though she had assisted Dead Mansion on a couple of occasions, she is not someone who can be summoned by such an organization to carry out their directives. She was offended that Beluga would even entertain such a notion. The youth who reported the anomaly earlier was utterly awestruck by the formidable lady's presence. He could not help but exhibit a degree of fanboyism. Witnessing such a legendary figure in close proximity, she had merely arrived to caution both parties regarding the repercussions of today's incidents. What is transpiring at this moment is not as straightforward as a mere battle between Barefoot and Dead Mansion. She has reason to believe that the scoundrel has emerged. The discarded masterpiece that was concealed by the mansion. The mere mention of Noel sent shivers down everyone's spine. Returning to Sean, he's being forced onto the defensive. As Jang Hyun mentioned Noel's unfamiliar name, he refused to yield even if he was being overpowered. Jang. Hyun reckoned that Blondie could simply see who he was referring to. Personally, after he had beaten Sean into submission, Hyun's incessant chatter left his hand vulnerable to Sean's desperate bite. Disgusted, Hyun withdrew his hand, leaving the soiled clothing in Sean's grasp. He had mistaken it for a bandage, but that does not appear to be the reality. Hyun looked at his hand, surprised to see that the fabric was missing. Suddenly, it was as if a switch had been flipped in his mind. While Sean was questioning him why he carried something so repulsive, Hyun's relaxed demeanor had completely vanished. He launched an attack while demanding the fabric's return. The look of intense animosity in his eyes was palpable. Whatever that fabric was, he genuinely desired its return. Sean did not want any trouble, so he tossed the object aside, compelling Jang Hyun to pursue it. The lunatic calmed down, and his phone began to ring. On the other end of the line was Noel, the majestic scoundrel, who was merely checking in to see if everything was proceeding smoothly. Hyun reported back that everything was satisfactory. Noel accurately predicted that the lunatic must have ended up fighting, once more due to his anger management issues. Even though he had specifically instructed him not to, Jang Hyun still requires Noel's assistance to combat a certain individual, so he is obligated to follow orders. Furthermore, Noel's plan will completely unravel on the spot if Sean ends up perishing. Hyun apologized for his excessive actions and informed Noel that Sean didn't deserve all the hype whatsoever, not to mention his skills. The youth's fashion sense is also atrocious. He dresses like a third-rate ruffian, especially the hairstyle. Sean is becoming weary of individuals labeling him unattractive directly to his face lately. Noel argued that Sean indeed merits the hype. Perhaps he just made an error and selected a parent or some such thing. Hyun couldn't be bothered to learn about all the intricate complexities of the mansion, but Noel offered him a suggestion. If Hyun genuinely wishes to test the masterpiece for real, he should seek out Sean's parent. All he needs to do is go and eliminate that so-called parent. Hearing the conversation on the phone, something snapped within Sean. He struck the handsome boy squarely in the face, his body moving autonomously. Hyun wasn't anticipating the sucker punch, so he absorbed the direct impact. He couldn't even perceive the young man's movement. Before he can recover, a dropkick aimed at his skull is already descending. This time, Hyun narrowly evaded by a mere fraction of an inch. The kick landed forcefully on the ground, cracking the cement. Had he been struck, his brain matter would have undoubtedly splattered. Sean's eyes were vacant and devoid of life. He was operating on autopilot, moving solely by instinct. When he regained consciousness, he couldn't even recall what he had just perpetrated. Hyun was pleased to witness the legend's true strength, even if only for a brief period. Hyun was convinced. He now believes what Noel stated. Now, Sean is genuinely worth the effort. The new legend of Dead Mansion appears quite useful, after all. Noel was gratified to hear that they were now in agreement, observing the sunlight glinting through the hallway windows. The time for Hyun's departure has arrived. As of now, Sean will be of no utility to them, given that he is still in his disengaged state. They can simply observe the young man a bit more. From this point onward, the genuine spectacle will commence. Little Eugene emerged from the stairwell, desperately searching for Sean to inform him of what had transpired at the mansion. When the diminutive youngster looked at the aftermath of Sean and Hyun's confrontation, he was rendered speechless. As for Hyun himself, the lunatic had simply vanished into thin air. Sean attempted to locate him, but his body had reached its absolute limit long ago. As soon as he took one additional step, Sean collapsed from sheer, utter exhaustion. Eugene didn't even get to deliver his report, as Sean unconsciously pitched forward, face first. Even without any remaining energy in his reserves, he's still muttering about pursuing Jang Hyun to extract information. Eugene had to manage the ensuing chaos when Mr. Legend passed out. Let's advance time a little bit. A month has elapsed since that momentous day. The White Tiger Job Center managed the subsequent cleanup. The school was temporarily shuttered for necessary repairs, renovations, and extensive cover-up operations. Sean heard that even the faculty members were granted an extended vacation due to the incident. The malevolent CEO of Byung-woo Construction took responsibility for everything. He was designated as the primary culprit, as news articles portrayed him as a vengeful and distraught father. Reports indicate that after his child was accused of being a significant school bully, the psychopath began targeting individuals at the school. Hyunho's mother temporarily closed down the snack establishment, as she is still in a profound state of shock, which means Sean will not be able to see her in the near future. Nevertheless, he is heading to the shop today. For some inexplicable reason, Sean opened the shop's roll-up shutter, and he was greeted by a familiar, masculine voice, and a firearm pressed against his head. Dmitry Medvedev, Barefoot's former second-in-command, and the brute that Sean had bested, was awaiting him inside, 1 month subsequent to the incident. His neck is still in the process of recovery. Sean did not appear overly surprised to see the large man inside. Due to the prevailing circumstances, the distinctions between adversaries and allies have become indistinct. It seems as though Sean was the final one to arrive. Sister Rachel, Eugene, Yuri, and even the perfidious Mary were already congregated inside. Sean was surprised to observe everyone behaving civilly and not aggressively attacking each other. A month ago, everyone was attempting to eliminate one another with such desperation. Mary is still regarded as an untrustworthy individual, even if she too was betrayed by the incident's architect. For that reason, she is closely monitored and physically restrained. Dmitri was surprisingly composed. They had lost their contractor, So Barefoot requires allies. Most crucially, Igor, their leader, and his brother were incapacitated. Dmitri cannot simply disregard that scoundrel Noel. The large man is maintaining his composure, but if afforded the opportunity, he might slaughter Deadmansion for unleashing something so malevolent upon the world. He warned Mary to never even attempt to deceive him, and to answer every question with complete honesty. Rachel interjected, "As of now, Deadmansion is in the same predicament as the Russians, with their director abducted by Noel." She argued that if it weren't for Barefoot's interference, they would not have been defeated so readily. Yuri retorted sharply, asserting that the mansion had attacked them first. Nevertheless, everything transpired entirely because of Mary. Fortunately, they have her in custody. Mary insulted the unintelligent Russian brutes for being such single-minded simpletons, provoking Yuri even further. Sean remained silent on the periphery. Out of everyone present in the room, the diminutive youngster, Eugene, appears to be the most level-headed of the group, urging everyone to remain focused on the immediate task. He asserted that assigning blame is futile, given that every one of them was manipulated by a single scoundrel. It's time to recall the specifics and meticulously analyze everything that occurred, and Mary will be instrumental to that process. And the orphanage's operational strength was notably reduced, because for Barefoot, their key figure is absent, very likely deceased. Everyone congregated within this snack establishment, seemingly in agreement that a partnership is crucial to confront the genuine threat. Sean tabled a motion for them to form a provisional group, just as he'd stated before, facing a mutual adversary. A coalition among the factions appeared to be the sagacious course of action. Youth in Korea refer to this as a crew. While Yuri displayed some apprehension regarding the concept, Dmitri was considerably more receptive. When questioned about what their crew's name might be, Sean pondered, as he hadn't contemplated that deeply. Dmitri contended that they would definitely require a name if they wished for people to rally under a unified emblem. Considering it's a union between Barefoot and Deadmansion, they could simply extract the initial letters and establish B. D. It's remarkably fitting, speaking candidly. Every single one of them is a bad child. After all, the objective of the newly established Bad Alliance is uncomplicated: to overthrow the perplexing figure known as Noel. They must eliminate that cunning scoundrel. Dmitri grinned. He was totally on board with the name. It's advantageous that the coalition commences with the first letter of Barefoot. Yuri objected, but it was effectively a settled matter. There's merely one additional item that troubles Muscleman. It's the reality that Sean had altered excessively, and too swiftly, in the span of just 1 month. He turned towards Rachel, seeking an elucidation, but the formidable nun maintained her silence. For a clearer understanding of Sean's profound transformation, we must rewind to a few days following the Noel incident. Sean was admitted to the hospital for severe overexertion. The repercussions had landed him in the hospital to recuperate, under vigilant observation. Vincent surmised that it was fortunate the young man hadn't incurred anything grave. With Sean incapacitated, it would be simpler to return him to the mansion. Without the director, Vincent had to assume the role of de facto leader, guiding the youngsters in tidying up the disarray at the HQ. The contingent that infiltrated Russia came back as soon as the discussion with Sophia concluded. Upon their arrival, the director and Noel were already long departed. While rectifying the disorder, they also found out Noel had absconded with the good kids list. This signifies the very situation the director was apprehensive about has materialized. Noel is actively moving to reclaim all the children who were trafficked across the globe. Unbeknownst to any of them, the cunning scoundrel had already initiated that very mission as he stormed Japan to retrieve one of the good kids from the roster. Noel pitilessly eliminates the adoptive guardians of a young girl, persuading the child that she need not feel afraid, as he is not the adversary, quite the opposite. He journeyed all this way specifically to rescue her. With his brutality, power, and magnetism, who could possibly decline such a splendid rogue? For the moment, Vincent is compiling a directory of the purchasers and their whereabouts from the backup documentation. The difficulty is they possess nowhere near sufficient personnel to safeguard all of the children. He had to make adjustments and solicit assistance from the bear brutes up in Russia. It's beneficial that they presently share an identical objective. Rachel posits that even if Noel eliminated the buyers, the authority over the good kids would not invariably be transferred with such ease. In standard circumstances, that assertion would hold true. Nevertheless, according to Mary, Noel possesses the technique to circumvent the three principles entirely. If Noel genuinely has that ace up his sleeve, it would prove utterly disastrous. The director had consistently harbored a fear of good kids who can disregard absolute tenets. That is precisely the reason Rachel's initial assignment when she located Sean was to verify if he remained under the dominion of the three principles. Sean represents a unique instance. However, Vincent is apprehensive that Sean might have discerned something he ought not to have. But that doesn't appear to be the situation for now. Based upon the recent occurrences, it's reasonable to presume Noel will attempt to make contact with Sean as promptly as he is able. That's the rationale. They must escort the young man back to the sanctuary of the mansion, regardless of the circumstances. If he and Noel were to meet, it would constitute the absolute worst-case outcome. You understand? A few years prior, a wealthy woman visited the mansion with her son accompanying her. The director encountered the woman in the dead of night, and she declared that she was aware of the kind of establishment he operated. The elderly gentleman attempted to feign ignorance as the woman impatiently pulled the small boy from the vehicle. It was diminutive Sean. She insisted that the little boy be nurtured within the mansion at any expense. The director endeavored to decline, stating that his orphanage exclusively accepts lambs that have strayed, not youngsters who clearly possess a family of their own. The woman forcefully propelled Sean in the director's direction, vowing to remit whatever sum he desired, merely to relieve her of the boy's presence. She proclaimed that she couldn't conceivably nurture such a fiend. She was indifferent whether Sean was adopted or dispatched elsewhere. Speaking of young Sean, he eventually regained consciousness after several days of repose in the hospital. Recollections of the night on campus inundated his thoughts. His altercation with Mary, his confrontation with the enigmatic Jang Hyun, everything gradually resurfaced for him. He recalled Noel issuing the command to that madman to eliminate Hyun-ho's mother, and Sean darted from the room as if he'd never been depleted. Still attired in his hospital garment, Sean sprinted through the thoroughfares, making his way towards Hyun-ho's dwelling. He succeeded in reaching the apartment complex and was confronted by a malfunctioning elevator. Sean was still aching from all the wounds he had received, but he desperately clenched his teeth against the agony. Ascending the stairs, he then discerned the cause of the elevator's immobility. A katana was wedged between the elevator portals. On a superior floor, it was Noel's weapon. The magnificent rogue was positioned on the stairwell, calmly anticipating Sean's awakening and arrival at this precise location. He feigned a playful pout, informing Sean that he had been waiting for quite some time now, merely so they could properly meet. Unaware as to this white-haired scoundrel's identity, Sean's sharp combat instincts engaged as he inquired who Noel was. Noel was, in fact, rather wounded that the young man failed to recognize his voice. He clasped Sean's hand, holding them firmly, and admitted that he had journeyed all the way to this spot, just so they could encounter one another. Noel closed the gap between them in an instant, rendering Sean cautious of the man's celerity. To jog the young man's recollection, Noel declared that he arrived here to assassinate Hyun-ho's mother. Upon registering that menace, Sean squared his stance, even lacking undergarments beneath that hospital attire. Now that they have been appropriately introduced in person, it's the moment to resolve their conflict through force. Noel perceived it as somewhat irksome that Sean persisted in attempting to behave like a good child by selecting his own guardian. Sean was merely bewildered by his pronouncements. Noel had already anticipated this reaction, but he deemed it unfortunate that the young man doesn't appear to recall his origins. He doesn't recollect what type of individual he truly was. Noel retrieved his sword from the elevator doorway, poised for combat. He executed a sweeping slash with the aim of severing Sean's head, but he missed by a mere fraction of an inch. Noel readjusted his hold and thrust his blade downwards, knocking Sean off his equilibrium. He disclosed that Sean was never a virtuous child, unlike the remainder of the youths in Dead Mansion. That startling revelation seemed to echo profoundly within his psyche. Sean was cast aside by his own biological mother, treating him like a repulsive horror to be disposed of. On that drenched night, the small boy questioned his mother. Just what transgression he had committed to warrant this kind of treatment? He merely acted in her best interest. After all, his mother constantly lamented about a friend of hers who was excessively garrulous and bothersome. So, Sean took the initiative into his own hands. The youngster eliminated the irksome friend and her canine companion, although he experienced a slight twinge of remorse. At least his mother could finally attain her tranquility. He maintains that instead of being ostracized, he ought to be lauded for a task executed proficiently. Instead, hearing Sean discuss taking a life so casually caused his mother to observe him with sheer dread. The director was compelled to accept and nurture the troubled young boy. He escorted Sean to the sacred chapel. The child found it peculiar that he was being disciplined for being nothing but an obedient child who heeded his mother. Within that chapel, a young Noel observed Sean for the very first time. Returning to the confrontation between these two good children, Noel conceded that he found it peculiar how Sean wasn't even conditioned to obey his parents, without a shred of opposition. Like every individual in Dead Mansion, he had consistently behaved like a good child of his own volition. With that declaration made, Noel vowed that if he persisted in selecting one parent after another, Noel would remove those parents as many times as necessary, until Sean relents. Noel's words stirred Sean's memories. He finally recollects precisely how his biological mother regarded him, with absolute contempt and apprehension. Rage consumed him, and Sean firmly seized Noel's blade with one hand and shattered it in two with the other. Noel was taken by surprise. The point of his sword had been wrested and was now aimed at his head. He skillfully evaded the precipitate assault as he continued to stoke the primal inferno within the young man. Noel was merely articulating the reality. Regardless of his actions, Sean could never truly be a good child. His authentic self is just a void of desolation and homicidal inclinations. Back within the Dead Mansion, Beluga Kozlov was engaged in a treasure expedition. The cultist scoundrels of the mansion might be somewhat eccentric, but they certainly possess excellent discernment in wine. As long as vintage alcohol is present, the great strategist will undoubtedly locate. Vincent discovered him plundering the wine repository and branded him a pilferer, in addition to being a reprobate. While Vincent is beginning to feel remorse for permitting such a fiend to enter their abode, Beluga contends that a visitor of his stature should have received superior treatment from the outset. Upon the table lay the official papers concerning the security arrangements for the mansion's clientele. As soon as Beluga became cognizant of Noel's objective, to target the children who had been sold, he independently decided to offer assistance. Since one diminutive brat would not be nearly adequate to safeguard those distinguished clients, he assigned multiple barefoot operatives to every single location on the contingency list to discourage Noel from initiating any action. Beluga also allocated the quantity of guards according to the client's financial standing. He understands that in this particular enterprise, protecting the very important person is paramount to achieving success. Beluga Kozlov might be a boisterous, inebriated individual, but he is also the astute chief tactician of Barefoot. Even whilst ransacking a wine cellar like a creature, one must concede that he truly embodies his designation. As he uncorked the valuable bottles of wine, he implored Vincent to cease sulking over a few vintage containers of liquor. This can be regarded as an exceptionally inexpensive recompense for his offerings. He doesn't even comprehend how much each of these superior bottles is worth. The director would undoubtedly become enraged if he discovered this, but that's precisely the reason Beluga is consuming them. Vincent likely couldn't even savor such exquisite wine if the director were still present. So they might as well capitalize on the circumstances and partake together. Even though he's a devotee of regulations, Vincent eventually yielded to the persuasion. Before one realized it, they had already consumed several bottles. Between the pair of them, Beluga is in a remarkably good humor, lauding the blood of Christ for its exquisite flavor. As an additional perk, he even implicated Vincent as an accomplice in his transgression. Once they were sufficiently inebriated, he inquired of Vincent about something that had piqued his curiosity. For a considerable duration now, he desired to understand how the Dead Mansion successfully indoctrinated so many youngsters with that peculiar three-principle doctrine. He simply cannot comprehend how those young rascals adhere to every instruction, without exception, rendering them the ideal diminutive soldiers. Beluga is cognizant that it constitutes a proprietary secret, but the phenomenon merely made him excessively inquisitive. Vincent responded that the majority of the children arriving at the mansion have been forsaken. Kids like them possess a more potent yearning than others. They simply exploit that very desire. intensifying the sensation of abandonment, stemming from a deficiency in particular attributes. Through a cyclical procedure, they indoctrinate the youngsters to become good children, instilling within them that good children must substantiate their value, that good children must surpass everyone else in the entire world. Through that straightforward guiding principle, they can ultimately become integrated into a family unit. If they ever neglect to adhere to the principles, they will be forsaken yet again. Beluga was not convinced by this. He finds it incredible that these zealots can genuinely manipulate an individual with such an elementary method. But the intensity of wanting should never be dismissed lightly. Even though he is a lawbreaker himself, Beluga could never envision himself stooping to such depths. He inquired if this was the director's intellectual creation, and Vincent affirmed that they had, in fact, derived the concept from a child. Although it wasn't an inherently good child, it was a youngster who aspired to become one more fervently than anyone else. He was a small lad who would undertake any action to gain acceptance from his parental figures. From the initial moment the director observed Sean, the concept immediately took root. The unyielding three principles found their genesis in Sean himself. And at this very moment, Noel is reminding him of that particular truth. With his bleeding appendage sealed by Noel's grasp, Sean fell back on utilizing his feet for offensive maneuvers. For the inaugural time since the confrontation commenced, he successfully landed an unblemished strike. It inflicted no significant harm, however, but Noel is pleased to observe that Sean has finally recouped some of his formidable power. The young man's psyche is in a state of disarray. Images of being rejected by his biological mother, being struck by Hyunho's mother, and being repelled by every maternal figure in his existence perpetually replayed within his consciousness, while clutching the fractured blade tightly, permitting his hand to exsanguinate. He ultimately conceded that Noel's assessment was accurate. Noel presumed this marked the inception of a fresh collaboration, but his assumption was incorrect. Sean's fragmented mind is conveying to him that if he were to eliminate Noel, who is endeavoring to injure his mother, he could revert to being a good child once more. Noel could not restrain himself, but chuckle at the sheer ludicrousness of how profoundly damaged Sean truly is. If this situation persists, the young man will merely constitute a significant impediment to his mission. The two resume their sword-based combat, each wielding half of a blade. Noel perceives Sean's mentality, which conceived the tenets of the Dead Mansion, the very fount of so many children's subjugation. If he is unable to make Sean yield, then it might be more prudent to simply dispose of him. Much to Noel's astonishment, Sean ingeniously utilized his own viscous blood as a blinding substance. With a magnificent scoundrel, temporarily sightless and dazed, Sean pressed his advantage forward. Noel cleared the blood from his vision and commended the young man for his unyielding tenacity. But he has finished with the diversions. Employing his half-sword, he dislodged the blade from Sean's grasp. Subsequently, he adopted a concentrated, swift-draw posture. With a single, seamless movement, he slashed in a broad arc as Sean leaped away. Just in a crucial moment, he seized the blade that became lodged in the ceiling and brought it down with impeccable timing. Regrettably, all he succeeded in severing was Noel's garment collar, but Sean's alternate hand was occupied retrieving something different. He grabbed a container filled with earth and hurled it at Noel. Reacting instinctively, he sliced through the pot, dispersing soil into the atmosphere. Utilizing the dirt as concealment, Sean advanced once more, proactively aiming for the decisive strike. But Noel was simply a prodigy with his blade mastery, halting Sean's lunge with a downward strike. Sean had never hesitated to forfeit his appendages for an impeccable assault, though. With his brilliant succession of extemporized maneuvers, Noel's countenance was left completely exposed for a vicious straight punch. Just as his sword-wielding hand loses its vigor, his other limb swoops in to secure the blade. A rapid diagonal onslaught nearly ensnared Sean, but his extraordinary reflexes rescued him yet again. Irritated by that deceptive swordsmanship, he is now officially operating in a ferocious mode. Noel maintained his composure, positioning for another swift draw. He deviously smirked and executed the all-enveloping slash. But Sean is completely focused. employing a perfectly timed, minuscule finger nudge to intercept the blade mid-arc. His preternatural vision and flawless coordination managed to ultimately shatter the final fragment of Noel's katana. Instead of succumbing to panic, the majestic scoundrel appeared thrilled instead. He's finally witnessing Sean's present capability, and it was profoundly underwhelming. For the initial instance since the commencement of the bout, Noel utilized his legs to launch an attack. Sean countered with a kick of his own, targeting Noel's head. It was effortlessly parried, as the magnificent rogue produced a substantial knife. Back within the mansion's cellar, the improbable drinking companions persisted in their inebriation and discussion of business affairs. Vincent inquired if Beluga had assigned a protective detail to Sean, and he replied that they had not done so. Vincent regained his sobriety and reminded Beluga that Sean represents the most crucial asset requiring safeguard. But the inebriated man argued that there's no necessity to deploy any mercenaries for Sean. As the conflict between the two formidable figures raged on, the elevator chimed. A recognizable individual gradually materialized. As the elevator doors parted, Alexander Sophia has arrived to halt the young lads from their boisterous play. The instant he perceived her, Noel's entire demeanor shifted. The decorated war veteran admonished Noel for his unruly conduct, traversing the globe and instigating turmoil everywhere. It has been a considerable time since she last encountered young Sean as well. She disapproved of his current appearance, especially when she was positive she had secured a restraint on him. All those years passed. The salutations can be deferred until later. For the present, the mischievous boy requires a modicum of discipline first. Her presence alone was sufficient to cow Noel. Sophia afforded Noel no opportunity to evade, as she drove her fist directly into his midsection. A solitary blow inflicted more harm than all of Sean's preceding endeavors. Sophia expressed concern that she might have been excessively forceful. Noel is merely a youngster in her perception. After all, he's just exceedingly light, and the lighter his frame, the more swiftly he can escape. The wounded Noel skillfully maneuvered his way out of the predicament against Sophia. The elusive scoundrel shattered a nearby window pane and executed a leap from several stories above ground. It should be inconsequential, though. Sophia didn't even journey here to apprehend the disobedient bad boy. She arrived here to converse with Sean, her protege. Even though she implemented a lock on him, she still found it intolerable how feeble he had genuinely become. That merely indicates he requires a little further refinement. Sean is significantly overdue for a period of intensive training. Since she is present now, they might as well commence without delay. To pacify diminutive Sean, she assured him that the elderly woman no longer resided in the apartment, since Noel is targeting all the good children's families. Hyunho's family has been moved to a different location. Sophia pledged upon the distinction of the Alexander lineage that she would safeguard his chosen guardian, even if it is a parent he selects autonomously. All she requests in reciprocation is for him to concentrate on training, beginning with the infamous dead squats. The simple utterance of dead squats triggered terrifying recollections within his consciousness. In that particular regimen, demise awaits those who falter. And so, we return to the present time frame. 1 month later, Sean endured Sophia's rigorous training for 4 entire weeks, and he continues to experience post-traumatic stress as a consequence of it. That dead squat she referenced necessitates strapping TNT to your lower extremities and performing squats. If you relax, even minutely, you will be obliterated into minuscule fragments. Even Dmitri was utterly aghast. He presumed the Alexander family training methodology was merely some Russian folkloric tale, but proved to be entirely factual. Even the very mention of the Alexander name is unsettling Sean. Regarding the extent of his actual improvement under Sophia's tutelage, Dmitri was quite inquisitive. Sean playfully retorted that if he's so keen to ascertain, Dmitri can simply observe it for himself firsthand. There are still some persistent sentiments of rivalry between the two. At last, they reached their intended location, and Dmitri maneuvered his vehicle in front of the educational institution. Before he disembarked, Dmitri requested Sean to pause for a moment. He inquired if the young man genuinely needed to return to school, following all that had occurred. Being exposed in public would only present increased peril. Sean disliked the sensation of Dmitri. expressing solicitude for his well-being whatsoever. What the big soft-hearted fellow was attempting to convey is that Sean should reach out to him as soon as he detects anything amiss, rather than obstinately managing everything independently. From an external viewpoint, the duo resembled a father and son, squabbling prior to the inaugural day of school. Park Cheyenne-'s name remains a prominent subject of conversation, since he is widely known to be connected with the bullying episode that resulted in the school's closure. Sean caught snippets of the hushed conversations from nearby individuals, referring to Dimitri as his father, and he experienced a tremor down his spine. Concurrently, within a derelict storage facility, the deranged Jang Hyun is idly reclining, while apathetically gazing at his repulsive, specialized material. His contemplative state was shattered by Noel's sudden appearance, berating him to find a more suitable place of residence. It has been a significant interval since they last encountered each other, and Hyun has been eager to pose numerous inquiries. Surveying the warehouse, Noel observed that the madman had undertaken some redecoration, with an assortment of miscellaneous items. There's even a beverage dispensing machine within. Hyun retrieved a pair of shears and jabbed at the vending machine to present Noel with a beverage, merely as a gesture of courtesy. After acquiring the drink, he escorted Noel back to his personal living quarters. He seated Noel upon a chair and pressed him to disclose the unvarnished facts, and solely the unvarnished facts. The erratic Hyun is not in an agreeable disposition at all, and he lacks the patience to entertain falsehoods. Hyun interrogated Noel concerning his pledge to locate a specific individual for him. Naturally, the manipulative scoundrel vowed he was exerting every effort within his capacity to find that person. But prior to that, Hyun should fulfill his portion of the agreement and retrieve Sean first. The madman's forbearance is rapidly diminishing. He swears that if he detects even the slightest indication of manipulation, he will genuinely eliminate Noel without any reluctance. But if there's any individual globally who can rival Hyun's eccentricity, it is unequivocally Noel. When they initially met, Noel perceived the madman as merely some slow-thinking yet proficient youth. But he now understands that Hyun is more than just that. For a fleeting instant, he considered simply killing the lunatic to avert any unpredictable repercussions. Hyun instantly perceived this and cautioned him against drawing that sword. However, he still possessed that pair of scissors in one hand. After all, Noel dismissed it as a jest and reassured the madman that he would search for that specific individual more diligently. He also arrived with a suggestion. He wished to inquire if Hyun desired to attempt visiting somewhere entertaining for a period. The madman's curiosity was immediately captivated. Returning to the campus, the initial day back at school is now fully underway. As soon as Park Cheyenne stepped into the classroom, murmurs regarding his participation in the incident proliferated. He was already anticipating this level of reaction, though. Mary, in fact, assisted him in nullifying the suspension by coercing the school's head administrator. She employed a tactic so contemptible and repugnant that even Sean considered it excessively severe. It was a photograph of the principal adorned in a maid's attire, while behaving in an overly endearing manner. Do you comprehend the most dreadful aspect? Mary did not even digitally alter that image. Sean cannot determine what is more abhorrent, the dead squats or witnessing that particular photograph. The inaugural day of school attracts numerous unwelcome individuals, since it was substantiated that his pictures with mobsters were fabricated. The aspiring high school ruffians have been actively pursuing it. The ruffian requested Park Cheyenne to exit the classroom and accompany him to a different location. It's a 3-versus-1 situation in the school's vehicle lot. The thugs were chattering like a pair of imbeciles, while Sean surveyed the vicinity for any onlookers. Upon verifying that no one was present, he flicked one of the ruffians sharply on the mandible, fearing the application of excessive power. Following his instruction with Sophia, even a mere finger flick can be utilized as a lethal instrument. He has been contemplating evaluating some techniques on actual individuals, so these particular thugs would suffice. He even pledged to be lenient with them, given that they were previously members of the identical group. Recalling his month-long period of training, Sophia imparted to him that his primary difficulty was internal stress, the strain he imposes upon himself by believing he is governed by the 3 principles, is diminishing his overall power capacity. While he can grasp the notion intellectually, his physical being simply cannot match. Since that is the circumstance, Sophia formulated an alternative training regimen, since he can only apply a fraction of his might. with the three principal limitation. They can simply augment his aggregate strength. As a consequence, the proportion of strength he can access has been elevated to formidable magnitudes. The ruffians who summoned him for a beating in the parking area fell, one after another. It hardly posed any sort of contest. One of the imbeciles panicked and seized a metallic mop from nearby, brandishing it about like a complete fool. Sean merely charged forward like a condensed locomotive. Timing his kick precisely, he aimed at the mop hurtling toward his form. If he possesses the ability to shatter Noel's katana, he can undoubtedly fracture an ordinary, inexpensive mop. Sean did not even deign to thrash the buffoon. Subsequent to that, the class bell has resounded, and it is time to return to the classroom. It was an absolute and unmitigated rout for the trio of incompetents. After observing the outcomes of his training and the potency he perceived, he expresses gratitude to Sophia for guiding him correctly. Presently, he cannot entirely command his newfound strength, but he did not anticipate being this formidable. With merely a segment of his true power unleashed from beyond the classroom's confines, a recognizable figure forcefully made his entrance into the room of second grade, class 1. As soon as he spotted Sean situated in the center of the room, he joyfully burst in. Sean was still engrossed in his thoughts. He calculated that if he could deploy his complete power, he would be capable of confronting Jong Hyun and even Noel. Well, he'd better hope he can access that capability immediately, since one of his adversaries just made an unforeseen arrival into the classroom. Jang Hyun saluted him with an astonishing kick. After an entire month of not seeing one another, Sean successfully parried the main force of the kick, but the force of the blow was alarming. The madman can perceive that Sean has become considerably more powerful. During the preceding month, Jang Hyun trusted that Sean had finally regained his senses.